And we don't have it. It was due in February. Today is June 10th. 4 months from now is the end of the fiscal year, and all we have is a very rough draft. The DoD has failed to submit a complete request. So today we are forced to mark up a rushed and incomplete Defense Appropriations Request. I don't blame Chairman Cole or Chairman Cole. The fault is squarely on the administration. But just like the CR, this has national security ramifications. We do not have the critical information, the granular details on the DoD programs that we need to make in order to be effective and efficient. You intend to spend $175 billion or deliver this program in 3 short years. We do not know if priorities like gold Their dedication, their heroism, their sacrifice on behalf of our nation deserve recognition, not erasure. As a former history teacher, I know and acknowledge uncomfortable truths about our own history. It is the only way, when we recognize them, that we move forward together.
one platform to the next. And while space is the next frontier, I'm hearing more and more that space offers an answer to every problem. While I'm optimistic about space-based capabilities, tremendous capabilities until and frankly beyond we need diversified capability and support for programs across domains to ensure continued military dominance. I also want to hear more about the Department's efforts to produce a budget that balances maintaining a strong defense posture with exercising fiscal responsibility. I'll be seeking assurances that the Department's maximizing efficiency and eliminating wasteful spending. And Mr. Secretary, I look forward to hearing more about what you've done with the efforts undertaken so far. I must say, I do agree with my friend, Ms. McCollum. We need more information than we've gotten from OMB. That's not your responsibility, but it's critical for us to be able to make the decisions we're going to have to make. And again, I understand all the complexities of being a new administration. Nobody ever meets the timeline when they first come into office. And we've gotten a lot of good information from OMB, but the reality is we frankly need more than we've received so far to make the decisions that we're called upon to make. I want to emphasize the importance of congressional oversight, and again, I'm committed to working with the Department of Defense to ensure that our national security objectives are met. However, we also have a duty to hold it accountable for its spending and performance. And I think I can speak for almost everyone in this room. No one liked the way the fiscal year 2025 process ended. Again, that's not your fault, that's our fault. And there's plenty of blame to go around, but it's certainly an experience I don't want to repeat. I don't want you or your colleagues at the Department of Defense to have to operate under a CR again for the coming year. I know the difficulties that places on you. Every member of this committee knows that. You've got my commitment. We're going to work hard to avoid that this year. But again, we need some help from all concerned in the process to achieve that goal. And almost no one, again, as I said, liked the way the process ended, but we owe it to the men and women in uniform to get this right. It'll require collaboration with the department to inform and produce a product that will meet that goal. I look forward to being your partner in that effort. And again, I want to thank you for being here today. And again, I want to thank you for your extraordinary service to this country before you assumed this position. I think that's one of the reasons why we've done as well recruiting, is people that are thinking about putting on the uniform of the United States have confidence in you because you've made that decision and you served this country with distinction before you ever came on this post. And leading by example is an important thing, and I want to thank you for the example you set for men and women that wear the uniform of the United States. With that, again, welcome in your first appearance, and we look forward to hearing your testimony. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to now turn to the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for any opening comments.
Thank you so much, Chairman Calvert and Ranking Member McCollum, and always to, again, my dear friend, the chairman of the committee. We've worked together for many years in producing, I believe, bipartisan appropriations bills, and it's our attempt to be able to do that this go-round as well. Thank you for holding this oversight hearing on President Trump's Department of Defense. To our witnesses, Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Caine, Ms. McDonnell, welcome to the House of Representatives, and thank you for appearing before us today. Defense is the largest portion of our discretionary budget, yet you have still not sent this committee a complete budget request. We are in mid-June, Mr. Secretary. We are marking up a defense funding bill in a few hours, and yet we have no idea what your department actually needs. We have no details as to how you want to implement your plans. We should be discussing how you plan to get our submarine programs in order, how the Black Hawk platform will be utilized into the future, and how you plan to improve our service members and their families' quality of life. It is unacceptable for us to move forward with a defense funding bill without this information, and it is regrettable that the administration has put us in this position. If we cannot complete this process on time, we risk yet another continuing resolution, which is wasteful, inefficient, and detrimental to our military readiness. Already, your methods for funding our nation's defense programs are as unwise as they are unprecedented. You backed the first full year continuing resolution for the Department of Defense. Particularly, defense has always been opposed to moving in that direction because of the uncertainty that a continuing resolution portends for defense and for the defense in reconciliation process instead of regular appropriations to fund vital programs. The appropriations process is wherein lies the power of the purse, according to the U.S. Constitution. However, this is still an essential opportunity for oversight, and the Department of Defense under your leadership is in desperate need of it. Your tenure as Secretary has been marked by endless chaos. Your first day in office, the Inspector General, whose job is to investigate waste, fraud, and abuse, was fired. Weeks later, you dismissed the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and 5 other admirals and generals. Your careless sharing of military secrets in a non-secure signal chat, which could have placed American airmen in danger, led to the firing of former National Security Advisor Waltz. You have directly fired several of your top advisors, and the ranks of civilian staff have been decimated within key agency posts, including the Defense Health Agency and the Missile Defense Agency. Mr. Secretary, of all the cabinet departments, stability at the Department of Defense is the most critical for Americans' safety and security. Going after waste in defense and an audit among contractors long overdue, as is a fresh look at defense after what we learned in Ukraine. But that requires thoughtfulness and cooperation, not rash and reckless purges of leadership and rank-and-file staff. And firings based on political loyalty are an affront to what our Constitution and our military stands for and depends on. Meanwhile, this administration has done seemingly everything possible to alienate America on the world stage and turn our back on our allies, particularly Ukraine. Our belligerent trade wars and the dismantling of our humanitarian mission all have implications for our national security. Why would anyone trust us or partner with us when we are busy undermining our allies' economies and encouraging China to fill the vacuum we are leaving by abandoning our humanitarian mission? The bags of flour that I've seen on foreign soil that say USAID, U.S. product of the United States of America, will be gone and instead will be replaced by China or Russia or Iran. Conflicts around the world that President Trump promised he would resolve overnight are only escalating. While we need to focus and prepare for threats to freedom and democracy worldwide, the Department of Defense is mired in controversy and chaos. The American people expect, deserve, and demand better from their military leadership, and the lawlessness across the government must end. This administration has unlawfully dismantled agencies and stolen funding across the government to give billionaires a tax break. America's future soldiers are learning in our public schools. Our future sailors might rely on Medicaid to see a doctor. Our future airmen and women might only have a meal to eat because of SNAP or food stamps, or they may live in subsidized housing. If tomorrow's service members are worried today about having their most basic needs met, then they are being held back from their fullest potential, and that weakens our national security. National security is not just machines and munitions. It requires a whole-of-government approach, which is why this administration must provide us an acceptable and complete budget as soon as possible so we can conduct proper oversight, and why this administration must cease the lawless stealing of appropriated funds. I thank the chair and ranking member, and I look forward to your testimony. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. We'll now begin with witness testimony. Gentlemen, without objection, your full written testimony will be placed in the record. Secretary Hegseth, we can start with you for your summary of your remarks. Secretary, you recognize.
Well, Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of President Trump's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for the Department of Defense. I'm honored to testify today alongside General Dan Caine, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Bryn McDonald, who is performing the duties of DoD's Comptroller and Chief Financial Officer. I'm also proud to represent and serve our warriors and their families. Today, as they do every day, they are keeping America safe. They're defending the homeland, they're standing up and deterring communist China, and we're working hand in glove with allies and partners to achieve peace through strength. I'd actually like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your bipartisan leadership to give our troops a big pay raise in 2025. This included an additional 10.5% raise for our junior enlisted service members, E1 to E4. Thank you also for supporting other initiatives that will improve quality of life for our warriors and their families. With a focus on our troops and their loved ones, I've directed additional actions that will further improve their quality of life. These include making historic investments in improving the living conditions in barracks and base housing, reforming the PCS process to reduce the cost and stress of moving, and improving the quality of care provided by the defense healthcare system. Now, the best part of my job is meeting and interacting with troops and their families. I hear their concerns. I know how it feels to face those challenges. I've been there recently. Each of these initiatives responds to feedback that I've received from the force, and I'll keep listening and looking for ways to improve their quality of life. Under President Trump's leadership, this budget puts America first and gives our warriors what they need. The $961.6 billion budget request, over $1 trillion for national security, will end 4 years of chronic underinvestment in our military. In the last 4 months, we've moved quickly to reverse course after 4 years of weakness and mismanagement. We've found nearly $30 billion in savings across the department, and we have reinvested those savings. We've killed wasteful programs, targeted bureaucratic excess, and redirected funding from Biden-era priorities to President Trump's priorities. We are re-optimizing the civilian workforce and repositioning resources to better support our warfighters. We're working with the Department of Homeland Security to increase border security. We've reduced China's malign influence in our hemisphere. We've defended freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. However, we still have a lot of work ahead of us to achieve peace through strength. To carry out the President's mission, we have 3 core priorities, as was mentioned: restore the warrior ethos, rebuild our military, and reestablish deterrence. First, we're restoring the warrior ethos. President Trump has charged me with focusing on warfighting, lethality, meritocracy, standards, and readiness. That's exactly what we're doing. We're focused on what's important: warfighting and warriors. We're sweeping away distractions and bloated bureaucracy. We've set standards that are high, equal, and unwavering. DEI is dead. We replaced it with a colorblind, gender-neutral, merit-based approach. Our force is responding positively, incredibly, to these changes. And thanks to President Trump, recruiting and retention is higher than it's been in decades at historic numbers. This budget provides a historic level of funding for military readiness, putting our warfighters and their needs first. Second, we're rebuilding our military. 25 years ago, our military was unchallenged, yet we squandered that advantage as China carried out an unprecedented military buildup. President Trump is correcting those mistakes. We're reviving the defense industrial base, reforming our acquisitions process, rapidly fielding emerging technologies to put the best weapons in the hands of our warfighters. This includes investment of $25 billion in the Golden Dome for America, a down payment on President Trump's priority to defend our homeland. It also commits more than $62 billion to modernize and sustain our nuclear forces. The budget allocates $3.5 billion for the F-47, the world's first 6th-generation air superiority fighter. This budget will revitalize our shipbuilding industrial base with $6 billion in funding in FY26, $47 billion in shipbuilding total. The budget increases significantly funding for autonomous systems, long-range fires, drones, and hypersonics. We will put these capabilities in the hands of our warfighters. Third, we're reestablishing deterrence. When our opponent sees our well-equipped, tough-as-nails warriors, they will decide that today is not the day to test American resolve. Credible deterrence starts at home, and it starts with securing our borders. We will achieve 100% operational control of the southern border, with crossings already dropped 99.9%. It also starts in our neighborhood in the Western Hemisphere. As you know, as we've said, the Indo-Pacific is our priority theater, and China our pacing threat. That's why I've traveled twice to the Indo-Pacific region to meet with our allies and partners, and they have responded. As we shift in that direction, President Trump looks to those allies and partners to step up, to share in the burden of their own defense. He also sees them, as I do, as force multipliers alongside the United States, and we are making progress in that. As the President has rightly pointed out, it's only fair that our allies and partners do their part. We can't want their security more than they do. So the Department of Defense is executing a common sense agenda to achieve peace through strength. The threats we face are serious, and so must our investments be. So what this budget does, it matches capabilities to threats. We must overcome decades of neglect and decline. We must fortify our position as the world's most lethal fighting force, and we must act fast. This committee is our critical partner in everything we do, and your leadership and oversight is essential. So we look forward to accomplishing these goals, to achieving peace through strength, to supporting our warriors, protecting our citizens and taxpayers together with you. May God grant us the wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Caine, you're now recognized for your remarks.
Thank you, Chair Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, other leaders, members of the committee. I'm honored here today to join Secretary Hegseth and Ms. Bryn McDonald to appear before you today to testify on the President's Fiscal Year 2026 budget. Today's hearing reflects our shared commitment to maximize efficiency, accountability, and lethality to our taxpayers' investments, ensuring that every expenditure increases the survivability of our joint force, providing our warfighters with the advanced capabilities and capacity and cutting-edge technologies required to dominate our adversaries. I have deep gratitude for everyone in this room and your commitment and cooperation to help us deliver the capability and capacity for our 2.8 million members of our joint force, the civilians that serve alongside us, and of course their families, all required to work together to deliver, as the Secretary said, peace through strength. It is my responsibility as chairman to understand the global set of conditions, advise the Secretary, and integrate our joint forces to confront and manage risks worldwide. This demands a comprehensive understanding of all domains: space, cyber, air, sea, undersea, all military services, each region, and at times our allies, partners, of course, as we consider carefully what they bring to the table, and to inform the decisions that you'll make to give us the finite taxpayer dollars required to ensure the greatest strategic impact with that investment. The President's budget enables the joint force to defend our great nation against adversaries seeking to do us harm. We are relentless in our pursuit of innovation and technology that allows us to deter our adversaries at every opportunity, while ensuring we're positioned to win on the battlefields of the future when called upon. This budget empowers the joint force to get after Secretary Hegseth's 3 pillars, as he mentioned: restoring warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and reestablishing deterrence, and ensures, from my perspective, the joint force is properly armed, globally integrated, and ready. The President's budget invests in our warfighters. To win on the battlefields of future, as I said, our forces must be properly armed with the right capabilities: lethal, modern, reliable, survivable, and at scale. Victory requires people and platforms that will overmatch the enemy day after day. Systems that will be required to operate under the harshest of conditions, and technologies that will give our warfighters the decisive edge that they deserve. This budget gives us the necessary tools to reinvigorate our national and defense industrial base. Our nation is full of incredible talent, and we need to get every bit of it moving in the same direction. This budget also helps the joint force get globally integrated. I think we're relationship entrepreneurs within the joint force, which requires us to work together with the military, our allies and partners, industry, and of course the interagency to be connected before crisis begins. Finally, the President's budget reflects our mandate to stay ready, always on the account, anticipating the next fight, not fighting the last fight, and delivering for our force and their families. Our force and our families are the last and most important part of this budget. This budget makes meaningful investments in our service members and their families, improving quality of life, housing, medical care, and the moving process. Along with our most precious asset, our people must be properly armed, integrated, and ready. I also want to highlight the service member over my right shoulder quickly, the senior enlisted advisor to the chairman who will retire after 37 years, Sergeant Major Troy Black. He didn't know I was going to say this today. So in conclusion, it's an honor every day to serve alongside some of the most extraordinary warriors, civilian teammates, and families that our nation has ever known. I assure this committee that the joint force remains committed and capable and ready to defend our nation. With your continued support and prudent investment, we'll maintain that competitive edge at scale. I want to also remember today our deployed and their families who are out there on the front edge of our nation, making sure that we're safe here in this committee room today. And I would be remiss, as I always try to remember our fallen and their families who've made the ultimate sacrifice. I thank the Congress for your support and collaboration. I thank this committee for your efforts and leadership, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I want to make sure that each member has a chance to ask questions, so everybody will have 5 minutes for the remarks and answers. Remember, when the little light comes on and it's yellow, you got 1 minute left. So I'll begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Secretary, the department recently issued a memo reducing the civilian personnel at the Office of Director of Operational Test and Evaluation by about 74% and reduced the budget by 80%. Now, everyone on this subcommittee can attest that I've been beating the drum for reductions in DoD personnel, civilian personnel, since I became a member of the committee, and that's a long time. In fact, I have a bill that would require the department to reduce civilian staff by 15% based on merit. However, I think we need to be intentional and clear-eyed about the functions that we reduce. As you know, DOT&E was established by Congress in '83 to centralize and strengthen operational testing, ensure that weapon systems are rigorously evaluated for combat effectiveness, suitability, and to address deficiencies in oversight and standardization within the Department of Defense. And there's a lot of examples of DT&E catching flaws that would have catastrophic consequences for our military, including loss of life. One example is the M2, M3 Bradley, which was designed to transport troops, provides fire support. The Army approved a system touting the armor, firepower, and mobility. However, when the independent testing was done, it was found out the aluminum armor was not a good idea and was susceptible to failure. And early versions caught fire and burned. And so obviously we made changes and rectified that, and the Bradley's been a valuable part of our military ever since. But we share the same goals to create a more efficient, leaner DoD, but with things like Golden Dome coming along, we want to make sure that the technologies we pick are going to work and that we fund them accordingly. So I understand the reduction is seeking to remove duplicative functions. We're not interested in delays, and I know that that's pretty high on your list. However, a layer of independent testing is, I think, important. In light of that, with the reduction, how will you ensure that the military services tasked with testing and evaluating their own programs will not revert to past behavior which showed they would approve systems in order to meet operational needs or budget timelines? So with that, Mr. Secretary, see if we can have an answer to that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question. And how we evaluated DOT&E was a reflection of the overall approach we take in the department, which is how efficiently do we operate? Where are the bottlenecks? We talk about the things you talk about every single day. How do we get how do we get systems, platforms, future capabilities in the hands of warfighters as quickly as possible? And so a review led by myself, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, our friends at DOJ who've worked with us, have helped us look and identify places where we might find efficiencies. Now, I work, and my hands are directly in the middle of that, to ensure that as we seek those efficiencies and reduce those redundancies, we're not doing so in a way that undermines our capabilities or safety for warfighters in the future. DOT&E, after we got rid of a lot of the really low-hanging fruit of tens of billions of contracts and things that we've reduced, that were duplicative, that were completely wasteful, that were creating PowerPoint presentations that no one was looking at, you start to look at things like DOT&E, testing and evaluation, which in a headline sounds quite significant, and it can be in many ways. But when you ask the services, you ask the joint staff, you talk to the comptroller and CAPE, and you go across the other undersecretaries, there's a universal recognition that DOT&E's mission has bloated and expanded well beyond the scope of what it was supposed to be, and as a result was expanding by months, and sometimes even more than that, the amount of time it was taking for systems to actually make it in the hands of warfighters. So you still have services in other places doing that testing and evaluation. This remains in place at a right size. So we see it as a right sizing of DOT&E. So it still provides that oversight and ensures across the joint force we're recognizing the challenges, but it doesn't add unnecessary time. So we recognize why it was created. We want it to do its job, but not more than its job. And that's what we believe it's doing by reforming it.
Well, thank you for that answer. Obviously, as we expect new systems, new technologies to come online quickly, we want to make sure this committee that we're funding it properly and make sure that you can handle the volume in which that you're anticipating, especially with a new technology like Golden Dome, which, you know, we still, as the ranking member pointed out, we still haven't seen a clear definition of what it is and what it's a strategic theater system, lower 48, Hawaii, Alaska, the rest of it, and how these layered systems are going to be put out there to defend the country and to make sure that we're not spending a lot of money unnecessarily. So testing and evaluation is going to be an important part of that. With that, I recognize Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, I plan to ask you some budget questions about the following: the cost of the Qatar plane, where the money from the Army's parade is coming from, or the National Guard deployments to the border, where that funding is coming from. I honor and celebrate the United States Army, but I'd like to know how much this parade is going to cost. I have sent the department letters on several occasions on this, and I'm still waiting for a response. But then something else happened this weekend, and it needs to be addressed. And that is the President's premature and escalatory decision to deploy not only the National Guard troops to Los Angeles, but active duty Marines as well. Mr. Secretary, we're both from Minnesota. I was in the Twin Cities during the riots that followed the murder of George Floyd. Tens of thousands of protesters took to the streets for days. Governor Walz made the decision to call up the Minnesota National Guard. At no point did we need the citizens of Minnesota request that the Marines be deployed. Our state and local law enforcement, along with our National Guard, who have worked on crowd control, they were more than enough. They were more than capable of handling this situation. History has proven that law enforcement and the National Guard are more than capable of handling situations more volatile than what happened this weekend. We all see the continuous loops on TV, but this looks nothing like the George Floyd protests or the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles in 1992. Mr. Secretary, this is a deeply unfair position to put our Marines in. Their service should be honored. It should not be exploited. The President has issued an executive order and talked about deploying troops across the country. Los Angeles County has 17,000 law enforcement personnel, and the state of California has 24,000 National Guard troops. So that's why the Los Angeles Chief of Police to say, and I quote, "The possible arrival of federal military forces in Los Angeles is absent a clear coordination, presents a significant logistical operational challenge for those of us who are charged with safeguarding the city," the end of his quote. As I mentioned before, in Minnesota, we train for those things together. So there's no need for the Marines to be deployed. So here are my budget questions, though. What is the current cost for what is taking place in California, and how is it going to affect this budget or the budget we're currently serving under? How much are these deployments going to cost for both the Marines and the National Guard? And what training or duties are not taking place because of these deployments? Where in your limited budget, sir, are you going to find, in the remainder of this fiscal year, are you going to pull the money to cover these deployments? What holes are being created?
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for the question. You are right. We are both originally from Minnesota, which is why I recall 2020 quite well, when Governor Walz abandoned a police precinct and allowed it to be burned to the ground, and also allowed 5 days of chaos to occur inside the streets of Minneapolis. The police precinct, ma'am, was abandoned and burned to the ground. And because of that, the National Guard was eventually far too late mobilized. And President Trump recognizes a situation like that, improperly handled by a governor, like it was by Governor Walz, if it gets out of control, is a bad situation for the citizens of any location. So in Los Angeles, we believe that ICE, which is a federal law enforcement agency, has the right to safely conduct operations in any state and any jurisdiction in the country, especially after 21 million illegals have crossed our border under the previous administration. ICE ought to be able to do its job, whether it's Minneapolis or Los Angeles.
I have limited time. I asked a budget
And they are
question.
being-
Could the Secretary please address the budget? Thank you.
You asked about the situation in Los Angeles, and we believe
asked about
ICE
the budget.
agents should be
I
allowed to be
asked about the
safe in
budget,
doing
sir.
their operations, and we have deployed National Guard and the Marines to protect them in the execution of their duties, because we ought to be able to enforce immigration law in this country, unlike what Governor Walz did in 2020. There are 17,000 LAPD, you mentioned that. There would be 18,000 if not for the defund movement that folks like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have
Chairman,
implemented.
If
The police
if-
chief
if,
said
Mr.
she was
Chairman,
overwhelmed,
if the Secretary's not
so we
going to
helped.
ask the budgetary questions, I will yield back my time if the Secretary refuses to answer the budgetary questions I put before him. They're important. What training missions aren't happening? Where are you pulling the money from? And how are you planning this in the moving forward? These are budget questions that affect this committee and the decisions we're going to be making in a couple of hours. If you're not going to answer them, please let the chairman know, and I will take back my time and I will yield it back to the chairman.
Mr. Secretary, I want to just let us know what accounts you're pulling the money to fund.
Thankfully, unlike the previous administration, we've got a 13% increase in our defense budget, and we will have the capability to cover down on contingencies,
Mr.
which is something the
Chairman,
National Guard and the Marine
back
plan
my
for.
time.
So we have the funding to cover down on contingencies, especially ones as important as maintaining law and order in a major American city. As far as training, all of the units on the ground have been fully trained in their capabilities of what they're executing on the ground.
Chairman asked for budgetary. If he needs to get back to the committee with the numbers, I'd appreciate it, both current and present.
Happy to submit them for the record.
Gentlemen will receive an answer to the question for the record. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, again, welcome. As I mentioned in my opening comments, I'm very concerned about retiring legacy systems. They need to be retired, no problem there, but doing it too fast and not having replacements coming online. I've got a particular concern where E3s, as my colleagues know, AWACS, there's 31 of them in the fleet, or there were. 15 have been retired since 23. They fly out of Tinker Air Force Base for the most part, which is in my district, hence my parochial, but I think legitimate interest here. Very interested in seeing, and this committee's done some important work in positioning us to acquire and field E7s. It's not a new technology. Our friends in Australia use it. Our friends in the United Kingdom use it. It's much superior to what we have. And so, again, this is one of the areas where we're concerned where we don't have the budget information from OMB we'd like. So I'm curious about what your thoughts are on the platform and replacing them. Do you have any idea about the speed and costs that you're planning to move in that particular area going forward?
Well, I appreciate the question, Mr. Chairman. And priorities and decisions are what we're in the business of on the budget side, on the capabilities side. And I think President Trump has charged us with making the big, difficult decisions after a lot of deferred maintenance and deferred decisions to ignore parochial priorities in large part and focus on what the department needs and where it needs it and when it needs it. And that means some tough calls. And there are platforms we've supported as a result, and there's some platforms and systems that we won't support going forward because the services have requested it, or we've identified those are systems and platforms that don't orient toward a future threat. I mean, we've learned a lot from what's happened in Ukraine. We've learned a lot from what China is attempting to do and the systems they're building. So if we have systems and platforms that are not survivable in the modern battlefield, or they don't give us an advantage in a future fight, we have to make the tough decisions right now. That's my job, that's the chairman's job, and it's our job to fund those new systems and make tough calls. So the E7 is an example of that. We're going to fund existing platforms that are there more robustly and make sure they're modernized. But we believe most of the ISR, or a great deal of the ISR in the future, will be space-based, and not in a scientific space-based we hope we'll get there, but in a we're funding capabilities that will surpass some of those airborne capabilities. So we're willing to continue to review things like the E7, but from our view, investments in existing systems that carry forward that capability alongside even bigger investments in space-based ISR gives us the kind of advantages we need on a future battlefield. I think
that's a fair point. I would point out, I've been on this committee a long time. I watched the U.S. Army waste $29 billion on the future combat system because it was going to be so great. And it didn't, and we wasted a ton of money. We got a platform here that works. Space is great. It's unknown. It's undeveloped. And I would just urge you to look at this pretty carefully as you make the decision. We certainly will as a committee. I don't know how much time I've got left because the clock's not running.
You're the chairman, so.
Well, I will try and be respectful to the committee and certainly respectful to our witnesses. I have one other quick question, if I may, and I think probably a lot of members have had these concerns. Look, I'm largely very much in favor of the hiring freezes and some of the things you've done personnel-wise. So this is not a criticism, but I do hear that we have certain exempt positions, like aircraft mechanics, like firefighters. We're having a problem with that. Again, Fort Sill, I got the home of the field artillery and air defense artillery as well. It's a pretty military district. Nobody's being critical, but we're having a hard time getting, these are exempt categories, those filled. Can you sort of tell me where we're at on that? Because these are mission critical people.
It's a great question, sir. It's something we're paying very close attention to. In fact, we meet on it multiple times a week. It includes shipbuilding capabilities, childcare centers. There are a lot of positions that affect our industrial base, our capabilities, or our families that we are working diligently to ensure we're getting those exceptions as quickly as possible, those waivers. But we're also trying to do right by right-sizing the civilian force, which has gotten too bloated too fast and has mostly been right-sized through voluntary separations through DRP. So I acknowledge that, and we can get you a full list of the exemptions as well to make sure you understand where we're making trade-offs.
I'd appreciate that very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back. Thanks for your courtesy.
Thanks. Gentlemen, Mr. Lauro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to focus, Mr. Secretary, my question on submarines and our national security, our military shipbuilding, and as I said specifically, submarines, critical investment for national security and for the economy of my home state of Connecticut. This is a yes or no question, Mr. Secretary. Do you agree that continued investment in the Department of Defense in submarine production is in fact critical to the United States national security and military readiness?
Very critical.
Okay, so yes, thank you, and we agree. They'll continue to be a critical asset to deter adversaries, sustain the advantage we have in undersea domain, and the Defense Department should continue to support these programs. What is the status of the Department's investments in submarine programs?
14% increase in FY26 on the Columbia, and a substantial increase in the Virginia as well. So we're ensuring a submarine industrial base that has been left behind that has been neglected is fully invested to
we
make
have
sure we're
funded the
speeding
submarine
up on
base
funding
here.
the submarines.
More than half, and you can go back to last December, but I want to move on. Do you know where our submarine production currently stands, and whether current production is sufficient to bridge the gap between current fleet size and projected need?
There is a gap, but we believe we are closing it, ma'am. Yes.
And if you can get to us the information about how, in fact, that you can close that gap, because we do not have any information or data that can substantiate what you're saying. Your department's initial budget proposal includes incremental funding for the Columbia-class submarine. Is that going to raise alarm bells across the defense industrial base by signaling a lack of commitment to the program?
No, we could not, ma'am, we could not be more committed to Columbia. The centrality in the triad, ensuring it delivers on time, it's central to the deterrent and the base of the United States. So
Do
we are
you know
very
how much
committed
of a
to that.
financial hole this will create for the defense industrial base? Will there be a financial hole for the defense industrial base in 2026?
Certainly not based on our projections. There is not a hole. We're investing in Columbia robustly.
Okay, without numbers, it's my understanding the department is planning to move $3.1 billion for the Columbia class from 2026 and spread it over 2027 and 2028. This creates a serious problem for industry in the short term and hampers shipbuilders' ability to reach an adequate production rate. Have you been in contact with Electric Boat or with Huntington Ingalls about your plans?
Almost every day, our Deputy Secretary of Defense, alongside our Secretary of the Navy, are actively engaged with all of our shipbuilders and shipyards to make sure their needs not only are being met, but their shortfalls are being addressed so that we can close that gap in real time, which has existed
So
for
that
quite
you
some time.
can really lay out for us the information which we would like to get, what this committee needs to take a look at, because I know you believe that submarines are important, as I do, but getting the specific information about where we stand, what the production rate is, what gaps there may be. We're willing to listen to all of that because, in fact, in contrast to what your earlier statement was, we have, in fact, supported mightily the submarine industrial base from this committee. That's not been neglected. Do you have a plan for making the investments necessary to ramp up submarine production to the necessary elections? I would just tell you, as part of the December continuing resolution, Congress included $5.7 billion for the department to put on contract for 2 additional Block 4 and 1 Block 5 Virginia-class submarines. The Navy advised members that these funds were required to be placed on contract by February of 2025, yet the department did not put funding for the 2 additional Block 4 boats on contract until April 30th. So do we have a plan, do you have a plan for making the necessary investments to ramp up submarine production to the necessary levels? And what is that plan?
Ma'am, first of all, I want to thank this committee for the flexibility alongside FY25 and the continued resolution.
Well, I would hope
which
you
is
would thank this committee for the
a lot of
funding
flexibility
that it
provided
had
on the
made.
submarine
We
industrial
have made a
base, and we
serious
that.
investment. So your first statement is inaccurate. We have focused squarely on submarines, and we now want to know where that is going and what your plan is for the continued advancements to meet production levels and make sure that that is an area that's covered for our national security.
Ma'am, I fully acknowledge the investment this committee has made in shipbuilding, and the challenge is our department under the previous administration squandered a lot of that by
Please,
not
I don't.
investing
I
properly.
want your plan. I've had difficulties with the prior administration, and I don't mind calling them out. What is your plan for the future? Can we get that in writing and on paper so that we know where you're going? Because we don't have anything today. We have zip, nada, and knowing where you're going. You could talk percentages, you can talk about whatever you want, but unless this committee sees dollars and cents and where you're going and what your plan is, then we may reconsider what you need to do to go forward. Give us the details.
Congresswoman, we have the details and we will provide
Then
them
let's
for you.
have them. And my hope is that we could get to it before we go to a markup within a few hours here today. I yield back my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back her time. The Dean of the House, Chairman Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, gentlemen and lady. Let me ask you about the stunning success of the Ukrainian drones of last week. Are we seeing the ushering in of a new era of warfare? The use of drones from afar. After all, these drones were smuggled into Russia, hidden for a great span of time, and then activated from 2,500 miles away. Are we prepared, both defensively and offensively? Mr. Secretary?
I'll answer that and then maybe hand it to the chairman. I would say, sir, it was a daring and very effective operation that we were not aware of in advance and reflects significant advancements in drone warfare, which we are tracking in real time inside Ukraine and taking that feedback to help us better understand how we can better produce more lethal, attritable drones, but also advance our counter-UAS systems so that we're not vulnerable to a threat and an attack like that. The chairman and I got together right after seeing that and saying, what more can we do to ensure we're prepared and our country's defensible against something like that? But I'll hand to the chairman.
Mr. Secretary, Congressman, thank you for the question. I think it goes to your more strategic question about is the way and nature that we're fighting our wars changing, sir? The answer is likely yes. Mass numbers of rounds moving back and forth with precision and autonomy are all things that are advancing in the technology trend exponentially. One of the things that I've talked with some of the leaders of this community and committee about are buying capabilities along the technology curve or ahead of it. And so I do think it was a bold move, and it represents a new and different way of fighting wars as we've seen over the past few years in that particular fight, sir.
What do we need to do to protect ourselves from a similar type raid by an adversary?
Well, sir, intelligence is critical. Human intelligence, signals intelligence, every aspect of how we get ahead, get to the left of a problem like that. And certainly our department in conjunction, interagency, are focused on that. But then it's rapidly fielding the commercially available technologies in some cases, but others proprietary, whether they're EW, whether they're microwave, whether they're kinetic, to defeat drones either individually or in swarms in multiple locations against, protecting our people, protecting our installations, protecting our critical infrastructure, protecting our bombers. And some of that speaks to Golden Dome and what we'll do there, but you also have the particulars of the immediate. Our forward deployed troops, are they properly covered by counter-UAS systems? Do we have the best systems forward deployed? And that's something we're looking at every single day. We live in a dynamic operating environment, and the chairman knows this, the deputy, our policy shop, we are focused on ensuring that this is front and center, considering how central this threat will be going forward.
Well, these are low-cost, high-tech weapons, if you will, and has been dominated by China. 90% of drones are produced by China, I'm told. What does that tell us about what we need to do here at home?
Well, sir, it's not just, first of all, making sure we're less reliant on Chinese technology in any part of the supply chain, which is something we can speak to because that's been an aggressive part of our effort at DoD. But also recognizing it's not just China. Of course, Iran invests substantially in drone capabilities. And then learning a lot from partners on our side, like the Ukrainians who have developed systems and fielding that quickly. So commercially available, attritable, that we can produce at home is important to us.
Congratulations to all three of you, and we wish you well. I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank the gentleman for the question. Real quickly, is it the press stories accurate that 40% of the long-range bombers from Russia were destroyed in that attack? Is that an accurate number?
So I'm not exactly sure what the percentage is, but I also know that I may not say that in open session. So I'll take that and get back to you through appropriate channels.
Thanks, gentlemen. Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We welcome our guests. I come from a family of combat veterans going back a long time. And my comment is the use of certain words and what they imply. When I hear warrior ethos, and I hear it a lot from you, Mr. Secretary, I'm concerned. All the soldiers in our family, all of whom fought and received medals for their combat service, call themselves soldiers. Marines are trained to kill. In terms of domestic policing, our police and our National Guard at the state level, carefully used, but also our state police are used in civil enforcement, and they are good. I don't need any reply. I just am concerned about what those words you often utter actually do in people's minds and change the language we have used since the founding of this republic. So that is a concern of mine. I wanted to go to the General and Chairman, if I could. We've heard a lot this morning about Defense Industrial Base. And this is something I ran for office on a long time ago. We have not made significant progress as a country in this regard. And the places that made things, whether they were machine tools, whether it was composite materials, were left behind. It's one of the reasons for the division in our society. So I am very interested in knowing what specifically and in which accounts, and I hope you can get this back to us within a week and a half, you are going to focus on in order to inject additional resources in the defense industrial base of this country. What will that look like? We are just successful now in helping steel to revive and some of our composite metals. 40 years ago, I wrote a title to the defense bill dealing with strategic metals. Nobody at Department of Defense cared, okay? So I'm interested in which accounts, if you could kindly get back to me on that, and when you say defense industrial base, budget-wise, in which accounts, what does that mean? All right, I don't expect you to answer it now. Can you tell me when you might get that information back to us?
Well, ma'am, you just said a week and a half, so I know the awesome humans behind me are scribbling madly to come back to that. Can I just make a quick comment? You know, I happen to be a lucky guy that served in the private sector for a while, and I ran a machine shop in Texas along with a metal finishing business. So when we talk about defense industrial base, I broaden that out to really the national industrial base. There are certain components that are made in the defense side, but as you articulate, ma'am, many others are made in the small machine shops out around this entire nation. When I talk about mobilizing our nation, I think of that national, not just defense industrial base. What do we have to do to create greater capacity all the way down the chain to include jobs at the local level for those people that build quality parts and deliver on time with shorter lead time and lower cost? And so I have great empathy for what you're talking about, and we'll get back to you just as soon as we can.
Yes, and General and Secretary, going back to the drone attack in Ukraine, a country that was invaded by the Russian dictatorship, starting in 2014. They've been at war for a decade, more than a decade. What they've done with drones is astounding. It's going to change warfare. One of my questions is, what are you doing to establish relations with Ukraine and not turn your back on them as an administration and help them win, help liberty win? This has implications way beyond the boundaries of Ukraine. Russia's got 11 time zones. I mean, this is the most important test of liberty for our NATO alliance in my lifetime, and we better help win. And that involves moving forward faster on drone technology. I'm very worried about our air bases where we have secure assets. Mr. Secretary, can we defend them today? If they were to have a similar attack?
We're certainly very focused on that, ma'am. And we're learning every day from Ukraine. I think we would need to clarify what win means. This president is committed to peace. He's committed to stopping the killing. And he was not in office when it started in 2014. There were no additional incursions in his first term. And then under the previous administration, Vladimir Putin sought to take Ukraine. We're committed. This administration's committed to peace, to stopping the killing, and we think that serves
Did you just
American
leave
interests.
Ukraine, Mr. Secretary? Did you just leave Ukraine?
Gentle lady's time's expired, but if you can get
I did
back
not leave
to
Ukraine.
us on that.
No,
that
Have
would
you
be great.
visited Ukraine?
No, ma'am.
My first trip
No.
there, sir, was 1973.
Gentle lady's
I yield
time
back.
has expired. Mr. Carter, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
For your service to our country. We're very proud of you. I'm fully supportive of the Army's outgoing modernization efforts and the recent Army Transformation Initiative that combined the Army's Future Command with TRADOC to become the Transformational and Training Command. How are you both going to create a partnership between the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology, and this new command to ensure the acquisition authorities are modernized and synchronized to achieve the maximum lethality and deterrence?
I'll take that. Maybe I'll hand it to you, Mr. Chairman, as well. We are very encouraged and supportive of the Army's transformation initiative. General George has been critical to that, as has the Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll. And together, it's been a heck of a partnership and a willingness to get at the core issues facing today's Army and ensuring it is reformed and modernized to meet the threats of the future. One of those aspects is merging those commands. And I can tell you, whether it's the warrior ethos or lethality, that is central to why we make decisions. Ensuring that we're not making decisions on behalf of bureaucrats or process, but to ensure we're getting the most lethal aspects of what we do front and forward as quickly as possible. And that involves things like Futures Command and TRADOC. And when you merge those things, you have to make sure you're getting rid of things that are redundant and pushing forward things that matter the most. But I'll defer to the chairman.
Well, I've shared that commitment completely, and I share this transformation. What do you see as the fundamental capabilities of this command must develop to ensure that we have the lethality and deterrence necessary to succeed in Indo-PACOM? That's where the
Sure.
future is.
Sir, I'll first echo the Secretary's respect and appreciation for Secretary Driscoll and General George. They are a team, and that's always great to see from a warfighter's perspective when you have such a nested combat pair, if you will, that are driving at the same set of objectives. I think there's clarity, Congressman, in the minds of both the Secretary and the Chief on the need for things like long-range fires in the Pacific. And in order to pay for those, they're making those difficult decisions down the Army Transformation Initiative in order to pay for them.
Well, when we started talking about the Futures Command, one of the things that I was hoping we would do is we would not get a project stacked up on somebody's desk and stacked that high, and when he got down to checking on that, oh, that goes to you, and it goes on top of another, on the bottom of another stack that high. And so we get delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed in certain areas of bureaucracy. I think that is dangerous for our country as we look forward in Indo-PACOM.
Yes,
And that's
sir.
why I asked the question. Another issue that's very important, the department has historically relied on outdated production techniques of energetic manufacturing, which may have remained unchanged since the Second World War. How is the department ensuring that investment in next-generation energetics manufacturing, such as AI, machine learning capabilities, and enabling and assurance of quality assurance, robotic-driven load, assembly, and pack, and automated formation processes. A prioritized and transitioned out research and development that is capable of producing these pathways. In other words, a modern way to load and turn out ammunition in the simplest terms.
We're robustly funding things like DIU, like SCO, like the Office of Strategic Capital, to ensure that commercially available options, other companies are able to compete that traditionally are not involved in procurement at the Defense Department, so that the valley of death is eliminated, and you're able to bring in actual competition and dynamic solutions. Otherwise, ammunition's a great example. It's very antiquated in many cases. We're still making rounds the way we made them after World War II. You have to project out what you want to make, send that signal to industry, and then allow innovators to enter that space so they can bring new technology and rapidly field those new technologies. Otherwise, you're stuck doing it the same way you've always done it.
Sorry, I was going to add something, but I'll hold off if you're going to roll.
If you can get a written response to the
Yes, sir.
gentleman from Texas on that. That's a concern to all of ours, is to modernize our manufacturing capability for we can get back manufacturing to the United States. Well, Mr. Cuellar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, and all three of you are welcome, and thank you for your service. I represent an area from San Antonio all the way to Laredo, the border. In San Antonio, we got Joint Base San Antonio, the largest joint base in the Department of Defense that contributes over $151 billion to the Texas economy. We support 266 mission partners. San Antonio also has the second largest cyber footprint in the nation, hosting the 16th Air Force cyber. And then, of course, the military facilities that are the best in the country also. Along with that, going down to Laredo, the largest port in the country, 9th largest in the world after 8 Chinese ports. Number 9 in the world is Laredo. And my question, Mr. Secretary, has to do with one of your plans, and ask you to, welcome you to San Antonio, let the San Antonio folks come in. It has to do with Army, U.S. Army North and U.S. Army South. I'm not going to go with their missions or critical mission, but what concerns us in San Antonio, both the Democrats and Republican members of Congress and senators, we're concerned that, in setting up a Western Hemisphere command, which I think it's a good idea, that you move it away from a place like San Antonio, where, we have the infrastructure, the personnel, the community partnerships to work with you on this. And I say this because I think your testimony has about 11,900 troops that are down there working with the Homeland, which I support. And keeping in mind what's happening with the cartels in Mexico and other places, I would ask you to, when you look at this Western Hemisphere command, that you don't move it 1,500 miles away from the border, especially in a place like San Antonio. I think we got a few Texans here that can talk about the rest of the state of Texas, and some wannabe Texans also that can talk about what the facilities we have. But I would ask you to, as you consider this, to keep the command, Western Hemisphere Command in San Antonio.
Well, sir, count me amongst some of the wannabe Texans. Tennessee's close enough.
Hey, we got no state income tax. Keep that.
It's true. I appreciate that concern. It is something that has come up multiple times in conversations with Secretary Driscoll and General George in reviewing their Army modernization plan and consolidation, with the recognition that some of those changes, when we go through a posture review and as we're looking at commands, are going to include some tough choices. Some of that includes ranks and positioning, but you still are going to have, at some level, a south and north bifurcation. The question is where that is headquartered, and we are in an ongoing review on that, of exactly where that will shake out. But I would encourage continue deliberation with Secretary Driscoll. They have been thoughtful about it and will continue to be.
And I understand that there's decisions have to be made, efficiencies and all that, but just ask you, as you look at that, if we're doing so much investment on the border,
Yeah.
and we already got the infrastructure down there in San Antonio and all the support from the other military bases across the state of Texas and the partnership, I would ask you and the Secretary to, to please, before you make a decision, go drink the water, go, feel what we have in San Antonio and the surrounding areas in Texas, to consider that instead of just making a decision by the paper on that. And certainly ask you to consider also the second largest footprint that we have at cyber there in San Antonio, and working with the top cyber university, UTSA there. And of course, the military facilities that we have, which are in the best. And certainly during the Afghanistan and Iraq war, that area was looked. So I just ask that before any decisions were made, consider making a trip to San Antonio and have your folks understand. I know some of y'all have been in Texas before, and would ask you to look at that. So with that, Mr. Secretary, and all of y'all, thank you for your service.
Well, noted, sir, and thank you for your contributions to securing the border, which has been a huge priority for President Trump. We're going to get 100% operational control, and it's because of support from folks like you. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chairman Womack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my thanks to the to our witnesses here today. Secretary Hegseth, General Caine, thank you from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of this committee for your service to our nation. Obviously, we face a number of challenges and pacing threats across the globe in all domains, and we have to ensure that the joint force is ready to fight and win our nation's wars. So let me begin with General Caine. What risks do the recent force structure changes or proposals in the Army and Marine Corps present to the joint force, given your global force integration responsibility? Can you speak to that for a minute?
Yes, sir. And I'll be mindful of the environment that we're in and speak broadly, and thank you for the question. We are having to make some difficult choices to pivot some of the combat capability that we have now to the combat capability that we need in the future. Both services, alongside the Department of the Navy and the Department of the Army, are making those changes in order to provide us with the combat capability and capacity that we need at scale to create the dilemmas that we have to deliver for the joint force and our adversaries. So at this point, we're doing the right pivots, Congressman, to make sure that we have the right depth that we need.
Secretary Hegseth, both of you understand the unique value proposition that the National Guard provides the joint force, having served. And gosh, for a long time, it was just me and Hal Rogers up here as the Guard guys. So it's good to have some company. As we're looking to be efficient with federal dollars, I always kind of believe that the Guard and the reserve component structure in general brought what I called value to the force. That I realize it's probably not at the same level of proficiency that the active duty counterparts might have, but they bring value to the force. And when we need to surge responsibly and quickly, then the Guard and Reserve are certainly at the ready to do that. My question is pretty simple. Can you both commit to ensuring that the National Guard component is resourced and equipped properly to meet not only today's operational demands, but those in the future? And I ask this question having had experience back in the day when the National Guard was more or less a reserve force, and it was only after 9/11 that we began to use the National Guard in a truly operational form. And I thought it did a lot of great things for the Guard. I thought it brought value to the force, and I worry sometimes that we may, pivot back to the time when the National Guard is relegated to more of a reserve structure rather than able to surge with our forces in a moment's need and be able to deliver combat capability and combat service support capability when needed. Can you speak to that, Secretary?
Sir, I think it's an excellent point. It does, the National Guard and Reserves bring great value, not to mention the civilian skills, the additive civilian skills that they bring. Completely recognize the shift that happened after 9/11. I was a part of that, as were many people in the Guard of our generation. I think we're entering an even another phase, especially under President Trump with his focus on the homeland, where the National Guard and Reserves become a critical component of how we secure that homeland and apply those civilian sets across the spectrum. So when you're looking at, say, the Army, for example, what we need in the active Army vis-a-vis the National Guard will not be a reflection of what we need or don't need. It will be a right sizing of where that particular application would be best used. And the National Guard is a huge component of how we see the future, sir.
General Caine.
Sir, the policy makers tell us what size our force should be. What I will commit to you, and by the way, thank you both for your service in the Guard. As a fellow Guardsman, you're legendary in those hallways. What I will commit to you is that I'll make sure that the voice of the Guard is heard at the policy level, pursuant to my job as a chairman.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Case.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Secretary, at the Shangri-La Dialogue in your speech of May 31st, you stated, and I quote, "Here in the Indo-Pacific, our futures are bound together. The prosperity and security of the Indo-Pacific are linked to those of your people." You went on to talk about the benefits from the, quote, "peace and stability that comes with a lasting and strong American presence here in the Indo-Pacific," end quote. Do you believe that the only way to achieve our contributions to peace and security and stability in the Indo-Pacific is through military strength alone?
Sir, certainly not through military strength alone, although military strength is the business that we're in. So we're building partnerships across mill to mill, whether it's the Philippines, Japan, Australia, more actively than any other part of the world, because the application of American strength is not America alone. It's by, with, and through partners who share mutual objectives. And so we are very invested in military-to-military relationships.
So you, as the Secretary of Defense, believe that we need to take a broader approach in the projection of national power, national influence than simply our military. Is that correct?
Well, sir, that's not my job. My job is the military application. So
yes, but
others will determine the broader spectrum of that, but it's always useful to have other applications of power as well.
But how others actually do that does impact your job in running our military, right? I mean, your military operations, your military presence, your mill-to-mill relationships that I agree are important, are all going to be impacted by our non-military projection of power, influence, and assistance throughout the Indo-Pacific. Is that correct?
I would just say that from my 2 recent visits to that region, meeting with many of those ministers of defense multiple times, their focus is what capabilities can we share together, interoperability and capabilities that establish deterrence, because the most important message America can still send, and they can still send, is hard power capabilities. What can we project? Where can we project it? As the chairman said, what dilemmas can we create? That's the business that we're in. And so we work with those partners that share common goals. And our militaries are working better together than they ever have. And I think that helps
appreciate your
support
focus
security.
on the military side. That's obviously directly your job. But I'm asking you to think and comment more broadly on our big picture approach to the world. This administration, for example, has proposed to reduce the State Department by $8.3 billion, the Economic Support Fund, the Development Assistance and Democracy Fund, and the Assistance for Eurasia. This administration has illegally sought to destroy the U.S. Agency for International Development, and in its budget request, reduce it significantly down to close to zero. This administration has proposed to reduce the international narcotics control and law enforcement effort by $1.2 billion. This administration has proposed to eliminate the Millennium Challenge Corporation, or not eliminate it, but reduce it by $1 billion, a significant reduction. One of our principal agencies that assists us with meeting the needs of the Indo-Pacific in the infrastructure area, and what I think you would agree are key strategic countries such as Indonesia, such as Kiribati, such as the Philippines, such as the Solomon Islands. This administration has proposed to reduce international organization contributions by 83%. This administration is not following through on commitments that we made to the freely associated states, all of which are strategically critical to this country, to expand veteran services in those three countries, Palau, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands. This administration appears to be slow walking the resurgence and expansion of the Peace Corps throughout the Indo-Pacific. Do you think that that will affect your job in the military space with your relationships with those countries?
No, sir. I would add to that list the elimination of most USAID programs, which I don't hear anything about because a lot of them were wasteful and duplicitous, and I'm glad we got rid of them.
Well, I've had those
and
conversations
as far as
with those
you mentioned
countries.
international organizations, the 83% reduction. Again, I hear nothing about that because
Have
most
you
of those
talked to those
international
countries?
organizations are not serving U.S. interests,
Mr.
and so we shouldn't
Secretary,
be
have you
funding them
talked to
if they're
those
not
countries
serving
about
U.S.
the
interests.
impact?
So I don't hear from our allies problems about that.
Well, I
because
don't think you're talking to the
those
right
were not
people.
part of their calculus
Yeah,
of American
if you
power.
talk to any one of those countries, they'll tell you that they're deeply concerned with the reduction of non-defense dollars, and it will in fact influence our presence and our contribution to your stated goal of peace and stability
I
and
think they
security
respect
in
that
the
we're
Indo-Pacific.
reducing waste on programs that aren't actually affecting
Gentleman,
change
time
on the
has
ground.
expired. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you, and to three of you, thank you. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your service. Mr. Secretary, I have two questions. First one is, and you mentioned recruitment at the beginning. During the last 4 years, we got used to just hearing how the recruitment was not doing well, and it was just the new reality. And then all of a sudden, that reality has changed. If you can comment on why that reality is, I think a lot of us know, but if you could talk to us a little bit about this new reality, which you don't hear much about in the press, about how that has changed dramatically. Question number one. Question number two is, a number of years ago, Southcom was moved from Panama to South Florida. There's a lot of reasons for that move. It was to get it because it was in close proximity with others like GIATA South, Special Operations Command South and Homestead, Joint Task Force Guantanamo, the Joint Task Force Bravo in Honduras, the U.S. Coast Guard 7th District, which is the busiest district in the entire country, but also because in South Florida you have this multicultural, multilingual community, and as you know, Southcom deals with multiple countries, 40 different languages, and so it was not just a cost savings potentially, but it was also made a lot of sense. I believe that continues to be the case. Nothing has changed. If anything, what's changed is that the Western Hemisphere has gotten a lot more dangerous. And obviously we have Iranian influence, Russian influence, Chinese influence. I'm very grateful, Mr. Secretary, I don't know how much you had to do with that, of the President's change in attitude on no longer appeasing enemies of the United States in the Southern Hemisphere, whether it's Venezuela or Cuba. But again, there goes the importance of having Southcom where it is. And I just would like your thoughts, if you've had an opportunity to look at that, because it was moved from Panama. It just wasn't in South Florida for the heck of it. It was a decision made. It was the right decision. It's proven to be the right decision. So, two questions. If you can answer them, I'd love to hear it.
Well, sir, thank you for the question about recruiting. What changed is a commander-in-chief that America's young people believe in. President Trump was elected in November, inaugurated in January, and at first I called it the Trump bump. But then it became clear that's not enough. This is a tsunami of support amongst young Americans who want to serve under a president who they know has their back, who will fund them properly, who will not use them unnecessarily, and will make sure they are part of deterrence for the country with a focus, first and foremost, on the homeland, then deterring strengths and making sure our allies step up and carry more of the burden. So you've got a historic surge in the Army, the Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, you name it, Americans are responding because the president says a new spirit. And he's right, and you can feel it in the ranks. You go out to formations, you talk to men and women on the border, they believe in what they're doing in securing that southern border. You talk to them across the world, they're enthused about this new administration and its leadership. So it's President Trump, sir. And then as far as Southcom, it is President Trump's focus on our hemisphere has in many ways reinvigorated the mission of Southcom and the recognition of securing American interests, but also pushing back Chinese malign influence. Panama is a great example of that, but across Central and South America. So Southcom is right where it is. We're grateful for the great work that they do. I've had an opportunity to spend a lot of time with them and their commander, and we work by, with, and through a lot of allies. in
Mr.
Central and
Secretary,
South
I'm a little confused. Are you telling me that the folks that are now voting with their commitment to the country are not upset that they're not able to use different pronouns? Is that not a priority for the folks that are now signing up for our military?
Well, sir, if they wanted to get a woke indoctrination, they could just go to college. Instead, they're joining the military, where we're focused on the basics. We know men are men, women are women, standards will be high, and we're getting rid of the distractions, the ideologies, the politicization that was in our ranks, so that soldiers, men and women, can do their jobs on behalf of the nation. I think that's all that American people, all the people who want to serve want, is that clarity and that support, and President Trump is giving it.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I would also add that I think having you there has made it very clear what the attitude is. And I will tell you, to me, it's really, really refreshing, and I thank you all.
I appreciate
yield
it.
back.
Thank you, sir.
Yields back. Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record an article from the New York Times entitled, "China's Chokehold on This Obscure Mineral Threatens the West Military."
Without objection.
Mr. Secretary, this article that I just referenced outlines how the Department of Defense paid an Australian firm 10 times more than it paid MP Materials, an American firm, to onshore the full ecosystem of rare earth production. MP, the largest U.S. rare earth producer, has invested $1 billion of its own capital since 2020 and employs more than 800 Americans. Yet it was undercut by an Australian firm that never even broke ground in the U.S. MP Materials is ready to install their samarium processing equipment and help the U.S. combat China's export controls. And I want to note that China produces the entire world's supply of this obscure rare earth metal that is used almost entirely in military applications because of its its use in heat resistance magnets. So my question is, in accordance with the administration's America First agenda, do you agree that subsidies should first support U.S. companies already investing, hiring, and paying taxes in the United States? And can I have your support in ensuring that the department critical mineral policies will align with this goal?
Ma'am, it's an excellent question. It's something we have been very focused on. In fact, my deputy secretary, it is his number one, is ensuring that sourcing of critical minerals, whether they're heavy or light rare earths, are sourced reliably in America first, and if not, then amongst allies. I won't reveal or talk about more than that in a setting like this, because we have reserves and we have capabilities, but at the same time, we have to aggressively work. And MP Materials, Mountain Pass, is a great example of a place where we can partner with industry. But what does China do? You know this. China undercuts the market intentionally to try to corner the market, and we have to account for that in the way that, in the things that we support.
So the answer is yes, I can have your
Yes, ma'am.
support. Thank you. I also want to turn now to the collaborative combat aircraft. I represent Las Vegas, Nevada, so we're very excited that the department will base the CCA unit at Creech Air Force Base, which is the center of excellence in uncrewed aircraft systems. And I want to make sure that the department has the resources they need to make this program a success. Last year, the Air Force had to shift $383 million to the CCA program, plussing it up by 60%. Can you assure me that your budget request will fully fund the CCA program this year?
Ma'am, it does fully fund the CCA, and we believe in the collaborative combat aircraft, the loyal wingman concept, this idea that you project power more robustly through autonomous, semi-autonomous systems that that amplify our lethal effect. So yes.
Thank you. Great. Can you give me an update on the first flight and the production decision for Increment 1, and are we on track for the flight? When will it be? And finally, when do you anticipate the production decision this fiscal year? What quantity of aircraft will we procure? How many vendors will you award? And what factors are you considering?
Bryn, feel free to chime in. You're talking about the CCA still,
Yes.
correct? My understanding is later this year on the flight.
know
but
a date?
As far as I don't know the exact date, ma'am. But Bryn, you might know.
Yes, ma'am. We can get back to you on the specific date. It should be this fiscal year. And for our budget request, it's $804 million for the collaborative combat aircraft.
Great. Thank you. How much time do I have left? I'll just, also, can you then outline what is planned for Increment 2? What type of capabilities can we expect, and what timeline in critical milestones?
We'll get back to you on that one, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you, gentlelady. And I'd just like to point out that Mountain Pass is in San Bernardino County, California. So one of the only critical mineral mines left in the United States. Hopefully that'll change soon. Mr. Joyce. Nope. Mr. Elzey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sergeant Major Troy Black, thank you for all your years of service. You've been serving this country since Ronald Reagan was president in 1988. You leave behind a distinguished career in uniform, wearing that uniform, service to your country. You have served as the senior enlisted advisor to the Commandant of the Marine Corps and now to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And I think, but what will be most missed, if you didn't know this about him, in 2010, he received the Bronze Star with a Combat V for running across several hundred yards of mine-in-placed fields to pick up a fallen Marine. You're a Marine's Marine. You will be missed. You are the pride of Louisville, Kentucky. And I'd like to say, on behalf of this committee and our nation, we're grateful, and fair winds and following seas. Secretary Hegseth and General Caine and Ms. McDonald, glad you're here. I'm personally grateful for your service to our country and for sharing your valuable time with us today. Raising you bring a non-traditional perspective to your tenure as chairman, having been a guardsman and an entrepreneur. Thank you for saying yes once again when called to serve, and also distinguished Flying Cross and 2 Bronze Stars. You didn't get that by sitting behind a desk. You were a fighter pilot's fighter pilot. You helped the plan to bring down Scuds in 2003. So thank you for your service. And Mr. Secretary, I want to salute you for your leadership and action-oriented approach at the Pentagon. You've created a sense of urgency that General Caine refers to in his testimony, and back to the issue of what we're not talking about today, and it's recruitment. Because in this family business, all volunteer force of ours, parents and their children who want to serve our country are now no longer afraid to sign up for fear of them being misused or not having their merit being rewarded appropriately. So thank you. You've also highlighted our service academies in that effort. Mr. Womack and I both serve on the boards of visitors at West Point and the Naval Academy, so thank you. I also appreciate your guidance on using commercial solutions in acquisition and on reducing the inflation that we have seen in the numbers of flag and general officers. And I think we can make the Pentagon a triangle pretty quick. There are more Navy admirals in the various systems commands than there are in the fleet. That's too many flags in D.C. and not enough at the waterfront or on the flight line. But speaking of acquisition, I want to turn to the plans of a 6th-generation fighter. General Caine, in his prepared statement, states that the F-47 will continue to ensure U.S. air dominance for decades. I'm a fervent supporter of not only F-47, but whatever the FAXX is going to turn out to be. And I want to make that clear to everyone listening. Our Navy, our Joint Force, and our future combatant commanders need the Navy's 6th-generation fighter, the FAXX. Relying only on the Air Force's 6th-generation fighter does not solve our air superiority challenge, because whether they're coming from Guam or Diego Garcia, the DIMPs are already set and the missiles are already guided. It's a non-moving target. An aircraft carrier moves its DIMPy every 30 seconds. So we can't do either of those with only the Air Force's plan by. So we either want to win or we don't, and I know we want to win. We have to do it with the FAXX. And a 3-year delay is a de facto cancellation. and a win for China, and they are watching. And don't take my word for it. They're conducting unrestricted warfare against us right now. And if you read the 36 guidelines from the 6th century, and they talk about how do you defeat an enemy, or Sun Tzu, you defeat them at home with fentanyl, by taking out our military members before they can even join, 70,000 a year. They're being successful in how they're doing unrestricted warfare, and that's exactly what they're conducting. They're also showing us their 6th-generation aircraft right now, and there's at least 3 that we know they're working on. We can't give the field to them and say 5th generation is okay for the Navy, but it's not for the Air Force. We must have both. So several well-informed, well-respected leaders shared with us the importance of having both the Air Force and the Navy 6th-generation fighters, Admiral Paparo, General Alvin, and Admiral Kilby, acting CNO. I'm not going to put you all on the spot, but I just want to make it clear. If you'd like to address it, you may. I'm just putting it that it's that important to me. So what troubles me about the Pentagon needing to be a triangle now is that one of my favorite movies is Office Space. Remember Milton? Milton down there with the swing line. We're not really sure what he did, but he sure made a lot of trouble for everybody. I think we have a lot of Miltons in the systems commands and down there in the Pentagon, maybe at Cape, who are telling you that we can't do something when we absolutely can. They need to go. So let's get rid of the Milton. Let's invest in this generational investment. I'd like to thank Chairman Calvert, Chairman Calvert, for his investment in the FAXX and the bill, and present to this subcommittee later today. So thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Okay, go Navy. Mr. Morelli, you're recognized.
Thank you, General, Chairman. I'm grateful for your service and grateful, Mr. Chairman, for the hearing today. I don't want to pile on, Mr. Secretary, and I'm brand new to this subcommittee, but I will say that in the same way we wouldn't go into battle without knowing the number of troops, our weaponry, the number of armaments, equipment, supplies, it's really almost impossible for this committee to do its job without details from the President, from the Department on a budget request. So I wonder whether or not we could get a commitment from all of you to come back before the committee when the full, the President's budget request has been delivered, so you can answer questions in detail about it.
Certainly, we'll make sure you get those details, Congressman.
Well, getting the details is important, but also being able to answer questions about those details and what they mean, I think would be helpful. So obviously, you know, this is the chairman's decision, but I would ask you to consider coming back before the committee when the President's budget request is submitted to us, so we could get your sense of the various items in it. I want to go back to a topic I think Ms. Capter raised, which is Ukraine, and I really appreciate your comment that when you referred to partners on our side like Ukraine, so I'm glad we still consider them partners on our side. Last week, the Ukraine Defense Contact Group met in Brussels. I know we did not attend, you did not attend, and I don't believe you appeared even remotely, but that was a meeting in which allies coordinated billions in aid to help Ukraine. We're talking about funding right now without a budget, without a plan to sustain U.S. support in what I consider the most serious conflict in Europe in a generation. So can you at least give us a sense, Mr. Secretary, of the presidential drawdown aid authorized through January 20th? Do you know how much has actually been delivered? Just the presidential authority that was given through January 20th when the new administration took over. Okay, and do you have a sense of the how much has actually been delivered?
I don't know the exact amount that has been delivered, but we're actively monitoring it as well as the lifespan of certain munitions, what munitions remain critical for us, critical for them, critical for allies like Israel. We're paying very close attention to the
Okay, and you can give us a detailed, thank you. Do you know whether the department or the president is prepared to ask for funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, and at what level?
It is a reduction in this budget. As you know, this administration takes a very different view of that conflict. We believe a negotiated peaceful settlement is in the best interest of both parties and our nation's interests, especially with all the competing interests around the globe. I don't think the word victory has been well defined or the path to it. And as a result, a path to peace that stops the killing and the carnage is something that President Trump is very invested in.
Well, look, I would certainly, I think I would define victory as making sure incursions, illegal incursions by the Russian Federation into Ukraine, which is a sovereign nation, would be a victory, but I'll leave that aside. I want to just touch briefly on, with the limited time I have, the President's announced $175 billion Golden Dome. It's been talked about. I know that what has been talked about, we understand that reconciliation includes a $25 billion down payment. We haven't really received much in clarity on the specifics. Can you tell me what the $25 billion will be used for?
Excuse me. There are many specifics that are not fitting for this setting. We're happy to get you at the appropriate level the specifics you request. But what we've done is we've built out the entire understanding of what the architecture would look like, ensuring it includes existing capabilities that can be fielded rapidly. As President Trump has made the case, we need this now, not conceptually in the future. You know, we had SDI under Ronald Reagan, which was a concept. We've fast forward to the ability to deliver these things, and the American people deserve that kind of protection. So multiple layers for multiple different types of threats, coordinated with sensors, both on the ground and in space at other layers. And we've got one of our best Space Force generals fully focused on that project in General Gutlein, who has a background in understanding those types of architectures. So we've pulled the program up to the Office of Secretary of Defense to make sure it's monitored on a monthly basis.
Can you tell us what the appropriations request will be for Golden Dome in the 26 fiscal year?
Well, the gentleman,
go ahead.
Bren, excuse me, Ms. McDonald, you can get back to us on that and for the record, and we would appreciate that. Mr. Fleischman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to welcome Secretary Hegseth, General Caine, and Mrs. McDonald. Thank you. This has been an outstanding hearing. Let me just say this. The world is a dangerous place. The nation is a dangerous place. Heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you officers stepping up and for doing an exemplary job. Thank you so much. As most of you know, I represent the 3rd District of Tennessee. That's the Great Oak Ridge Reservation, birthplace of the Manhattan Project. In addition to serving on this prestigious subcommittee, I'm the chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, which has the NNSA. I'm deeply involved in the recapitalization and modernization of our nation's nuclear deterrent. It will come as no surprise I have concerns about both our progress and posture. Our progress is a concern as we are recapitalizing the entire nuclear deterrent all at once. Meanwhile, Russia has recapitalized its triad minus some bombers, and China is rapidly expanding its numbers and fielding a triad. Of course, there's also North Korea and the looming prospect of a nuclear Iran. As we focus more on the Pacific, our post-Cold War posture is a concern due to the lack of in-theater non-strategic nuclear weapons. This creates a deeply worrying capability gap in the most critical theater. I'll ask my questions and ask for your answers in. First, Secretary Hegseth, given this troubling strategic threat picture, what is your outlook on the current pace and scope of nuclear recapitalization? And then, General Caine, what are your ideas to fill this non-strategic nuclear capability gap in the Pacific? Are there any ways Congress can better support the Department's efforts to meet these increasingly tight deadlines? And I'll listen to your responses. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. First, if I would just take liberty, both the chairman and I have taken up almost all the oxygen from Bren McDonald here. I would just take issue with the characterization that we have not delivered a budget and we don't have details and we're not delivering on it. She and her team have done a fantastic job of working as rapidly and as detailed as possible to deliver what we feel very confidently is a robust, detailed delivery of the President's agenda for FY26. So, Bryn, thank you for the work that you're doing and all the details and focus on that have come through. And that the nuclear triad is certainly a part of it. NC3, every single aspect of that. Sentinel with the Nunn-McCurdy breach has to, we are taking a very hard look at that while fully funding it. Columbia class, critical. B-21, which for the most part has been a success story, but needs to be continually monitored, as any major platform does, and then a SLICAMEN as well, in investing in that capability, considering the advantages we have on the submarine side. So we are fully funding, in fact, even more so in most cases, that capitalization and modernization, which we have to, considering what our adversaries are up to.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, I just echo the Secretary's comments about non-strategic nuclear weapons, SLICAMEN, and the others. I think it really, for me, centers around 4 C's that we got to do across the enterprise. Change the culture to get after it faster. That's the first one. We got to create competition across the continuum in the defense and national industrial base. We need to buy better contracts and get greater capacity. So no ads other than that, Congressman.
Thank you. So if I may, you all feel reasonably comfortable with the way that we're modernizing our triad?
Well, sir, I'm not comfortable with the way the Sentinel upgrade had been happening.
Understood.
With the recognition that it is behind and can't be. And so we're getting at dynamic ways to address that. Different alternatives. Our Deputy Secretary and his team very focused, along with Bryn. What do we fund? Why do we fund it? How do we look at new ways to do it? Because the way we've approached it so far has gotten us nowhere fast.
Thank you. By the way, I welcome you all to visit Oak Ridge at any time. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Chairman General Calvert.
That's right.
Thanks to the witnesses for being here.
Yes, okay, Private, go ahead.
The clock's still moving, Mr. Secretary, I want to express my severe concern with the deployment of the National Guard in Los Angeles without consultation of the state of California. There have been photographs that have shown these troops sleeping on the floor and have not been provided fuel, food, or water by DoD. How long will this deployment last, and why were we unprepared to provide them basic necessities such as food and water?
The commanders and troops on the field are very well prepared, sir. They responded incredibly rapidly to a deteriorating situation with equipment and capabilities. We have made sure from the top down, as a Secretary of Defense who's been in a unit holding riot shields outside the White House during the chaos of the summer of 2020, I know what it's like to be immediately deployed into a situation like that. There are moments where you make do as best you can temporarily, but we are ensuring they're housed, fed, water capabilities in real time from my office, because I care that much about the California Guard and the Marines and the men and women who are supporting our ICE agents on the ground.
You should check
It's
with your
true
office.
every day, and that's a disingenuous attack that misrepresents how much we care about our troops and
long
what
will
they're
the
doing to
deployment
defend ICE agents. I'm not going to take the fact that we don't care about the troops. Nobody cares more about the troops at the top than this Secretary and the Chairman and our
How long will
department.
the deployment last?
We stated very publicly that it's 60 days. Because we want to ensure that those rioters, looters, and thugs on the other side assaulting our police officers know that we're not going anywhere. We're here to maintain the peace on behalf of law enforcement
Secretary,
officers in Los Angeles, which
you
Gavin
answering the
Newsom
question.
won't do.
What is the estimated cost of the deployment for the Guard and the Marines to LA, and where's this funding coming from? Will it be coming from quality of life programs that affect our service members or our families? If you want to wait till I finish
Before
my
I hand it to-
question, such as updates, housing and barracks?
Before I hand it to Bryn, the insinuation that we're pulling money from housing and barracks in order to fund this is disingenuous and incorrect.
I'm just asking.
Bryn can give you the numbers, absolutely.
So the current estimated cost is $134 million, which is largely just TDY costs, travel, housing, food, et cetera.
Where's it coming from? That's the cost, but where's it coming from?
Out of their O&M accounts.
With the most recent deployment of the Marines, Mr. Secretary, what's the justification for using the military for civilian law enforcement purposes in LA? Why are you sending war fighters to cities to interact with civilians?
Every American citizen deserves to live in a community that's safe, and ICE agents need to be able to do their job. They're being attacked for doing their job, which is deporting illegal criminals. That should happen in any city, Minneapolis or Los Angeles. And if they're attacked, that's lawless, and President Trump believes in law and order. So he has every authority, and he has done mobilizing National Guard or active duty troops under U.S. code to protect federal agents in their job, which is exactly what we're doing, and we're proud to do it. We're proud to do it.
10 U.S.C. of the U.S. Code 12406 as a legal basis that the President used cites 3 examples and circumstances for the Guard. Invasion by a foreign nation, rebellion or dangerous rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, or the President is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. Which authority is triggered here to justify the use?
I don't know, you just read it yourself and people can listen themselves, but it sounds like all three to me. If you've got millions of illegals and you don't know where they're coming from, they're waving flags from foreign countries and assaulting police officers and law enforcement officers, that's the problem.
The laws of the United States?
No, the governor of California is unable to execute the laws of the United States.
The president, you said all
The
three
governor
apply.
of the California has failed to protect his people along with the mayor of Los Angeles, and so President Trump has said he will protect our agents, and our Guard and Marines are proud to do it.
The law also says, Mr. Secretary, that the orders for these purposes shall be issued through governors of the states.
You and I both know that President Trump has all the authorities necessary, and thankfully he's willing to do it on behalf of the citizens of Los Angeles, on behalf of our ICE agents, and behalf of our country.
We've also pulled $1 billion for the border as well, so this just goes into the same fund, 134. What did
Congressman,
you
what's
indicate, 134 million? I was asking Ms. McDonald.
Okay.
134 million goes on top of the billion that's been pulled for the
So
border.
the funding that was pulled for this year was largely in FSRM, and in this budget, we're actually looking to plus that funding back up to backfill that for our troops and for their families.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Valadeo.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, General. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for being here. I know a lot of things have been asked already, and since I'm the bottom of the totem pole on seniority here, all my questions get asked first, so I'll hit one that's a little closer to home for me. Secretary Hegseth, thank you for addressing the challenges military families have faced under the Global Households Good Contract. I've heard directly from my constituents about these issues, so I appreciate your I've heard directly from my constituents, so I appreciate your directive to review the contract and raise rates during peak PCS season. Can you commit to continuing to work with us to monitor the impact and make further improvements as needed?
Sir, I appreciate the question. We heard as well the worsening PCS change of station process that military members are facing, that the new attempt to reform it had failed, and we got that word quickly. And when we did that, we didn't try to excuse it away or cover it up. We immediately confronted the process. We fired the person in charge, and we said, we're going to, in this peak season, plus up the amount we reimburse so that families are reimbursed properly. And we use both systems, the legacy system and the new system, to ensure their needs are actually met. At the end of that process, we will then do a thorough reform of how it actually happens. It hasn't worked for far too long. Everybody knows it. It's about time we take a look at the process. I mean, think about the things we can deliver in real time to people in far-flung places across the country and across the world. And you can't reliably move an E4 from California to New York and ensure that the goods get there within a week. That's a failure of the United States military, and we're going to fix it.
I appreciate that. Next question, Secretary Hegseth. With rising tensions involving Russia and China, what steps is the department taking to ensure our defense industrial base can meet surge of demands across multiple theaters? Are we seeing adequate investments in munition stockpiles, logistics, and supply chain resilience, in particular when it comes to critical inputs like rare earths and other essential minerals?
I would just echo exactly what you said. It's because of the urgency of the moment, the reality of the threats we face, the threats that are joining forces in a sort of an anti-American, anti-Western bloc. Are developing capabilities that they're fielding and trying in other theaters to refine them. The munitions that we have, where we use them, how we procure them, and what we use them for, the supply chain that goes into the materials on those munitions. Unfortunately, we inherited a department that didn't pay enough attention to that seemed to think sourcing from adversaries was going to be okay in a time of contingency or crisis. We are changing that. Or content to make the same munitions we've had in the past because, well, they were made in somebody's district or they were made in somebody's state, and that's the way we always do it. We're not doing that anymore. We're making the tough calls based on the threats we face, matching it to the capabilities, and I'm happy to sit in front of every and any committee and explain why we're doing it, because it's about time. It's about time we challenge that, and that doesn't mean we don't want input. We do want input. We know why people are invested in certain programs and certain systems, but it's our job to make the tough calls, and President Trump has asked us to do that. I'm willing to make the tough calls, whether it's on personnel, systems, platforms, modernization, and partner with folks like General Caine and the Joint Staff who've been with us in every step of the way.
I appreciate that. So we got a little more time. So Secretary Hegseth, as the department looks to stay ahead of near-peer threats, will the defense budget continue to invest in hypersonic weapons and defense systems, including unmanned, high Mach, and next-gen aviation technologies?
The answer is yes. In a way, unfortunately, the previous administration did not. So if you're looking at long-range fires, autonomous systems, hypersonics are part of warfare of the long-range drones, a part of the warfare of the future. That means we're investing in them to be better than our adversaries. Not accept the fact that we have matching capabilities, but what more can we do to enhance those so we're ahead of the curve? Because when President Trump says we have the best platforms, the best systems, the best fighters, the best ships, the best vehicles, he means it, and we mean business on it, and we're going to deliver it.
All right, thank you. And I've got 30 seconds. So General Caine, if Congress had $1 extra to invest today most effectively to strengthen our deterrence posture against China, Russia, and threats in the Middle East, where should it go? 20 seconds.
Wow, I'm gonna take 19 of those, Congressman. Probably in munitions. I don't know how much we'd buy for $1, but I'd want to make sure that the joint force is properly armed at scale at the tactical edge, and the youngsters that volunteer to serve have what they need.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Joyce.
There we go. Thank you, Chairman. Secretary, everybody, I appreciate, we had to go out to other, you wouldn't believe this, but there are other hearings taking place. So I went over to bug Secretary Turner and now came back, so it's your turn. Secretary Hegseth, your April 30th memo on Army transportation and acquisition reform directs the Army to expand pre-positioned stocks of equipment to the Indo-Pacific. I expect we would need to enhance our industrial base capacity to support this effort. Can you discuss the importance of increasing pre-positioned stocks in the Indo-Pacific and how this affects the Army's resources for FY26?
It's a great question because it marries up two things that need to be linked and synced and often aren't, right? The capabilities that we have in the priority theater and where we pre-position those capabilities. So my job exists on multiple axes of that. One is working with allies and partners to make sure we have places to pre-position them, many of which we can't talk about here today, but in the event of a contingency, we can't be relying on a supply chain that reaches all the way back to the States or even to Hawaii or even to Guam. You need to recognize the pre-positioning of stocks. But then you have to have those stocks, and they have to be the relevant ones for the systems that you're deploying, and you need a defense industrial base to deliver on that, which is why we've made historic investments in munitions, focusing on priority munitions that would be applied in our priority theater, with a recognition that every munition we spend somewhere else, and I say that as someone who, very proudly, we conducted a very successful freedom of navigation campaign against the Houthis to ensure that our ships don't, and by the way, 2 of our ships transited the BAM successfully, and the ceasefire held very recently. So doesn't mean you don't expend munitions, you judiciously expend them with an understanding that you have to safeguard others for future fights and pre-positioning, and then invest in your industrial base. And I think that's why you see a budget with a 13% increase. 13% increase in a defense budget is significant and allows us to both invest in the president's priorities and fast-track munitions that we're going to need.
For a guy chairing a committee that has to cut his by 57%, I can tell you getting a plus 13 is a lucky day. Chairman Caine, our forces face growing challenges sustaining operations across contested environments, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. China is investing in capabilities designed to disrupt supply lines, access to forward operating bases, and target critical logistic nodes. What steps are you taking to strengthen contested logistics capabilities, and what investments can Congress make to ensure that you have operational resilience?
Well, Congressman, thanks for the question. You know, history tells us that the professionals talk about logistics, and that's what was the big differentiator between us and our adversaries in World War II, is really the logistics power. You know, our teammates within the Joint Force are looking carefully at this right now, and as we look at the adversaries' threat arrays that they have and our ability to defeat them and move the combat capacity that we need to through those difficult places is a key part of that. I don't have a specific number for you, but what I'll commit is, as we think through what contested logistics looks like, as we think through what forward supply points on the first and second island chain might look like, we'll stay close with the committee to make sure that we're communicating early, often, and always about what our needs are.
I certainly appreciate that, and I throw out that having a small Air Force Reserve airport in Youngstown, Ohio area.
Some great C-130Js up there,
Thank you.
Congressman. Yeah.
Appreciate
yeah.
the help on our fire department for the new inventory we got. But the old stuff we had there, you had maybe 8 planes, you were cannibalizing 3 to feed the 5 because we didn't have parts and storage and those type of things. And I think that's has played out in other areas for us as well. And we need to not only make sure we have the manufacturing industrial base, but we also have the ability to have the parts and inventory on to keep all those things online, or we have to remove them from
Yes,
service.
sir. I know General Alvin and the team at the Air Force is looking hard at that too, to make sure that we've got the right stuff on the shelf prior to that we need, not just in the C-130 community, but the other airframes within the Air Force, and frankly, the Joint Force. Parts are always going to be a driver. And I'm really encouraged by the innovation that's happening to look at things like additive manufacturing, where we get a hold of the specs from companies like Lockheed and others and can just 3D print right on the spot of the requirement.
Those have to be in any procurement you do from now on. That you
Yes,
also
sir.
get
I
access
think
to all
so,
this
sir. It's, you know, the force of the future will fix on the spot, so they'll need to be able to have the parts right there. And as we look at mission command and delegating authorities and responsibilities to our younger commanders and you know, complex command and control problems, part of that is going to be the ability to sustain our force out there at the edge.
Thank you very much, General.
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
And thinking of logistics, it made me think at, what was it, General Marshall, who went out in the 30s and met with a young lieutenant colonel, and said it's the best logistics officer I've ever met. And that was General Eisenhower. 3 years later, he was a 4-star general. So wars, logistics are important. Mr. Anderholt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks everyone for being here today, this morning. And as we wrap up the hearing today, let me say the Golden Dome Initiative represents, in my opinion, a substantial investment in our national security, and I credit this administration in pursuing this bold project, and I share your ambition for it. So thank you for moving forward on that. I want to follow up with from my colleague from New York. The President has said that he has chosen an option that will total $175 billion. Can you confirm that number, and when do you hope to make this system of systems operational?
I'll have Bryn confirm it, but our belief is that 175 is the totality, that this is the initial investment, but that a lot of the investment will eventually be in systems, some of which are already in production. We'll need to ramp up the production of them because the President has charged us with having this mission capable by the end of his term. So this is not something that's futuristic. This is not something that will happen in some distant future based on some technology we don't yet have or can't field. Our approach to Golden Dome will be making sure we can procure existing layers that can talk to each other with new layers on top, because this is a layered system, as was mentioned, to include drones as well in partnership with the services. So can you confirm that, Bryn?
Yes, sir, nothing to add, that's all accurate. And we're still planning towards what the final number is, but the $24.8 billion we're requesting this year is that down payment on the near-term capabilities that we're looking at as part of the architecture.
Okay, thank you. Let me switch over, and I'd like to get your thoughts on AUKUS partnership, not merely as a cornerstone for our Indo-Pacific defense strategy, but also as an opportunity for our defense industrial base. In fact, we've heard from a lot of Australian and UK businesses who are ready, willing, and able to move production to the U.S. given the new regulatory framework under Pillar 2. Britain and Australia set the standard for defense cooperation, bringing real capability and firepower to the fight. Can you preview how this administration intends to fund Pillar 2 efforts to develop and field joint capabilities between all three partners?
It's a great question, sir. I've spent a great deal of time with both Minister of Defense Marles from Australia, as well as Secretary of Defense Healy from the UK, to really get our arms around what would be mutually beneficial in this trilateral arrangement. So there's the recognition with Australia in Pillar 1 that they're investing in our defense industrial base. We want to provide them capabilities. We want to make sure those capabilities are part of how they use them with submarines, but also how they integrate with us as allies. In Pillar 2, we don't want to rely just on the architecture of the previous administration. We're looking at sort of the opportunity for a signature program or programs we can work on together that benefit all three, that create processes or procurement opportunities of systems we need for future fights. And we've had, in fact, as recently as last week, I spoke with Secretary Healy about that, and we're looking for those 1 or 2 signature programs. We've got a menu of options. We're at the point where we'll get to right-sizing it and determining it.
And you feel at this point that things are on track, and you're...
That's what we're monitoring, especially in Pillar 1, sir, to make sure that expectations are properly set, so that we're not missing deadlines or expectations are shifted in the wrong direction. So we're having honest conversations with our allies, like we should, with a recognition that by investing in each other in that defense industrial base, we can have a multiplying effect.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. McCollum, any closing statement?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So to Mr. Aguilar's question, and Ms. McDonald, you were helping to fill in the blanks. The money's coming from FSRM, and that's about a 25% cut to that budget to fill on what's happening on the border and now what's happening in Los Angeles. If you could get us the details of what's not going to happen in that account because of that, that would be fabulous. We might want to look and see if we prioritize things in next year's budget to make sure that they're covered. Mr. Secretary, the top line on the budget before us is $830 billion. It is not $901 billion. It's just not. That's the number we have to work with. You can talk about an increase. You've got a lot of things baked in. Hopefully that goes in reconciliation, $6 billion for revitalizing shipyards, 3.5 for F-47s, 25 for Golden Dome, but that's all in reconciliation. And we can't include that in any of our planning. And that's why we are so concerned about getting the money outbreaks in front of this committee. And I'll give you an example. The Navy, their J-books, where they break everything down, I know you're really familiar with them. We had 30 of them in front of us when we were getting ready to do our appropriation last time. We have 0 in front of us this time. So, Mr. Secretary, I believe, honestly believe you want to provide the information, but time is of the essence because this committee wants to do its best work together, both Democrats and Republicans, to make sure the women who serve in our armed forces have the equipment that they need to do the missions that they're assigned to and come home safely because we honor their service and their commitment. Get us the information. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
I thank the gentlelady, and I just make, that's where we're going to agree that we need some more detailed information. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go upstairs here and do the subcommittee mark, but then we're later this week we're going to do the full committee mark on this bill. The Senate is pushing off doing their appropriation bills in general until after reconciliation passes because they want to incorporate that. But we don't have the luxury of time. We'll just have to work out the differences we have in conference. But it's hard for us to do our job without the J-books, without the detailed information, and I know you know that. And so you might talk to your friends at OMB, and if OMB has any friends, I don't know if they do, but and see if they can get this going for us because it'd be very helpful. With that, Mr. Secretary, thank you. Chairman, thank you. And Ms. McDonald, thank you. We appreciate all of you being here today. We are adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, General.
This morning, the committee welcomes John Phelan, Secretary of the Navy, Admiral James Kilby, Acting Chief of Naval Operations, and General Eric Smith, Commandant of the Marine Corps. We're grateful for their presence here today. I want to congratulate the Navy for turning a corner. Recruiting numbers are up significantly, and the Navy is on track to meet its fiscal year 2025 recruiting goal. This is especially significant because the goal is higher than it has been in 20 years. Notably, the department has shifted focus from divisive policies such as climate change and DEI. Renewed focus on warfighting and service contributes to these recent recruiting successes. This positive momentum provides an opportunity to raise recruiting standards and attract the highest caliber of warfighters our nation requires. In fact, if these recruitment trends continue, we could end up with too few ships for our sailors. Though we're making some improvements, Navy shipbuilding remains in an abysmal condition overall. And we're going to talk about that today. The previous administration tended to scapegoat industry, but the current administration is problem solving, canceling redundant contracts and reducing bureaucratic layers. President Trump's executive orders on federal acquisition reform, drawing from proposals in the Forged Act, are streamlining procurement to maximize every defense dollar. The Forged Act would empower the Navy to buy smarter and innovate faster, and I expect to see these provisions in this year's National Defense Authorization Act. The request falls far short of what we need to protect our country, though. I must say I am deeply disappointed with the administration's fiscal year 2026 budget request for the Navy. In particular, I'm disturbed about the shipbuilding account, which plummeted to $20.8 billion from last year's $37 billion. $20.8 billion down from last year's $37 billion. This shortfall reflects efforts to game the budget in anticipation of congressional reconciliation funds, which were intended as supplemental, not a substitute. I'm alarmed that this budget request does not include the procurement of a new destroyer. For several years now, it has been the practice to request 2 destroyers per year, with Congress adding a third in the odd-numbered year. The pattern is simple: 2 ships, then 3 ships, alternating each year. This provides orders to the shipyards to get us closer to the statutorily required 355 ships, required by statute. This year, funds were meant to cover the odd year from reconciliation, additional third ships for 2027 and 2029. They were not meant to replace the regular annual 2-ship request. This budget ignores that ignores this congressional intent. Failing to include 2 destroyers in this year's budget request destabilizes industry, shows bad faith, and slows our shipbuilding efforts. Equally troubling is the omission of any Virginia-class submarine procurements. Here as well, the administration is relying on the 1 boat proposed in reconciliation. This would upend the multi-year negotiations that presume 9 boats over 5 years instead of 8. It jeopardizes industrial base recovery. Moreover, the Columbia-class program, critical for strategic deterrence, is underfunded by $4 billion. The number relies on unapproved authorities for incremental funding. The Shipbuilder Accountability and Workforce Support Initiative, SAWS, would enable 2 Virginia-class and 1 Columbia-class submarine annually. If we do SAWS, we could do 2 Virginias and 1 Columbia-class each year. Yet OMB opposes this and has created the crisis we now face. There's still time to implement SAWS, and I urge action to avoid further damage. The absence of Constellation-class frigates in the budget also raises serious questions. We'll discuss that during Q&A. Last year, we halted new procurements because of design instability. This year, the omission of 2 frigates signals severe problems with the program. I hope our witnesses clarify the frigate's future and how the Navy will sustain critical shipyard capacity in the event the program falters. Shipbuilding is not our only problem. The future of naval aviation faces significant challenges. The Navy continues to rely on the 30-year-old Super Hornet design as the mainstay of its carrier-based fleet, while capability gaps have been exacerbated with reduced F-35 orders. Compounding this, the F/A-XX sixth-generation fighter, intended to replace the aging Super Hornet, faces funding and schedule setbacks. The recent loss of 3 F/A-18s during a single deployment of the USS Truman underscores the operational strain on an aging fleet. There is $750 million proposed in the budget reconciliation to jumpstart this program. An announcement from the Navy will need to be made soon, Mr. Secretary, or we will risk further challenges to the industrial base. I recognize that the overall budgetary decisions were not made by the Navy, and I'm committed to a congressional solution to these shortfalls. The committee expects a clear plan to restore shipbuilding momentum, leverage Ford Act authorities, and ensure a fleet capable of deterring aggression in an increasingly contested world. Most members know that Senator Reid is attending a very important graduation ceremony this morning, and we congratulate him and his family. In his place, I'm delighted to recognize Senator Caine, who will make opening remarks on behalf of the Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleagues and to the witnesses, I echo many of the comments of Chairman Wicker about problems. Each of you are part of the solution, not part of the problem, and that will be our dialogue today. We meet to discuss the Navy's budget request for FY 2026, but we have yet to receive the full budget request from the administration. And this is quickly becoming the longest delayed budget submission in memory. I urge the White House to deliver it. My understanding in the FY 26 budget is the DoD will request an essentially flat budget for the Navy. Secretary Phelan, I want to ask for your assessment of the Navy's current posture and requirements for the coming year. I'm sure my colleagues will do the same. Before we discuss the current status of the Navy and Marine Corps, I want to make some comments on the deployment of Marines and National Guard to conduct law enforcement operations in Los Angeles. We have 2 SASC hearings this week. The second hearing is on CENTCOM posture, and this is the more appropriate time to make these comments. I have a lot of experience in dealing with the Guard as a former mayor and governor, and there are others on this panel who have been in that role. I have requested assistance from the National Guard. I have deployed the Virginia Guard primarily during weather emergencies and public safety instances as governor. I have visited Virginia Guard troops in combat zones in Iraq and Afghanistan and in other federal missions, such as the protection of the Capitol after January 6th. Most recently, I was with the Virginia Guard doing joint exercises with the Finnish Army as part of the State Partnership Program. The genius of the Guard is that it is a partnership between the President and the governors and Guardsmen and women. That partnership over centuries has really been the genius of the Guard. The President's decision to deploy thousands of Guardsmen and women to quell protest in Los Angeles without a request by the California governor, and in fact over the objection of the California governor, is nearly unprecedented. The last time the Guard was deployed to quell protest was in the aftermath of the Rodney King beating. That was at the request of the California governor. We are in very, very dangerous territory. I think my colleagues and I are right to be concerned about this. The American public is concerned about it. The state of California is filing litigation to challenge this misuse of power, and I suspect we'll be dealing with it in proposed amendments in the NDAA as well. Similarly, the Marines, to deploy active duty Marines to quell civilian protest is, in my view, very, very dangerous, a very dangerous precedent. And it's dangerous beyond the escalatory effects that both the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles are warning us about. If we screw up the balance of how we use
the Guard or how we use the military in the instance of civilian protests that local law enforcement can handle, we will regret that for a very, very long time. And so I encourage my colleagues and I encourage the courts, we'll grapple with this and hopefully we can establish a balance that is not easily upset. The president's not a king. The military is not a palace guard. Last thing I'll say is this: if you're watching as a citizen, you are able to peacefully assemble and petition government for redress of grievances. It's in the First Amendment to the Constitution. And it's in there for a reason. It's not just to protect individuals' rights to express themselves. It's also because of a belief that a democratic government does better when people can peacefully express dissent. Free speech, free exercise of religion, free press, the ability to peacefully assemble and petition government for redress of grievances. The founders of this country believed that made government work better than suppressing dissenting voices. Many Americans are worried now that if they express dissenting voices to policies of the administration, they're concerned that the military may be deployed against them. And they notice a disharmony between a president who would not deploy the National Guard to protect the Capitol on January 6th, despite repeated requests by the mayor of D.C. and the head of the Capitol Police, because those protesters supported the president, and a president who deploys the Guard and Marines in the absence of a request and over the objection of the mayor of Los Angeles and the governor of California. I just want to say to any of you there who believe firmly in your First Amendment right to peacefully assemble and petition government for redress of grievances, that fully inhabiting that right in a peaceful way is more important now than it's been during my lifetime. We're coming up on the commemoration of 250 years of American democracy, and it's on the shoulders of this generation to decide whether the commemoration will be a celebration or a requiem or a wake or a coronation. We need to make it a celebration, and for that we need brave and patriotic citizens who are willing to, without fear, exercise rights that were guaranteed to them from the very first days of this country. The Navy does remain the finest maritime force in the world, but it's struggled to grow and maintain the fleet, and I needn't repeat comments that Senator Wicker made. Many vessels, aircraft carriers, multiple destroyers, and frigates, and some of the air platforms are behind schedule, in particular the Virginia-class fast attack subs, Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines, which are so critical and prioritized very highly by all of you, are delayed and face budgetary challenges. And other programs in both the private and public shipyards. We are doing a shipyard industrial infrastructure optimization program, investing heavily. That's showing some improvement. We need to do more. I continue to believe that the most significant challenge we have is a workforce challenge, and I would want to ask each of you about how you're grappling with the workforce challenges. The administration recently announced a major new shipbuilding initiative in the State of the Union address. I thought that was positive, be run by the National Security Council, but I understand that this office will focus primarily on commercial shipbuilding, not Navy vessels. And given the departure of many of the staff from the NSC who are expected to staff that initiative, I'm sort of wondering what your interaction has been with the White House and how they may add value to this problem we're trying to solve. General Smith, the Marine Corps continues to pursue your multi-year force design transformation effort with a focus on the Indo-Pacific. The Marine Corps is restructuring around expeditionary concepts that can provide a more flexible amphibious force. But to achieve it, you're focusing on a number of efforts: long-range fires, enhanced air and missile defense, improved ground and amphibious combat vehicles. But we continue to grapple with the question of the sufficiency of the amphibious fleet, and I think my colleagues and I will have some questions about that today. Finally, I will note that the President has failed to nominate a new Chief of Naval Operations since he abruptly dismissed Admiral Lisa Franchetti in February without explanation. I would welcome any guidance as to when the committee might receive a nomination for that critical importance. Thank you on to the witnesses, and Mr. Chair, since I'm going to be here, when we get on the Democratic side, I'm going to be deferring and letting other Democrats ask questions before me.
Thank you, Senator Caine. I think we'll start opening remarks with Secretary Phelan and then proceed with Admiral Kilby and then General Smith. So, Mr. Secretary, you are recognized.
Microphone, please.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
There we go. Chairman Wicker, Senator Caine, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today alongside General Smith and Admiral Kilby. I'm grateful to President Trump for the trust he's placed in me to lead this department and serve as the 79th Secretary of the Navy. I'm also grateful to this committee for my confirmation and for your continued support of our Navy Marine Corps team. Senators, my North Star as Secretary is readiness. Before a dollar is spent on any capability, an exquisite platform, or infrastructure, I will always ask the following question: what is the impact to our readiness? And does it increase or does it add to it? If the answer is no, we will not spend the dollar. As stated to this committee before, I'm focused on 3 priority areas. First, strengthening shipbuilding in the maritime industrial base. Second, fostering adaptive, accountable, and innovative warfighter culture. Third, improving the health, welfare, and training of our people, our sailors, Marines, and their families. Since my confirmation 2.5 months ago, I've been on a listening and learning tour. I've traveled across the country and visited some of our allies overseas. I visited our public, private, and overseas shipyards, as well as our installations, and I've met with many of our sailors, Marines, and shipyard workers. What I've learned is this: we are still the dominant naval power, but our adversaries are closing the gap at a concerning, accelerating rate. We need to make important cultural and strategic changes in order to maintain our competitive advantage. And we need to address a culture, one riddled with bureaucratic decision-making and gold-plated requirements, that is endemic to this department. Because there is no doubt we are operating in a world that is more hostile and unpredictable. As evidenced by recent conflicts, warfare as we know it is changed dramatically. China is no longer just a pacing threat, it is our primary competitor, both economically and militarily. With their naval fleet nearing 400 ships, China's goal is not defense of its homeland only, it is the forward projection of power and influence. In the Indo-Pacific, our Navy Marine Corps team is deepening cooperation with our allies and partners to strengthen deterrence and keep open our sea lines of communication. At home, they are supporting Homeland Defense through Task Force Zapper, providing surveillance, logistics, and manpower at the southern border. And in the Red Sea, they've defeated scores of missiles and drones from Iranian-backed Houthis, helped defend our regional allies, and guaranteed access to a major artery of global trade. Our global presence sends a clear message to the world. The United States Navy and Marine Corps are prepared and ready to fight and win anytime and anywhere. However, our naval superiority is under threat. For too long, we've allowed our shipbuilding industry to erode, hollowing out the very capacity we need to maintain credible naval deterrence. That must change. Rebuilding our maritime industrial base is not just a matter of economic policy, it is a national security imperative. President Trump's executive order on restoring America's maritime dominance highlights that urgency and puts us on the right path. I've been to 10 shipyards, 7 here in the United States and 3 overseas. And I've spoken directly with shipyard leaders and hardworking tradesmen essential to our maritime operations. I now have a clear picture of our challenges and am developing a plan to fix what's broken. We do need to act with urgency, and this will take a whole-of-government approach to rebuild our capacity and expertise. We are developing a deliberate, actionable plan to restore our industrial base, but we cannot do it alone. Congress, private industry, and the Department of the Navy must work collaboratively if we are serious about ensuring our naval superiority. In closing, it is clear that our greatest asset is the extraordinary men and women who serve, our sailors and Marines. We will continue to invest in them through smarter recruitment, better training, and targeted retention efforts to retain top-tier talent. And we will prioritize quality of service initiatives to ensure that our sailors, Marines, and their families have the resources they need. Thank you. Very much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. And if you could slide your microphone over to Admiral Kilby, we will recognize him. Admiral, we're delighted to have you, and you are recognized.
Chairman Wicker, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the posture of the United States Navy. Your Navy provides our nation with sea power and sea control, needed to preserve our way of life and ensure our security and prosperity. Your oversight and funding ensure we are ready when the nation calls. I'm pleased to testify alongside Secretary Phelan, who brings needed and unique set of skills and experiences to help us accelerate the work of our Navy, and alongside my partner, General Smith, the Commandant of the Marine Corps. In the past year, our sailors have defeated hundreds of drones, missiles, and executed dozens of offensive strikes from the Mediterranean in the Red Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. They have strengthened alliances and deterred Chinese aggression in the Western Pacific, and they have supported operations on the southern border. And they have maintained an unbroken strategic deterrent with our ballistic missile submarines. In short, the Navy, integrated with the Joint Force, remains postured and ready to fight and win. We remain committed to a strong global Navy, one that is prepared to defend our homeland, deter our adversaries, and prevail in war. We are laser focused on China as our most consequential opponent while strengthening the defense of the homeland. We prioritize our operations, training, and readiness accounts to ensure our naval forces remain ready, resilient, and able to execute national tasking. The Navy and the Marine Corps preserves peace through strength, through investments in our strategic deterrence, our defense industrial base, our installations, via initiatives like the Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Program. Most importantly, we are continuing our strong commitment to our people, our sailors, our Navy families, and our civilians through pay raises and investments in quality service initiatives such as unaccompanied housing and childcare. But we are facing some challenges. First, our platforms are not as ready as they need to be. We set an ambitious goal to make 80% of our ships, submarines, and aircraft combat surge ready by 1 January 2027. To do that, we are reducing maintenance delays and improving manning, training, and modernization and sustainment. Second, the Navy has 22,950 gaps at sea. Thanks to process improvements and targeted investments, we are on plan to reduce that number significantly by the end of 2026. We are committed to attracting and developing Americans who innovate, solve hard problems, and dominate in combat. The Navy contracted over 40,000 sailors last year, the most since 2003, and we are currently on pace to exceed our recruiting goal in 2025. And third, our ordnance expenditures in the Red Sea have highlighted the strain on our munitions industrial base. The Navy is working with both our traditional primes and new entrants to close this gap, developing kinetic and non-kinetic weapons at speed and at scale. In all these efforts, consistent and predictable funding is foundational. We appreciate the continued support of this committee. In closing, I'm proud of our Navy's accomplishments in the past year, and I'm excited about the growing consensus that is powering our maritime rejuvenation. This whole of government and whole of nation effort is essential to our security and prosperity. We have work to do to ensure that we will remain the premier maritime force for another 250 years. Your leadership and support are critical to achieving this imperative. On behalf of the sailors, civilians, and families around the world of the Navy, thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Admiral. General Smith, you're recognized.
Well, good morning, Chairman Wicker, Senator Caine, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to appear before you alongside Secretary Phelan and Admiral Kilby, my shipmate, to represent your Marine Corps. I'm going to keep my comments short so I can answer your questions. First, I'd like to start by sharing the Marine Corps' top 3 priorities. First, restoring a 3.0 amphibious ready group Marine Expeditionary Unit presence. This is the Marine Corps' North Star. That simply means one Marine Expeditionary Unit constantly deployed off the East Coast, one constantly deployed off the West Coast, and one episodically deployed out of Okinawa, Japan, the FDNF, the Forward Deployed Naval Force. The Amphibious Ready Group with the Marine Expeditionary Unit embarked is the most versatile tool in the nation's arsenal. It's the Swiss Army knife of the joint force. We're working closely with our Navy partners to maximize this capability. Our second priority is accelerating force design. Force design is our journey to adapt to the changing character of war. We're in the implementation phase, fielding new capabilities and reshaping formations across the force, from our Marine Expeditionary Units and Marine Littoral Regiments to our Marine Expeditionary Forces. And finally, improving the quality of life of our Marines. Every Marine deserves a clean, safe place to lay their head down at night. They don't ask for much, but they do ask for that. This is the most consequential housing investment, Barracks 2030, in our history. And the quality of life goes beyond our barracks. We're also investing in the well-being of Marine families, because you recruit the Marine and you retain the family. Because retaining our Marines means supporting those who stand beside them. I'll close with this. Your Marines remain the most ready when the nation is least ready. It's our mantra, it's who we are, it's what we do. We're a forward-postured force, trained for combat, and built to deliver flexible, lethal options anytime, anywhere. Thank you again for the trust and support that you've placed in the Marine Corps. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much to all three of you for your testimony and for your service. Secretary Phelan, you've made it clear in your opening statement that the number of ships we presently have is inadequate, that the strength of our industrial base is inadequate and headed in the wrong direction, particularly as compared to what has been called our pacing threat, and which Admiral Kilby actually used a stronger language to describe. Admiral Kilby, you said that the Navy must be ready when the nation calls. And I think I take from your testimony, combined with that of Secretary Phelan, that if the current trend continues, we will not be ready when the nation calls, although you're doing your best with what we have. General Smith, let's talk about amphibious ship readiness, to be specific. The GAO report just last December highlighted that 16 of the 32 amphibious ships are in poor material condition. Those are the exact words, poor material condition, because of deferred maintenance, obsolete steam propulsion systems, and shortages of spare parts. You went even further, General, calling this a crisis, and instead of 16 of 32, you noted 3 months ago that only 13 of 32 ships were seaworthy as of March of this year, far below the 80% readiness rate needed to meet congressionally mandated 31-ship minimum to support 3.0 Amphib Ready Group Marine Expeditionary Unit requirements. Have I misstated anything, General Smith?
No, sir, you are correct, although I would note that Admiral Kilby is working mightily to improve that readiness.
Absolutely, and we want to work with you on that. How is okay? Thank you for the compliment, and I know y'all are shoulder to shoulder. But how is the Navy supporting readiness of the amphibious warfare fleet? And I'll let you continue the compliment, and then we'll toss it back to Admiral Kilby.
Senator, what I would say is the Optimized Fleet Response Plan, OFRP, I will not speak for Admiral Kilby, but it is the plan to get the amphib readiness fleet up to standard, get it up to its 80% readiness rate.
There's no time to waste, is there, General Smith?
No, sir.
Admiral Kilby?
Sir, just maybe a quick correction. Our goal of 80% combat surge ready is for those ships, aircraft, and submarines not in the depot availability. Right now, I will tell you that we are at 67 for aviation. That includes aircraft carriers, 67%, 72% for submarines, and 61% for crudes. The amphibious ships are below that, and I'm calling that out to focus with the two type commanders, Admiral McLean and Admiral Cahill on the East Coast.
Is the requirement below that for amphibs?
It is not.
Okay,
No, sir.
so the requirement is 80% for amphibs, too.
It is, yes, sir.
Let me be quick here and get to one other issue, and you can supplement your answer, Admiral. But General Smith, let me ask you about landing ship medium, LSMs. If you could briefly describe what they will do in getting our servicemen to the islands, and would you be supportive of a block buy of these ships?
Well, Senator, I'm always supportive of block buys because they save the American taxpayer money and they reinforce the workforce. They give them a sense that there's going to be continued work in the shipyards, and the one thing we can't lose is our workforce.
Okay, and so how valuable will they be should something happen, particularly, say, in the Indo-Pacific?
The landing ship medium is vital to us, sir. It's our inter-island connector. It's what enables us to disperse and reaggregate the force rapidly, and to do so in a nondescript manner to keep ourselves below the threshold of noticeability by the adversary to deliver lethal capabilities.
Is there an existing design which we could begin production on very quickly?
There are a couple that we're looking at, sir, but what we require is a purpose-built ship, something that can be shallow drafted, carry marine missile batteries, carry Marines, and distribute themselves across the first island chain with enough range and capability to get the job done.
And are there ships ready right now that could do that?
Sir, I would say there are not ships that are currently fully capable of executing, but there are some ships that can be used as surrogates on the way to a spiral development to a purpose-built ship.
What would be the alternative to using them right now? How many years would we have to wait for the so-called purpose-built ship?
I can't give you an exact number of years that we would have to wait, sir, but it's more than 2.
There may be some questions for the record
Sure.
on that issue. Thank you very much. Senator Caine, you are recognized.
Prior to recognizing Senator Blumenthal, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask to introduce the statement of Senator Reed prepared for today into the record.
Without objection.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Caine. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service to our nation and your being here this morning. And I want to reiterate some of the points that my colleague, Senator Caine, made. I'm deeply, deeply concerned about the use of our National Guard and our Marines, essentially in what appears to be law enforcement and crowd control. It threatens our civil rights and civil liberties, directly contrary to the doctrine of posse comitatus, which is at the core of our constitutional protections. These active duty military are being used essentially to do crowd control and to potentially use force against fellow Americans, which is exactly what the founders wanted to prevent through this doctrine, and that Congress sought to prevent through the Insurrection Act. Unfortunately, the Insurrection Act is fraught with weaknesses that, in effect, give the president unbridled power. I will introduce later today reforms to the Insurrection Act that limit the president's power with safeguards and guardrails for the purpose of protecting our constitutional rights, but also, frankly, protecting our military. And that's the main point I want to make today. I consider the use of the military in this way a risk to our national security at a time when we need more support and more credibility for the kinds of complicated and challenging tasks we ask our men and women in uniform to do. This escalatory and inflammatory use of military men and women against their fellow citizens threatens to be a stain on their honor and a blow to their support and credibility among Americans. The sight of Marines taking potential force against fellow Americans, Commandant Smith, I regard as deeply dangerous to our Marine Corps. These Marines have no training in crowd control, do they?
Senator, the Marines that have deployed do have crowd control training.
Where did they do that crowd control?
They did that at their home station at 29 Palm, sir.
You said that they're trained for combat. They're being deployed for, in effect, law enforcement, aren't they?
So they're being deployed to support law enforcement.
But the task that they are being assigned to do is not central to their mission as Marines.
Senator, I would say that all Marines are trained in crowd control, embassy reinforcement, et cetera. So this is part of their training, sir.
All Marines are trained in crowd control?
Sir, a standard Marine Expeditionary Unit before they deploy is trained, and this battalion was ready for that.
And what kinds of equipment do they have?
Sir, they have shields and batons.
And do they have the kinds of arrest powers that police would have? Do they have the kinds of authorities that are necessary for crowd control?
Sir, they do not have arrest authority. They are there to protect federal property and federal personnel.
Wouldn't you agree that there's the danger they will use the kind of lethal force that you've just described as their central mission to deliver, and that there could be injuries and deaths as a result?
Senator, I am not concerned. I have great faith in my Marines and their junior leaders and their more senior leaders to execute the lawful tasks that they're given.
I have great faith in the Marine Corps when they are assigned to do what is their central mission. I am deeply worried about the effect of the use of Marines or National Guard in a way that could inflame and incite rather than calm tensions. Marines are trained to be a lethal force, as you have said, and that is known by the people who are going to be in those streets. And I'm deeply concerned about the stain on the honor of the Marine Corps that could result, and the loss of support and credibility for exactly the kinds of increasing support for the industrial base, better living conditions, and other challenges that we have and that require more commitment, Mr. Secretary. My time has expired. Thank you.
Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, Admiral, General, welcome. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service to our country. I am deeply concerned with the health of our munitions stockpiles, including those affected by recent operations in the Red Sea. Large numbers of missiles, such as the Tomahawk land attack missile, were expended during these operations. We are expending missiles far faster than we are producing them. We have a real opportunity to make progress on this through reconciliation, but the Navy's future-based budgets must also account for increased production rates. Mr. Secretary, at your confirmation hearing, you talked about working to incentivize companies and reviewing Navy munition contracts. What have you discovered in your review of these munitions production contracts?
Senator, thank you for the question. I have yet to review munitions contracts. I have been dealing with shipbuilding and contracts for the most part. Munitions is next, but what I would say is that fully funding our munitions industrial base is critical and very important. And I have visited 2 other companies at this stage that are 3D printing different types of munitions that I think have a lot of potential. And so I think we need to make sure that we are looking at both existing and new ways of making munitions. So that will be critical to us in the future. But this is a very important thing. It's something that Admiral Kilby and the Commandant and I talk about weekly when we go through our meetings. So it is critical, and munitions is next up on the list.
Thank you. We'll have to talk when you get an update on that, please. Admiral, are there any specific actions that you think need to be taken to increase that production capacity for the munitions for the Navy?
Senator, thanks for that question. I agree with Secretary Phelan. I think we have to, expand my view of what is potential solutions for us to include vendors that aren't traditionally in this space. We do need to double down on traditional munitions like SM-6, SM-2, LRASM, conventional prompt strike when it delivers, maritime strike Tomahawk, all critical in this fight. And as you point out, we're using them at a rate we hadn't anticipated because of the Red Sea.
Are you concerned that too many of our programs rely on sole sources, and that diminishes, obviously, then competition?
I don't know if I am concerned about the lack of competition in the industrial base for munitions. I think we must do better there. Even if it is producing a missile that isn't quite as effective as the SM-6, that's better than zero missile in your magazine. So I think we've got work to do there, and I'm committed to do that work with Secretary Phelan.
Great, thank you. Mr. Secretary, I'm also deeply concerned about the delays in the Columbia-class production timeline. Since taking office, what have you discovered regarding the pervasive delays in the Columbia-class program?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. As you know, Columbia is a priority for us and for you, obviously, in the committee. I think there are a number of different issues we've come across. One is, you mentioned the topic of single source builders. We also have that in supplies, which is potentially a problem. So we do need to expand out the industrial base. I think some of it has been, I've visited both Quonset and Groton and have gone there. I think that there is issues that can be done to increase productivity much faster. And I've spoken with the CEOs of both of those companies about my visit there and what I learned. I believe that we will start to see an increase. We are trying to shift the schedule left, and there are a few different things we are trying right now.
Okay.
In addition, we have, at the direction of the Deputy Secretary of Defense, we have sent in a group to try to help them analyze workflow processes and those sorts of things as well.
Thank you. Admiral, I wanted to ask you, because of the delays we're seeing on the Columbia class, I know the Navy's been working to extend the hulls of some of the existing Ohio class. How's that going?
I think we're in a good shape. That's a good insurance policy. Obviously, we want to get Columbia out there because it has a capability beyond Ohio's, but we have the ability to extend 7 of those through an availability called a PIRA, which I believe will make sure that we maintain our strategic component from the Navy.
Great. I will have some questions for follow-up for all 3 of you gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for your visits to the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard and Bath Iron Works, particularly for the time you took to talk with the men and women on the deck plates, the people who are out there doing the work. It meant a lot to those people and meant a lot to the workforce. And the fact that you took the time to do that, I think, is exemplary. The other thing I want to note at the beginning, we always get in these hearings, there's a lot of criticism and harsh questions. I want to compliment the Navy for the performance in the Red Sea. It's the longest protracted naval battle since World War II. And the Navy has performed extraordinarily well. I've had briefings both in this committee and the Intelligence Committee about the work that's been done under very difficult circumstances. So I think that should be acknowledged in a hearing like this. I should also note that some of the workhorses in the Red Sea are DDGs, which are, I remember visiting a government facility some years ago that had a spot on the map of the whole world of all of U.S. assets, and DDGs were all over that map. They're truly the workhorse of the Navy, and that brings me to my more difficult question, which is the shipbuilding budget being cut in half in the base budget. Those of us who've been on this committee for some time remember OCO. It seems like this is son of OCO, where we're using the reconciliation to do what ought to be in the base budget. The problem with it not being in the base budget, Mr. Secretary, is the message that sends to industry in terms of planning and long-term commitments, investments. And I realize that the brooding omnipresence here is OMB, but I hope that you can advocate for the strengthening of the base budget on shipbuilding, because all the talk about building up ships and then having shipbuilding cut in half doesn't jibe. Your thoughts?
Thank you for the question, Senator King. Look, the president is committed to a strong national defense and to shipbuilding, and I do believe the OMB director is as well. My team continues to work closely with the Secretary of Defense's office and OMB in order to try to prioritize and get these programs going. I think we are moving in a good direction, and I am hopeful that we will get something out that
Well, I hope so. A wise old New Englander once said, "Your actions speak so loudly, I can't hear your words." So not being in the base budget, I think, is a real problem, both in terms of the practicality of it, but also for the message that it sends to the defense and industrial base. You talked about availability, and this is something I've been working on for some time. The average availability of Navy ships, and it varies. Amphibs are below 50%. Some, as you mentioned, are around 70%, but the average is around 50%. The average availability of Carnival Cruise Lines is 93%. If Carnival Cruise Lines had 50% of their ships offline at any given moment, they'd be out of business. And I don't think that's enough. I mean, I understand the complexity of the ships is different and all of those kinds of things, but we ought to be thinking about a much higher level of availability. Admiral, how do we get to that 80% number? Everybody talks about it, but we're not very close to it overall.
Well, a couple things, sir. One, let me just take overall, I think shorter avails with a definitized package where we can lock down planning 90 or 120 days in advance of that avail so we can order the parts and align the workforce is the key. That means we have to be disciplined to do that, and we have to do our open-ended specs where we go assess the condition of the ship early enough to inform that package.
And there's software now that can predict part failure, and there's a lot of technology involved in higher levels of availability.
Yes, sir. In fact, these open-ended specs now can be conducted. I don't have to drain a fuel oil tank. I can just use some advanced technology to go look at that tank and assess it to whether it needs to be done or not. So we've done that with the case of USS America, which is an amphibious ship. We had 191 open-ended specs that were going to be done in the avail. We pulled them far left of the avail so we can make sure we accurately predict that package.
We'll keep having these hearings, and I'm going to keep asking about availability until we really hit more like an 80% number, because that would solve a lot of our problems.
Yes, sir.
We'd have more ships in the ocean, not to mention submarines and others. Final point, directed energy. It's unclear in the budget where the directed energy money is, if it's in there. Those missiles that we're using in the Red Sea to knock down $20,000 Yemen drones cost $4 million apiece. Directed energy is an incredibly important priority. The prior administration grossly underfunded it. I hope this administration will pay attention. This is cost-effective, and it's the weapon of the future. Mr. Secretary, are you going to advocate for directed energy and see an increase in that budget?
Yes, Senator. I think it's a very important capability, and as you mentioned, it's a cost-effective one. We continue to be working very hard, and we've one system we've been testing live right now that appears to be working well, and so we continue to work on that. So
Let's get that system into the Red Sea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator King. Let me say this, Admiral Kilby. I want to request that you take some time and supplement your answer to Senator King about what happens differently in the private sector. I think the senator mentioned a cruise line. And you answered, and of course, we only have 5 minutes per senator at this hearing. But this has a lot to do with the Forged Act, which our Defense Department is already trying to implement, and much of which will be in the NDAA. But the point that private industry somehow figures out a way to be flexible enough, and whatever laws govern them allows them to be flexible enough, and we haven't been able up to this point fully to implement that sort of thing for our fleet is I think, fundamental to this hearing and what we're trying to do to address some of the statistics that we've mentioned. Will you do that, sir?
I will do that, and I will also tell you that we've had an ongoing relationship with Carnival Cruise Line. We just sent a group of folks down there to watch them do an availability in 8 hours. Cruise ship pulls in, tourists leave. 8 hours later, tourists go on board and they get underway. So we're trying to understand that better, and I'll put that in my answer to you, sir.
Please help us understand that, and we want to give you what you need to get to the sort of result that we're talking about. And thank you, and I appreciate the committee indulging me. And Senator Cotton has appeared and is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before I get to matters of bipartisan concern on things like shipbuilding and munitions, I'm compelled to respond to the unhinged partisan rants by Senator Caine and Senator Blumenthal about the riots in Los Angeles. I heard a lot of complaints about the use of the National Guard or the Marine Corps to defend federal property. Not surprisingly, a lot of attacks on Donald Trump. I don't think I heard condemnation of rioters and looters and arsonists and revolutionary anarchists that are burning down parts of Los Angeles. So let's put it in context. What's happening in Los Angeles? For 4 years under Joe Biden, we had a slow motion invasion of this country by millions of migrants, to include murderers, rapists, gang members, and other depraved savages. It wasn't just tolerated by Democrats in the Senate, it was celebrated. The American people spoke very clearly last year. They elected Donald Trump and a Republican Congress to secure the border, to enforce our immigration laws, and to deport violent, illegal aliens. That's exactly what our brave immigration authorities started doing on Friday. You have illegal aliens that were rounded up in Los Angeles that had committed heinous, violent crimes. Are we simply supposed to overlook them because they're in a democratic city or a democratic state? You can sexually assault children as an illegal alien, but if you're standing outside a Home Depot as a day laborer, immigration authorities are not supposed to arrest you and remove you from the streets to protect innocent civilians. And then what happened? Again, anarchists, revolutionaries, left-wing street militias started attacking law enforcement with bricks and cement and frozen water bottles, spitting in their faces, or much worse, setting cars on fire, looting buildings, setting buildings on fire. Under these conditions, of course, we should always want the local police to be the first line of authority, and they usually can restore order. In Los Angeles, they could not. How do we know? The Los Angeles Police Department chief told us that his forces were overwhelmed, even as he kept them on all after their shift. The next line of defense against such civil disorder is the National Guard. You would expect a responsible governor, when one of his city's police forces are overwhelmed, to call out the National Guard, but the incompetent and ideological governor of California refused to do so. So President Trump had to act. He has clear legal authority to federalize the Guard when necessary to protect innocent life and property, and especially federal officers and federal property. That's exactly what he did. Just like, for instance, in my state in 1957, when the racist Democratic governor tried to use the National Guard to prevent the desegregation of Little Rock Central High School. And President Eisenhower said, "I don't think so," and federalized the Guard to ensure the desegregation of Little Rock Central. And what did the governor of California do? Rather than recognize the error of his ways and cooperate and try to restore order in California, he began grandstanding, attacking the president, suing the federal government for using the National Guard to restore order, which again is one of its functions. Now, the third line of defense, as Senator Blumenthal referenced, is the Insurrection Act, the use of active duty troops to restore order. The president has taken a measured approach so far. He has said he doesn't think it's necessary to do so, but he will use that venerable law, which goes back nearly to the beginning of our republic, if called for, as it was, for instance, in the 1992 LA riots. Now again, we all hope that these riots are stopped, that these outlaws and renegades are arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But the president has a constitutional responsibility to protect innocent lives, to defend federal officers, and to defend federal property, which is exactly what the Marines were sent to Los Angeles to do. Not to engage in crowd control, not to engage in civilian arrests, but to protect federal property. Now, my time has expired, so I won't get to address some of the important issues that you came here to speak about, gentlemen. But I do want to express my thanks to the California Guard and to the Marines that are currently trying to perform the simple responsibility of protecting federal officers, federal property, and help the local police restore order in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Caine is next.
Well, just to respond, the issue is not, is there lawless behavior that can be controlled by local law enforcement? You either believe in a federal system or you don't, where a governor requests the National Guard or doesn't, and you either believe in a civilian military division or you don't. Now, President Trump has addressed this topic in September of 2020. Look, we have laws. We have to go by the laws. We can't move in the National Guard. I can call insurrection, but there's no reason to ever do that. Even in a Portland case, we can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor. I'll set aside all the ad hominem partisan attacks and just say this. Senator Cotton brings up the example of Little Rock. President Eisenhower, Republican president, did federalize the Guard in that instance. Why? Because it was the governor that was violating federal law. There is no suggestion that Governor Newsom is violating federal law. In fact, he said, arrest me if I'm violating the law. And yesterday, the chief border agent for the United States said, there is no cause to arrest you. You are not violating federal law. And so the right balance in this instance is to let a local official, mayor, governor, seek assistance if they need it. If the president decides more assets are needed, we wouldn't even be having this discussion if he said in federal law enforcement, FBI, DEA, federal law enforcement. We're having this discussion because the president, in an unprecedented way, without a request and over the objection of the local elected leadership, has sent in the United States military, and that is unprecedented. General Smith, I want to just compliment you. You listed 3 pillars of the area you're working on, and number 3 was quality of life. Yesterday, I was at Yorktown Naval Base, and I visited your Marine Corps Security Force Regiment to see advances they're making on Barracks 2030, and it was very, very impressive. And I told them that this is a real template for what we ought to be looking at Marine-wide and DOD-wide, and I just wanted to compliment you on that. To Secretary Phelan and Admiral Kilby, Senator Fisher has asked you about Columbia class. I was going to ask, but normally just focus on, can you talk about where we are in trying to get Virginia class production up to speed?
Yeah, I'll start, sir. We're not where we want to be, and we're not satisfied with it. We're at a 1.1 when we need to be on a 2.0 pace for us and 2.33 for the ultimate goal here with the AUKUS program.
And just the timing of that, we need to be at 2.33 kind of in the early to mid-30s if we're going to, be able to meet the commitments that we've made to the Aussies who've invested in our workforce to do that. Isn't that right?
That's correct, sir.
We have a heavy lift, 1.1 to 2.3 within 10 years.
Yes, sir. I do think there's been a bunch of investments that we've enjoyed because of your approval in the maritime industrial base and the submarine industrial base in particular that I believe will help us here. But we do need the prime contractors to deliver and sequence work and get it done and focus on productivity, just as Secretary Phelan laid out.
Let me ask you this, Admiral Kilby. There's been a lot of attention to a couple of the mishaps in the Truman Carrier Strike Group, but the group did such good work. We had a committee briefing about this last week, and I think some of the positives of the work that was done under very difficult circumstances haven't really been described. Could you share with the committee?
I certainly can, sir. Thank you. I was privileged to go out and visit that strike group returning home the day before, 2 days before she returned home, just to kind of give you a quick soundbite. That strike group defended themselves, other ships, or other countries 160 times successfully. They conducted 670 strikes into Somalia, either from the air or from the land. They conducted the largest single airstrike ever launched from a carrier with 124,000 pounds of munitions that detonated within 2 minutes of each other in Somalia. They participated in 8 named operations. They worked for 3 different combatant commanders. They did great work for our nation.
And they did not just the nation, but the world. They really did good work. I have some questions about why other allies didn't do more, but I'm glad that we did what we did. Finally, Secretary Phelan, I've been hearing good reviews of your traveling around to the shipyards, and you talked about it a little bit, but what would be some insights that you have about on the procurement side in terms of improvements that you believe you want to explore further based upon your tours thus far?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Look, I think some of it is how we contract things, how we locate things in terms of where our vendors are, in terms of proximity to shipyards. I think we have to really look at the manufacturing process of modules and what we're doing. I think in the next Virginia class, we have to really consider having HII build and EV build versus the two of them co-building. I think we need to introduce some competition back into the system. And I think one of the issues we've dealt with, particularly with Virginia, is some of these boats were first of class. Even though it looks the same, it's very different. I think we're getting over that curve and learning faster. And I think candidly, it's just, one of the things I would say, interestingly, every company I met with, every public shipyard I was at, they all bragged about their training. But when I sat down with all the workers, the one thing they said they didn't have really good was training. And so I think there are better ways to train them and get them in there and get them up to speed faster. And these are things we're all looking at.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First to all three of you, thank you for your service to our country. General Smith, I just want to touch on one item very quickly, and just, you laid out very clearly to some questioning earlier the current situation with regard to the Marines that are currently in California, that the President has identified. I believe you have approximately 2,000 of them. Is that correct, sir? We've actually got 700 Marines from 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, sir. Okay. And in their current position, do you consider them, what position are they in? Are they mobilized, or are they, what's the appropriate terminology that you would use for their current status? Sir, I would say that they are there at the SecDef's direction to NORTHCOM. It's one of our most ready battalions. They're prepared to respond to lawful orders from their chain of command. They're there to protect federal property and federal officers. Have they been called into that, into that operation yet? Sir, I would defer you to the commander of NORTHCOM for that. Okay. When they come in to do this, they have not engaged at all at this stage of the game. That is correct, sir. Okay. The only time that they would engage is if properties are, or individual other members of the armed services are being threatened. Is that accurate, sir? That is correct, sir. So they're in a defensive posture right now, but they're unavailable as a reserve force. That is correct, sir. And again, I would defer to the NORTHCOM commander for their employment. Thank you. I just want to make it clear that the purpose for them being there is not necessarily for law enforcement, but it is there to protect other members of the military or federal properties. Is that accurate? Sure, that is their mission. Which is exactly what it would be if they were in another part of the sovereignty which we would have, which would be at any embassy, any place in the world. Basically, sure. Okay, thank you. Secretary Phelan, just a thought. You're brand new in the job, more or less. I have asked, I guess, almost every time we've had one of these types of setups in front of us about a submarine called the USS Boise. And I think it's just a great example, an unfortunate example of what happens when either you don't have the budget or you don't have the facilities, but it's kind of like that parakeet that you take into a mine, and it basically suggests that maybe things aren't all right. The USS Boise was originally commissioned in 1992. It's a nuclear attack sub, and it was taken out of service in 2015. And since that time, it has been in different phases of either a dry dock or sitting at dock. Right now, the most current plan is that it will not go back into service until 2029. There's something wrong with this. Just compared to how long it takes us to build a brand new sub today, this has been sitting there now, and it's going to be 14 years of not being in service. Have you had a chance to look at that operation, or have you had a chance to look and see just what's going on there?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I know important to you. I have not on that specific one, but let me speak kind of in general about this. Our maintenance times, this all comes back to the point of urgency. We don't seem to have that sense of urgency that we need. We don't, in the manufacturing and construction and maintenance business, there's one thing, Senator King talks about Carnival Cruise Line. There's one word: schedule. If you don't hit schedule, you get killed. And we don't seem to hold the schedule. And I think there are a number of reasons why. Some of that's the supply base, some of that's green workers, some of that's not having enough workers, some of that's taking workers and shifting them to other jobs. There are a lot of things that we aren't doing that are not very smart. I went to Korea, I went to Hanwha, I went to Hyundai Heavy Industries, I went to 2 shipyards in Japan. The Japanese in 1 8-hour shift get done what we get done in 2.5 shifts. It is not because they are so much better. They are more experienced, yes, but like you speak to a welder in Japan or Korea, they spend 0 time on paperwork. I have yet to find a single shipyard where it's not between 35 and 50% of their time is filling out paperwork. These are things that need to change. We need to modernize and design. So these maintenance, as you're talking about, this is a huge problem. If you have a ship in a yard, in my opinion, for more than a year or 2 years, pretty hard to get it back in the water.
Yeah, we can't be spending 14 years trying to take it to its second life. It's just can't be done anymore.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we look forward to your suggestions about specifically how to deal with the paperwork issues, Mr. Secretary. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for years, giant defense contractors have been sneaking fine print into contracts that prevents sailors and Marines from maintaining their own equipment. These restrictions increase costs, they hurt readiness, and they make a lot of money for the contractors. During your confirmation process, Secretary Phelan, you committed to, quote, explore how to best leverage right to repair and technical data rights within acquisition contracts to enable organic repair capacity. I wrote it down. So I want to make sure that that maintains as a priority. Marines in Okinawa, Japan had to send back engines to contractors in the U.S. for repairs, a process that took months when the Marines could have done it themselves on site. But they had to do that because that is what the contract said. And when it's a ship, the United States government actually foots the bill to send the contractor out to sea. GAO found that travel costs to have a contractor complete repairs for one order on the USS Montgomery in Singapore would cost about $1.2 million. That's just for the travel costs. So Secretary Phelan, would you agree that the Navy could be using those millions of dollars to train service members on the skills they need so they could fix their own equipment rather than spending that money to fly contractors to provide tech support?
Senator, thank you for the question. I know it's very important to you. What we do makes no sense to me, okay? And so I am a huge supporter of right to repair. I went on the Ford carrier. They had 8 ovens. This is a ship that serves 15,300 meals a day. Only 2 were working.
Oh, geez.
6 were out. And I said, you've got 5,300 people on the ship. You're telling me someone can't fix an oven? We got a lot of engineers. We can, but we need to wait for the contractor to get out. I asked the question about our elevators. If an elevator go out, what happens? We've got to call Huntington. They've got to call the 4 other people. They have to come out and diagnose the problem, and then they'll fix it. It is crazy. We should be able to fix this. And my other hot button, which I know is another one of yours in this committee's, is IP and our intellectual property rights. We end up paying for a lot of things that we don't control, and we need to change that. Wow. And so contracting in general is something we're looking at very hard, and we need to really try to ensure going forward we control our IP and we have the ability to fix things, because if we're in a fight, how do we fix it then?
You have this so right. The importance not only of doing it on a day-by-day basis, but you need all of that muscle memory of how to fix things in case you're under much more adverse circumstances and don't have time to let something lie there unused while you try to fly in somebody from halfway around the world. So let me just make sure I've got you on the record here. Do you agree that the Navy needs to negotiate for comprehensive repair rights so that contractors cannot find shady ways both to insist on their ability to do the repairs, but also to keep the data that you need away from you so that you can't do it yourself?
Senator, I agree we need to have the right to repair our ships. How we specifically go about that, I need to look at and understand better. But trust me, you and I are simpatico on this.
Okay, and then I will ask you, while we're being so simpatico here, let me ask you one more. Do you support Congress passing a law that will help you negotiate repair rights at a fair and reasonable price?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I really do appreciate this. And so do 70% of voters, according to recent polling. And this is why Senator Sheehy and I are introducing the Warrior Right to Repair Act to make sure that every service follows the Army's lead of securing repair rights and requiring contractors to offer those rights at fair and reasonable prices. This is an opportunity to stand up for our sailors and Marines as well as for the taxpayers. And I look forward to working with you. I know that Senator Sheehy does as well. And we want to work with all of our colleagues to make sure that our service members have the tools they need to be able to repair their own equipment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Secretary Phelan, have you had a chance, or has your team had a chance to look at the specifics of the language of the Warren-Sheehy bill that has been referred to?
I have not, Senator.
Okay. Will you please do that and comment about the specifics on the record. It'd be very helpful to us.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and I look forward to working with my two colleagues on a workable solution, particularly since the Secretary is so supportive of that concept. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Phelan, Admiral Kilby, and General Smith for being here today and for your service to our nation. I'd like to start with a discussion on recruiting and ship manning. So, Secretary, we'll start with you. The Navy did meet its recruiting requirement in fiscal year 24, but even though it did that, we're still concerned about the top-line metrics when it comes to meeting the fleet needs. The fleet is still short roughly about 18,000 at-sea billets, and that's primarily among the junior enlisted ranks. And so, of course, we see the chronic undercrewing, fatigue, and, of course, the operational strain. So there was a GAO report in 2024 that flagged some really unusual or troubling data practices where our junior sailors are being counted in senior billets, which does inflate our readiness metrics. And I believe the report stated it was by 23%. So it does undermine transparency, and it makes it really difficult for us to do our congressional oversight. So, Secretary, what specific actions are you taking to close the manpower gap and restore the transparency in how the Navy is reporting its personnel readiness to Congress?
Thanks for the question, Senator. So I have not seen that GAO report. I will get it and come back to you with that, so I'm unaware of it. Transparency is something we are working on very hard. I've learned in my first 70 days here that if I don't ask the question and then the other 4 questions that are going to follow it, I don't get the information I need. So we need to be transparent with you. I'll ask Admiral Kilby maybe to comment on this specifically because I'm not specific around it, but I can just tell you in terms of the gaps that you mentioned, we were at about 23,000, I think 2 years ago, 20,000. We were hoping for fiscal year 25 to be at 18,000 in terms of shortage, but our recruiting numbers are up pretty significantly. I'd like to think we're going to exceed our targets this year. We've seen a pretty big pop in that, so we're optimistic that we'll beat those numbers.
Thank you, Secretary. Admiral?
I just add to what the Secretary said. We really drained our reservoir, which is called the Delayed Entry Program, DEP, to 12%. It's now at 32%. We have exceeded our goals, and we need to continue to do that. And we need to continue to do that through 26, 27, 28, because it's going to it takes 9 months to get a recruit to a ship with no training. And so we're seeing that curve start to kick in. When we testified before the hack, we were at 23,200 gaps. Today, 22,900 gaps, so trending in the right direction. But we are focused on this every day. It is this, of the 3 things I worry about, it's number 2.
Okay, we've really got to close that up, and we'll follow up with you on that. General Smith, you have consistently within the Marine Corps met your recruiting goals. Can you talk about the success of the Marine Corps and how you've achieved that?
Senator, I can, and thanks for calling that out. I'm very proud of our Marine recruiters. The way we do it is Marines don't fail. We make our mission. We give our recruiters a mission. We hold them to account for that mission. Every month, they are required to recruit 3 individuals, and when they don't make it, we give them counseling, and if they continue to not make it, we replace them. Recruiting is our lifeblood. We place our best and our brightest on recruiting duty, and we reward them with a duty station preference, promotions, and awards when they do successfully complete their recruiting mission. And it's a simple fact, we're Marines, we don't fail.
Well, thank you. We do appreciate that, and thanks for meeting those recruiting goals and inspiring those generations that are joining into the Marine Corps. So I really appreciate that. I do have it's called the SERVE Act, and it provides a pipeline for young Americans to go into our service branches, and we hope we can get that included in this year's NDAA. I do want to talk very briefly, because I'm running out of time. I want to talk about auditing, everybody's favorite topic. I love this topic. But Secretary Phelan, you pledged during your confirmation hearing to deliver a clean audit by 2028, and that is called for in our NDAA. I got my start in public service as a county auditor, so this is really exciting stuff to me. Yeah, everybody laughs, but it is. So the Marine Corps has achieved a clean audit not once, but twice. Which is very, very good. It proves really that success is possible when you have really good leadership that prioritizes it. So, General Smith, what is the Marine Corps doing differently than our other service branches that has enabled you to meet this milestone, not just that once, but twice?
Well, Senator, thanks for calling that out. I'm very proud of my Marines and the Marine Corps for passing an audit 2 years in a row. I can't speak for the other services. I can only speak for Marines. We're accountable. We started at recruit training. We started officer candidate school. You're issued a shelter half, 5 tent pins, 3 tent poles, and a guide wire. And when you leave the unit, you're expected to turn in your shelter half, 5 tent pins, 3 tent poles, and a guide wire. And if you don't turn it in, we NJP you, non-judicial punishment you, or we allow you the opportunity to replace that using your own money. But we hold people accountable, and this is American tax money, and it's not ours to tinker with.
Yeah, as a logistician, I appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, if I might, it may be over-exaggerated, but is it true that the Brits had said on your next joint training exercise, instead of sending your Marines, you send them your accountants?
I'm not going to swear to that, man. But that may have been said.
Really appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Phelan, Admiral Kilby, General Smith, thank you for being here. Secretary Phelan, I want to take the opportunity to follow up on a question I had during your nomination hearing regarding the SLCM-N, the nuclear armed sea launch cruise missile. So during your nomination hearing, you stated you hadn't been fully read into the program, so you couldn't make an informed comment on the topic. Now, having been in the job for a few months and having looked at the program, I want to make sure we're clear on the direction of the system and understand the cost-benefit analysis in fielding this weapon system. If the Navy fields the SLCM-N, it would likely require removing conventional weapons off of the Virginia-class submarines, meaning torpedoes. And there'd also be required a whole host of significant structural and procedural changes aboard the boats, which would cost time, money, and sacrificing one of our greatest advantages that we have in the Western Pacific, which is our conventional submarine capability. So, Mr. Secretary, what do you think is more likely in Indo-PACOM in the Western Pacific, a conventional or a nuclear conflict?
Thanks, Senator Kelly, for the question. I think I'm going to defer to the Admiral on this one, since he is the military expert as to how he thinks that's going to transpire. But what I would say to you as it relates to SLCM, still evaluating that, trying to evaluate candidly the entire force structure and posture, how our manned, unmanned should look like. What are the different programs we've got? I think we are seeing in real time combat changing very quickly.
Yeah, well, Mr. Secretary, I'll give you my opinion on this.
Please.
A conventional conflict is much more likely in the Western Pacific instead of a nuclear conflict. So do you think fielding a submarine with a tactical nuclear weapon capability will contribute to integrated deterrence inside the first island chain and in a Taiwan scenario?
Again, Senator, I think a lot depends on how that conflict takes place, what exactly they do, how we respond, and you could make the argument that SLCM gives the president more options. You could also argue it gives him less options.
All right, so let me transition here to Admiral Kilby. Admiral, Do you think it's more likely we have a conventional or a nuclear conflict in the Western Pacific?
I think a conventional conflict is more likely, and I hope it stays that way.
Yeah, well, thank you. Do we have another option to field a tactical nuclear weapon at sea?
I think there's multiple options. It's hard to do all options at the same time in an affordable manner.
Well, let me ask you this, Admiral. Does it seem more complex and more complex and costly to integrate SLCM-N to a Virginia-class submarine, or would maybe a simpler and less costly option being a B-61 aboard an aircraft carrier?
I haven't studied the aircraft carrier position. I don't know the cost implications to create a nuclear program on an aircraft carrier. I know
But
we had
Admiral,
that.
is it true that in the 1990s we had B-61s and B-47s and B-57s, B-43s aboard aircraft carriers?
I believe so. And also some version of nuclear weapons on our surface ships, the capability as well.
And how do you, Admiral, how do you think the Russians and Chinese would respond if we did add SLCM-N to Virginia-class subs?
Well, I think they would have to consider it. I'm actually a proponent of that if we chose to do that.
Yeah, and I am not opposed to, having a tactical nuclear option at sea. My big concern is how it affects our conventional submarine force. We've got a significant overmatch with the Chinese, and this is kind of hard for me to say as a naval aviator that, our submarine force is probably our biggest overmatch. I'd like to think our airplanes are, but it's pretty clear to me our conventional submarine force is the overmatch that we currently need. And integrating SLCM-N to a Virginia-class submarine is incredibly complex. It's going to be costly, and I think it's going to cost us in our ability to, execute undersea conventional warfare against the Chinese or any adversary. And there are other options. B-61 was deployed aboard the aircraft carrier that I served on, and many others. And my sense is, I haven't studied it either, but my sense is, F-18s can carry B-61s, getting them aboard an aircraft carrier, if that's what we really want and need for deterrence, we could probably do that at a much reduced cost, and at the same time preserve the conventional submarine force that we have today. Thank you, Admiral.
Thank you very much. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Secretary, you don't have a lot of experience working with this committee, so I'd like to start with some basics. What does Article 1, Section 8, Clause 13 of the Constitution say?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me, Senator?
It grants the Congress the power to, quote, provide and maintain a Navy. And Clause 12 grants Congress the power to raise an army. Do you know why the Founding Fathers had a difference between our constitutional responsibilities? It's a big difference. Raise an army, provide and maintain a Navy. Do you know why?
I think I do, Senator, but why don't you give me the history lesson you seem to want to do today?
Why don't you answer my question, Mr. Secretary? Do you want to answer the question?
I don't.
Well, okay. It gives the Congress a longer-term view of building ships, developing infrastructure, supporting a much more permanent naval force than with the Army. Do you know which section of the Constitution mentions the Secretary of the Navy?
I do not, Senator. Why don't you go ahead and
Not
educate
mentioned
me
in this.
again?
It's not
Thank
mentioned
you.
in the Constitution. Let me provide a hypothetical. Congress passes a law. I've had many hearings on it. President signs it. Your experts come to you, say it's not one of your top priorities. What is your obligation to the law, Constitution, this body with regard to the law?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Senator?
Congress passes a law. President signs it. Your experts come to you and say, what that law mandates is not one of our top priorities. What is your obligation to the law, Constitution, in this body with regard to that hypothetical?
I'm not sure what this is accomplishing, Senator, but at the end of the day, I follow the laws as
Good.
they're given to
Let me
me. How
provide
about
a
that?
real-world example.
Please do.
In that regard.
How
We had
about we
hearings-
talk
we had-
about our
we had-
call yesterday?
We
You
had
wanna talk about that?
hearings, to get to 31 amphibs in the law. Navy didn't like it, SecNav didn't like it, the Marines did like it. We passed that, requiring 31 amphibs. The law actually says the naval combat forces of the Navy shall include not less than 11 operational aircraft carriers, not less than 31 operational amphibious warships, of which not less than 10 shall be amphibious assault ships. Secretary of the Navy came here 2 years ago, and his shipbuilding plan, he didn't hit 31 amphibs at all. How do you think this committee responded to that?
Sure, they didn't like it.
We didn't like it. Senator Caine and I put forward legislation that actually said the next year in the NDAA, very bipartisan, if the Navy doesn't hit its 30-year shipbuilding plan that maintains 31 amphibs, that we would sequester half of the Navy's budget. So do you think, and this is for all the gentlemen at the table, are we hitting 31 amphibs right now? Admiral, under the law?
I believe we are.
So my understanding is 3 of the 32 are not mission capable, 14 are out of reporting and in shipyards. So are we hitting 31 amphibs with those amphibs out of commission essentially?
By the letter of the law, we are. In intent, we're not.
Are those operational amphibious warships? That's the letter of the law.
When they come out of maintenance, they will be.
But 14 are in maintenance. So you think we're hitting that law right now?
Yes, sir.
General, do you think we're hitting that law? Let me give you one. One of the ships on that list is the USS Tortuga. That's it hasn't deployed since 2013. The Navy's counting that as meeting the law. Do you think that meets you were very involved in that 31 amphib law. Do you think that meets the letter of the law?
Senator, I can't speak to what meets the letter and intent of the law. I only can speak to the requirement of a 3.0 amphibious ready group presence, one in RMU off the East Coast, one off the West Coast, and a 31st.
Are
Marine
we close
Expeditionary
to that
Unit.
right now?
Sir, we're not.
Okay. What are the combatant commanders saying they want? 3.0 or higher?
The combatant commanders are asking for 5.5, and I would note that that is unobtainium.
And we're not even at 3.0, and that's a requirement you think we need?
I believe as the amphibious requirements officer, 3.0 is the requirement. Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, when you went through your confirmation hearing, I highlighted a GAO report, had 4 recommendations, talked about the amphibious fleet readiness, which was in a state of disaster. Are you familiar with these 4 recommendations? Have you implemented any of them? And maybe you can get back to this committee with each of those recommendations and what you're doing to implement them from the GAO on getting our amphib fleet back in readiness.
Take that for the record and come back to you, Senator.
Finally, General, what happens if we don't have 3.0 MU toe-to-toe capability?
Senator, it increases risk for the combatant commander. That means there's not a Marine Expeditionary Unit off the coast of Africa should an embassy need to be evacuated or should Houthis need to be struck. It means there's not a Marine Expeditionary Unit prepared to go in the teeth of the PRC or prepared to operate in the Southcom AOR.
And are the Marines ready to be 3.0?
We are. So we have the capacity and the capability.
But the Navy isn't.
The amphib readiness rate is currently doesn't meet the 3.0 requirement.
Admiral, do you know when we're going to get to that?
I can tell you what we're at, 41%, and I want to get to 80%. I don't have an exact date when we're going to get there, but it has my full attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Senator Rosen.
Well, thank you, Chairman Wicker, for holding the hearing. I'd like to thank Secretary Phelan, Admiral Kilby, and General Smith for testifying today. And Admiral and General, thank you for your service to our nation. We appreciate it. I want to talk a little bit about Naval Air Station Phelan and modernization. So Secretary Phelan, as you know, the Nevada delegation has worked closely with the Navy, federal agencies, tribal governments, and local stakeholders. We've worked with them for years to secure the Phelan Range Training Complex modernization in the FY23 NDAA, expanding the range by over 600,000 acres to meet critical national security training needs. Now that the Navy's moving forward with modernization, I again want to underscore the importance of fully meeting the legal requirement that grazing permit holders who will no longer be able to use this land receive full and complete compensation for their lifetime losses. They will never use this land in Nevada again. Unfortunately, the initial payment offers the ranchers on the B-16 range. They've fallen well below expectations and estimated value. Appraisals must consider not only land value, but also FSA loans, groundwater access, and the lifetime worth of the lost business itself. So, Secretary Phelan, thank you for your prior commitment to meet with me regarding the issue. I know our respective teams are working to schedule that as soon as possible. However, during your confirmation, you also committed to meeting with me and my team and some of the impacted stakeholders. So, Churchill County and grazing permittees on the B-16 range, we need to meet with them. Will you commit to scheduling this meeting? I have a few others, so will you commit to scheduling this meeting with me and them as soon as possible?
Thanks, Senator. Appreciate the question. Yes, as I know we have an upcoming office call later this month, and I'm committed to visiting Phelan myself personally to see the operations and see local stakeholders.
So continuing on this, I want to reiterate that in your negotiations with impacted permittees, their grazing losses should be treated as a complete loss, not a buyout. This means, for example, valuing heads of cattle at full market value over time. My understanding is that the Navy's calculations continue to fall short of this. Will you commit to sharing with my team the specific calculation you're using to determine this value over time so we can discuss it?
Senator, I will look into these specifics and try to understand them better and come back to you with an answer.
Thank you. Does the Navy have the expertise needed to make this kind of determination and offer? Because it's critically important the permittees are made whole, and if your team does not have the tools and expertise to do this, or I don't hear back from you to work with us, Congress will need to look at providing you with additional guidance so that we can finally get this right. So do you have the expertise to make this kind of determination and offer to our cattle ranchers?
I believe we do, Senator, but I will confirm that.
Thank you. I'm going to stay on Phelan because it's so critical to our nation's security, safety, and of course really important to us in Nevada. So the remoteness of Naval Air Station Phelan, it's a major asset. Provides the range space that we need to ensure the fleet is deployable and operationally ready. The base has been designated as a remote duty installation since 1989 with the quality of life challenges that come along with that. NAS Phelan is the only Navy base in the continental United States designated as a critical housing area with housing in very short supply. So the vast majority of those stationed at Phelan live either in Reno or Carson City, which are each maybe an hour or over an hour away. The Navy anticipates entering into a public-private venture to build 172 new homes at Phelan, but more infrastructure is required to support them, enlarging the existing wastewater treatment plant, for example. So, Mr. Secretary, can you provide us an update on the status of that housing project, including timelines for supporting the infrastructure improvements such as building larger wastewater treatment plants?
Senator, I'll have to take that one for the record and get back to you.
We just want to be sure as you do that we want to be sure the Navy's planning to keep pace with infrastructure requirements such as housing, childcare, medical, and others as we support the growth of NAS Phelan. Quickly, I want to talk about the Phelan Range flooding because the Sheckler Reservoir outside of Phelan experienced more frequent overflows in the past decade, causing flooding to Phelan's B-16 range. It renders it inoperable for ground combat training. It's serious. The Bureau of Reclamation owns the reservoir. Its infrastructure and water flow impact the Navy, all while the Navy's investing millions into range modernization. So we have to work together. You have to work together with us and the Bureau of Reclamation to route the water around B-16 so that no longer floods the range. We need that range to keep us safe. It halts training. It risks flooding. Can you commit to us to working with the Bureau of Reclamation, my office, and obviously the Navy to get around this issue of flooding of the B-16 range?
Thanks for the question, Senator Phelan's obviously a critical range for us, and I'll commit to working with you to try to get this problem resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Rosen. Senator Scott.
First, I want to thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your service. I also want to thank President Trump for doing everything he can to create some stability in California. It's really, I want to thank him for calling up the California National Guard and for having the Marines ready. It's disappointing that the governor of California and the mayor of Los Angeles is not as focused on the security of the citizens as our president is. Secretary Phelan, thank you for being here. During your confirmation hearing, you'll probably remember I showed you a picture of a rusty ship pulling into shore as an example of the ways the Navy has fallen behind during the Biden's term. I know you've made this a priority to get this fixed. I want to thank you for everything you're doing. Can you, well, let me give you some more facts. In the last 5 years, the Navy has taken delivery of 41 ships. Only 4 were delivered on time and on budget. So 4 were delivered on time and on budget. That's like under 10%. So you're a business guy. Both of us, if we had a 10% success rate, we wouldn't have been in business very long, and we wouldn't accept that from anybody that ever worked for us. So for Secretary Phelan and Admiral Kilby, can you give us, like, what are your top 3 things, each of you, that's going to improve the accountability of our shipbuilding? Whoever wants to go first.
Hey, sir, thanks for the question. One, I think the top 3 things we need to do is get the workforce right and stable. I agree with Secretary Phelan that we need an experienced workforce. We're seeing challenges at multiple yards, whether they're repair or shipyards. 2, for repair, we need to manage the package size so we can get it done in the time needed. Our delays are called in ship repair are caused by growth work, which means we discover something after the fact in the avail has begun. So I alluded earlier about doing those open inspects earlier, definitizing the package, and costing it out to do that work and not hope that we don't have to do those work. And then finally, I think there's some opportunities in the sparing accounts to do a better job, to have our parts available and ready when we need to do the avail, so we don't have a growth work because we're waiting for a part that's not readily available.
Secretary, you want to add anything?
Yeah, look, I think, Senator, what I've seen in 72 days here is we've got a big problem. And the problem is the following. Number one, we have underinvested in our infrastructure. We've underinvested in our maintenance. We've been maintaining ships at 50, 60% maintenance, which is not good. The bills for prior conflicts is where we've spent a lot of money. And that all those deferrals, all that underinvestment is coming due. So we have a very, very tough job in front of us in terms of trying to figure out how to appropriately allocate capital to these different areas. As it relates to shipbuilding, we do not have the capacity to handle the ships that we need to build today. Okay, and so we need to put all options on the table, because I think I bucket it in kind of 2 ways. There's short term, which is how do I get hulls in the water? How do I get them out of the yard? And then long term, how do I get this maritime industrial base growing? We probably need to add shipyards. We need to bring in expertise. We need to digitize a number of things and add technology to things. When I went to the foreign yards, again, I saw things that were far more advanced than what we were doing, and we need to start to implement those and add those.
One thing, if you could do, is just as early as you can, give us a timeline of when you can do these things. So let me ask you one other thing. So I know we've talked about some of the issues the Navy's dealing with, and so the Marines and the Air Force are 100% recapitalized on their C-130s. The Navy needs over 30 C-130s, and unfortunately, they yet to have a program for this critical tactical airlift platform. I think they only have 1 on contract. So first, General Smith, how important are the C-130s for the Marine Corps and Joint Forces?
Senator, the C-130 is a workhorse. It's vital to be able to provide us organic mobility throughout the first island chain and globally. It's got global reach.
Okay, so Admiral Kilby and Secretary Phelan, tell me, is this a priority? And if it is, what's the timeline?
So it is a priority for the Navy. It's competing with a lot of other priorities. I'd say 50% of our C-130 fleet are C-130Ts, and then the other 50% are KC-130Js refueling. So it provides flexibility for us and is helpful for us kind of in that Pacific logistics challenge, but we are challenged with a lot of priorities, sir.
Will you be able to come back at some point and say, we got all these priorities, this is the list, this is when we're going to do, we're going to break these down one at a time, and this is how we're going to solve them? That would be helpful.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. A vote has started, and members will come and go. Senator Scott, you asked the Secretary for a timeline. I wonder if you could do that for the record. Would you try to get a timeline and supplement your testimony today?
Yes.
It'll be
sure.
easier the next time you testify.
Yes. I'll work on that.
Thank you both. So we're Peters now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Phelan, I certainly appreciate your commitment during your nomination, Harry, to work with me to get the Constellation class frigate program back on track. As we discussed in that hearing, and as you mentioned to House Appropriators, these delays are due in part, and I think to quote, to post-contract design modifications by the government. The Navy and the shipyard have collaboratively made progress to rectify these issues, including in design completion, production ramp, and workforce hiring, as well as retention. And I'm glad that congressionally provided industrial-based funding that I supported has helped in each of these areas. And I know that you saw this progress firsthand during your shipyard program review visit just last week. And while there, I understand you learned about the frigate's vital role in the future Navy mission requirements, as well as the Great Lakes region's valuable contributions to the U.S. shipbuilding industrial base. So my question for you, sir, is what are your plans for the frigate program in particular, and how can we maintain this positive progress to get this program finally back on track?
Thanks, Senator. I know this topic important to you. So I was at Fincantieri Marine 2 weeks ago. I was very impressed by the investments they've made in their shipyard and things they've done in an attempt to modernize. And I think there's some things that some of the other shipyards can actually take and potentially adapt. As it relates to the frigate program, I think as I've learned, I think the Navy has some culpability, as does the company, in terms of the problems we have. And I think it comes down to, candidly, in general, how we contract today. You're incented to just low bid and then come back to the government and ask for the fill-up. And we need to change that. As it relates to the frigate and in the force, still evaluating that. We're still trying to understand how it fits, when we can get it fixed, what the plans are for it. And so I will come see you as soon as we get a handle on that. But it is something we are looking at very hard. And I do think that the shipbuilder there has done a great job, and so we need to figure out how to keep that going and add to it and understand that.
Great. Well, I'll look forward to future conversations on it. I appreciate your attention to that. Admiral Kilby, as you know, Michigan plays a critical role in the U.S. maritime industrial base, leveraging really a century-long legacy of manufacturing excellence. Michigan has been a powerhouse of innovation and industrial grit, from the arsenal of democracy during World War II to supplying today's automotive and aerospace sectors, including land systems for the U.S. Army. We've also been investing in skill-intensive training and produce critical naval components. Michigan has created a national model for cultivating the next generation of engineers, builders, and maritime innovators.
This effort, I think, gives Americans a decisive edge over our adversaries who are also seeking to dominate global sea lanes as well as technological development. So my question for you, sir, is how is the DoD supporting and utilizing regional manufacturing ecosystems like we have in Michigan to reduce the reliance on foreign suppliers for critical naval components?
Hey, sir, thanks for that question. I am not as familiar with Michigan as a site I went to visit in Senator Caine's state recently in Danville, Virginia. And that site has two purposes. One, it creates 5 trades, specific trades in 16 weeks, and it goes 24/7, so 3 sections, 900 people a day to go add to our defense industrial base. And it also has a additive manufacturing center of excellence, which is working to get the IP so we can produce those parts that are out of circulation because they belong to older systems. So I think that could be replicated in our nation. I don't know if it is in your state, sir. I'll check. But I think we need to do that as much as we can to add to our workforce to get it back to where it needs to be to maintain our ships, aircraft, and our military across our country.
Well, I'd like to work with you on that because Michigan is doing a lot of what you just described. So I'd like the Navy to have an opportunity to see and understand the contribution that the industrial workforce, which is highly trained, highly skilled in Michigan, and the advantages to deploying or employing them rather in Navy work. I'd certainly welcome that opportunity.
Yes, sir. I'll take advantage of that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick statement, Secretary Phelan. Everything we read, obviously, is China's using AI on almost everything that they do. They can build a bridge in 3 months. It takes us 3 years. I'm sure shipbuilding is part of that. In your travels, hopefully we're getting into that. I don't know how far and how impressed you have been with that. Any thoughts?
So, Senator, thanks for that. We're slowly adapting and getting there. I think that there's more that we need to do, and we're focused in the public shipyards trying to get that done. I saw at Fincantieri, actually, they have these 3D goggles where you can actually look at where they're welding and how it matches up versus the blueprint to make sure that they're not off, because the precision of this manufacturing is incredibly intense.
Yeah.
I mean, these are very complicated things. So we're getting there, and I think implementing AI, even just basically digital twinning of projects, there are a number of things we have to do to get in and done that I think will speed up construction, make design faster. We spend way too much time in requirements and design. This needs to move much, much quicker. So streamlining that, I think, will be helpful as well, including that.
Just what I read, it looks like we're just falling farther and far behind, the Chinese, and we can't deal with that too much. General Smith, I'd like just to make a statement here and discuss to you about a constituent matter. Normally, this would be handled in emails and conversations between our staffs, and after more than 7 months of Headquarters Marine Corps being evasive and unresponsive to my questions, here we are. A little over 2 years ago, we had an F-35 crash in Charleston, South Carolina. The pilot, an Alabama constituent who entered service from my state, had been selected for a very important command and was in the process of converting from another aircraft and staying current for his new job. This mishap got a lot of attention because the pilot ejected. The aircraft continued to fly for an extended period of time before it eventually hit the ground. Of course, there was no way for the pilot to know that this would happen. If he had, he would have remained in the aircraft. What the pilot knew at the time was that the weather was bad, he had no visual reference with the ground, and his primary and secondary instruments had completely failed. Disoriented by the cascading failures and low to the ground, he ejected. The Marine Corps did what it always does. In these mishap situations, they had 3 investigations. One command investigation determined the mishap was in the line of duty and the pilot had committed any misconduct. It found no misconduct. A field flight performance board that focuses on pilot actions and abilities, and the safety investigation that is meant to determine the truth of the incident and provide a way forward and lessons learned to prevent future occurrences. All three investigations were completed February 2024. You know, this investigation and their summaries were routed to Headquarters Marine Corps, where it was determined that the pilot had acted appropriately and should continue his career. The pilot and his family were moved across country to Yuma, Arizona, and he took command in late June 2024, a year ago. General Smith, that July you visited the squadron, and while speaking with the pilot in his office, you asked him what his future plans were, stating, "We put you here for a reason, and the Marine Corps isn't done with you after this command." Then a month later, in August 2024, a redacted version of the command investigation was being prepared for public release. During that process, you apparently became familiar with this mishap for the first time, and without reviewing the other two investigations, directed that the VMX-1CO be relieved. It is important to emphasize that all information on this mishap and the investigation had been available to Headquarters Marine Corps for more than 8 months by this point, and it was also available when this family was moved across the country. During the video call relieving him, this Marine was told by the Deputy Commandant for Aviation that you've done nothing wrong. You're doing a great job, but the Commandant had decided you could not stay in command. I wonder what the reason were for this erratic and hasty decision. The officer who conducted the command investigation inappropriately offered his opinion. That mishap was caused by pilot error. Of course, it was incorrect. The mishap was caused by a never-before-seen series of failures. This erroneous opinion is what you justified breaking faith with this decorated combat vet for more than 33 years of combat service, because you never reviewed, obviously, the other investigation in detail, maybe at all. You don't know that you didn't know or tell the different story of things that was said. Due to this unique circumstance of mishap, the board believes the pilot was justified in his decision to eject. Recovery from the previously described flight regime is not trained in the F-35 syllabus, and the FFPB believes that the predominance of naval aviators with similar experience of the F-35B would have made the same decision. This treatment of this pilot, to me, feels punitive and vindictive. There was no attempt by the Marine Corps to take care of this Marine or his family, despite his excellent performance as CO and the abundance of misconduct of any kind. This family was denied a change of command ceremony, even after the committee's professional staff requested you evaluate this decision. General Smith, I would like you to get answers to these questions I've been asking since October. I would prefer it to happen through normal means instead of a hearing, but I am chairman of the committee, subcommittee on personnel, and we can arrange that. But to Trey and Jess Del Pizzo and their family, thank you for your many years of service and sacrifice to this great nation. I think you deserve much better here. There is no excuse to treat a Marine and his family this way, so I look forward to hearing from you, General Smith. Thank you.
Do you have a response to that, General?
Senator, I will get you everything I have on Cheese Del Pizzo's relief, but he was about to be the commanding officer of our Marine Aviation Weapons and Tactics Instructor Squadron, our premier squadron. And in all candor, sir, he punched out of a perfectly good airplane. And I can't allow an individual who punched out of a perfectly good airplane, a flyable airplane, to command our Marine Aviation and Weapons and Tactics Instructor Squadron. That is a flawless, no mistakes allowed command, and I couldn't allow him to take command of that squadron.
Thank you. Look forward to visiting with you. Thank you.
Senator, well, let's see. I'm not clear on who is Senator Slotkin.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here. Commandant, thank you for being here. With everything going on in the country, I just want to give you the opportunity to talk a little bit. You know, the country is watching what's happening in LA. And first and foremost, if you use violence as a protester, you're no longer a peaceful protester, and you lose the right to be able to just destroy property, shoot at law enforcement, attack law enforcement, all those things. So people should be treated appropriately. But I think it is a different thing, particularly for our military, to be seen on the streets of American cities
potentially adding fuel to the fire rather than decreasing it. I know that the Marines have been sent out. Have you had direct contact with LAPD leadership or the governor of California?
Senator, I have not.
Can you imagine if you were controlling some space? We've served together in many different places, you and I, and another armed force was coming to participate in actions with you, and you had not gotten a call from the commander?
Yes, Senator, I can't speak to what NORTHCOM has coordinated. The Marines there are under the auspices of the U.S. Northern Command.
Okay, well, I'd be interested to know if anyone has just pick up the phone so that we can try and have two groups of people who are, in theory, trying to do the same thing, coordinating. The reporting yesterday was that you all were scrambling, quote unquote, to figure out the rules of engagement, that you were sending folks without knowing what actual rules of engagement these Marines would be sent in with. Have they received any training on Miranda rights and custodial interrogation protocols? Do they have the ability to arrest?
Senator, they do not have the ability to arrest.
Great. Do they have any training on the use of less than lethal force in
Senator,
cities?
They do have training on less than lethal means.
On batons, on tasers,
Yes, ma'am.
beanbag
The Subcommittee on East Asia and the Pacific will come to order. This hearing aims to explore strategies for countering China's influence within the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, while enhancing the United States' engagement in the region. I now recognize myself for opening statement. Again, welcome to the East Asia and Pacific Subcommittee's hearing titled Building Bridges, Countering Rivals, Strengthening U.S.-ASEAN Ties to Combat Chinese Influence. This hearing presents an opportunity for us to examine China's growing footprint in ASEAN and to discuss ways the U.S. can counter it by strengthening cooperation across economic, security, diplomatic, and law enforcement sectors. China has long prioritized Southeast Asia in its foreign policy, using diplomacy, infrastructure investment, and trade to entrench its influence. In contrast, U.S. economic engagement has stumbled. Initiatives like the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity aimed high, but failed to deliver meaningful market access or address trade imbalances. Despite our inability to engage economically, we continue to build robust relationships with countries like the Philippines, Vietnam, and Singapore. But we too often underestimate ASEAN's collective weight in our own Indo-Pacific strategy. We need to ensure the United States has a genuinely responsive and effective strategy to remain the partner of choice in ASEAN and ask ourselves, where have our past strategies in Southeast Asia fallen short? What legislative tools can strengthen our regional position? Are our frameworks aligned with ASEAN partners' priorities? Despite China's reach, the United States is the preferred long-term partner of choice for many ASEAN countries. In the 2025 State of Southeast Asia survey, 52.3% favored the United States over China, recognizing our leadership in investment, security, innovation, and shared values. On security, the United States has made real strides, expanding maritime security with the Philippines and partnering with other South China Sea nations on law enforcement, maritime safety, and capacity building training, enhancing disaster response and maritime governance capabilities. Economically, however, we are underleveraged. While China remains ASEAN's top trading partner, the region is a $4 trillion market with enormous potential, especially in critical minerals, regional trade, and development financing. The threat of Chinese dominance isn't going away. China is aggressively pursuing deals. Over 100 secured just this April with Vietnam, Malaysia, and Cambodia. These efforts reflect Beijing's recognition of growing U.S. engagement and its desire to blunt it. We must show ASEAN partners that China's promises rarely deliver lasting benefits. We also need a bold, whole-of-government strategy, one that affirms our leadership, reinforces our alliances, and upholds the sovereignty and rules-based order that underpins a free and open Indo-Pacific. So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today, and your expertise will guide us in crafting stronger, smarter U.S. policy in South Asia. So let me now recognize Ranking Member from California, Mr. Berra, for your opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here on what is a timely conversation in an important region, Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is home to more than 650 million people and has some of the fastest growing economies in the world, critical sea lanes and key partnerships in our interest as we look at peace and prosperity and sovereignty in the Indo-Pacific. Collectively, the Southeast Asian ASEAN nations represent the 5th largest economy in the world, and it's our fourth largest export market. So what we do here in Congress, the choices that we make, the partnerships and deals that we put together matter intensively. That's why I really do have some concerns about the Trump administration's approach. Obviously, these sweeping tariffs have created a lot of uncertainty in the region, but hopefully, it creates some opportunities. Not each country has been, looked at equally. And if I think about a country like Singapore, this is a country that we have a free trade agreement with. We have mechanisms to resolve issues, and we have a $2.8 billion trade surplus with Singapore. So we're doing quite well with a country like Singapore. I'd also think about the opportunities, in my conversations with some of our ASEAN ambassadors. They don't want to be put into a position where they have to make a choice between China, which is in their neighborhood, or the United States. But the uncertainty that's been created by the Trump administration approach has brought into clear focus that they don't want the United States leaving their markets either. So this is a time to engage in trade negotiations and perhaps look for those opportunities where we can reduce those trade barriers. As someone who was a supporter of TPP, as much as I'd love to go back and see if we could join the CPTPP, that probably is a ways off. But can we do digital trade? We ought to be able to do digital trade. It's in our interest, and certainly it's in their interest. Can we, if Vietnam's willing to contemplate going to zero tariffs, let's engage in what that looks like. Can we work with countries in the region like Indonesia to help develop redundant supplies of critical minerals and develop their geothermal capabilities? We ought to think about that. Can we work with places like Vietnam that do have energy resources in their EEZ that are being harassed by the PRC? We ought to work there. And the Philippines, certainly they've experienced the brunt of much of the harassment in the South China Sea. How do we work with nations like the Philippines and others to continue to deepen and return to where we historically have been with the Philippines? So there's many more opportunities. Again, the Trump administration's approach is not how I would go about doing this, but we are where we are. We've got to double down on our conversations, look for those partnerships, create those redundant supply chains, and bring the Southeast Asian nations closer together, not as a choice between China and the United States, but recognizing the unique assets, the unique opportunities, the vibrant young population, and the dynamic economies of the region. So with that, Madam Chairwoman, let me go ahead and yield back, and I look forward to hearing the testimony of the witnesses.
Thank you. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. And we are now pleased to have distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this very important topic. First, Mr. Gregory Poling is Director and Senior Fellow of the Southeast Asia Program and Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Thank you for joining us. Mrs. Barbara Weiser, non-resident scholar at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Thank you for being with us. And Dr. Lin Kwok, Lee Kuan Yew Chair in Southeast Asia Studies at the Brookings Institution. This committee recognizes the importance of the issues before us and is grateful to have you here to speak to us today. Your full statements will be made part of the record, and I'll ask each of you to keep your spoken remarks to 5 minutes to allow time for member questions. Let me now recognize Mr. Poling for your opening statement.
There we are. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Kim. Member Barra and distinguished members of the subcommittee, I'm honored to share my views before you today on the topic of U.S.-ASEAN cooperation to combat China's influence in the region. Before I begin, I should note that CSIS, my home institution, does not take policy positions, so the views represented are mine and mine alone. In my testimony, I've been asked to address both U.S. cooperation with ASEAN in the maritime domain, particularly the South China Sea, and more broadly on the geopolitical front. And I'm happy to say that on the first, I think the U.S. and its allies and partners, particularly the Philippines, are doing a remarkable job of holding the line in the face of Chinese coercion. On the second, the broader competition for influence in the region, I worry that the U.S. is putting at risk what has traditionally been its stronger position over China in most of the countries of Southeast Asia. When it comes to the South China Sea, China seeks to control all activity, peacetime and military, in clear violation of international law. This is a direct threat to U.S. national interests, long-standing U.S. commitments to freedom of the seas, which has been an abiding U.S. interest since the earliest days of the Republic. It's also a direct threat to our oldest ally in the Indo-Pacific, the Philippines. This has been recognized by administration after administration, Republican and Democrat. And the U.S. has done a remarkable job in both showing its own flag, pushing back on Chinese coercion, and helping build the maritime capacity of partners and allies in the region to maintain their own presence in disputed waters, even in the face of what China now has, the largest Navy, the largest Coast Guard, the largest missile force in the world. Under Xi Jinping's leadership, China, for the last decade plus, has engaged in a campaign of coercion in what is often called the gray zone, just below the level of military force, using Coast Guard vessels and militia vessels to intentionally create risks of collision, to bully and intimidate smaller states into giving way in the South China Sea. And that campaign had a great deal of success for the better part of a decade. For the last 3 years, that has not been the case. For the last 3 years, starting at the end of the Rodrigo Duterte administration of the Philippines, but accelerating under the current presidency of Ferdinand Marcos Jr., we have seen the Philippines stand tall for the first time in quite a while. The Philippines engaged in a nearly year-and-a-half-long standoff with China from 2023 to 2024 in order to resupply and repair its facility, the BRP Sierra Madre on 2nd Thomas Shoal, an underwater feature. Despite the largest presence of Chinese militia and Coast Guard we have ever seen deployed in the South China Sea. By December 2023, the Philippines was sailing 2 to 3 ships up against 50 Chinese vessels. Didn't blink, managed to get through, often with a US P-8 overhead, and with the US's repeatedly stated commitment to defend the Philippines should China use force. And it was China that blinked, not the Philippines, in that standoff. On the oil and gas front, we have seen Vietnam, for the first time in many years, developing new oil and gas fields despite a persistent Chinese Coast Guard presence in its waters. Malaysia, over the last 2 years, set new records for drilling offshore wells in disputed waters. Even Indonesia, which has traditionally not viewed itself as a part of this dispute, has begun to receive forceful bullying and coercion from the China Coast Guard because of new oil and gas fields it's developing, and it's done so anyway. What we see is a Chinese strategy that is clearly floundering, and all the U.S. really needs to do is continue course in order to make sure that China continues to flounder. Where I'm more worried is on our overall influence in the region. As Chairwoman Kim said, if you look at public opinion polling, elite opinion polling, UN voting records, educational data, the U.S. remains the partner of choice. The United States is more trusted. Its leadership is more sought after globally. It is more popular in most places in Southeast Asia. In the Philippines and Vietnam, the U.S. has enormous leads over China in every metric you could imagine. In Indonesia, the largest country in the region, Indonesians are conflicted, but in general, they dislike China a great deal more than they dislike the U.S., although that did flip last year. And I worry that it will remain the case in the future that China may begin to edge us out in Indonesia. While you have pro-Chinese elites in charge in places like the military junta in Burma or in Cambodia, when you look at public opinion polling, Cambodia and Burma are the 3rd and 4th most pro-American publics in Asia. Even in Laos and Thailand, the U.S. holds its own. It's really only in Malaysia where we see China making any considerable ground on this issue of soft power, of influence, of whose leadership do you support. And to be clear, the U.S. cannot win a geopolitical, strategic competition with China with military and economic might alone. At the end of the day, it's a competition over the rules and institutions of the international order. And that requires other countries to agree with us more often than agree with China. That means that we need to not forget the power of attraction, not just coercion and compulsion. That we have to be the preferred partner, not just a partner that one has to side with. And so as we've seen the winding down of U.S. support yes, ma'am, on U.S. aid, VOA and Radio Free Asia, as we've seen the pauses on Fulbright and student visa interviews, I worry that we are undermining that multi-decade latent advantage we have in being the preferred partner. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Mrs. Weiser for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kim, Ranking Member Bera, and distinguished members of this subcommittee for the invitation to appear before you today. My name is Barbara Wiesel, and I am currently a non-resident scholar at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, but previously spent nearly 2 decades working on Southeast Asia at USTR, and have many thoughts on your question on how the U.S. can strengthen ties to ASEAN to counter China. As well recognized by members of this committee, Southeast Asia is an important U.S. economic partner. It is our 4th largest export market and a central player in global supply chains. U.S. businesses have long been invested in these dynamic markets, and their ties have expanded in recent years as businesses, with U.S. government encouragement, sought to diversify away from China. ASEAN countries stood to benefit directly from these diversification efforts and hoped they would help strengthen economic ties to the U.S. commensurate with our expanding military relations. But the U.S. imposition of tariffs has created anger and confusion in ASEAN regarding their relations with the U.S. and resentment about the unilateral nature of U.S. actions. While ASEAN countries have long been concerned about China's dominance in the region, they see the imposition of tariffs as a much more immediate threat and direct assault on their economies. Facing a 5-alarm fire set by the United States, they will not only avoid antagonizing China, their largest two-way trading partner, but welcome its overtures of greater economic cooperation. It is also likely that the U.S. will reach bilateral agreements with ASEAN in the coming weeks or months. To accommodate the U.S., Southeast Asian countries will commit to lower their tariffs and address longstanding trade barriers and increase purchases of U.S. LNG, agriculture, planes, and other goods. At the same time, they will pursue de-risking strategies that lessen their economic dependence on the U.S. and expand trade and investment ties to China and other partners. So while the U.S. may see some immediate results from the tariff leverage it's exerted over Southeast Asian countries, if China is the threat about which the U.S. is most concerned, then we need to keep our eye on the ball. We need to build an affirmative ASEAN economic strategy that relies on carrots, not just sticks. This strategy should build trust and certainty and deepen our economic partnership. It also should capitalize on ASEAN's interest in keeping the U.S. engaged in the region, create room for Southeast Asian countries to work with the U.S. on curbing unfair trade practices from China, and foster ASEAN integration to promote regional stability and security. Let me briefly offer 5 proposals for deepening economic ties. First, we should promote development of the Southeast Asian critical minerals sector and U.S.-ASEAN critical mineral supply chains, even as we work to build our own capabilities in this sector. These efforts should include negotiation of critical minerals agreements with select Southeast Asian countries. These agreements should include criteria for trusted critical mineral supply chains and guaranteed supplies of critical mineral resources for U.S. industry, as the Japanese government has successfully done. Second, the U.S. should swiftly pursue a plurilateral digital agreement with Southeast Asian countries, drawing on the commitments the U.S. government is pursuing in its bilateral agreements with ASEAN countries. Maintaining U.S. leadership in setting digital trade rules is vital, given this sector's role in U.S. innovation and economic growth, and to ensuring the U.S. remains at the forefront of the AI revolution. Doing so also would support U.S. efforts to counter China's model of digital authoritarianism. Third, the U.S. should propose a customs cooperation initiative that demonstrates its willingness to work in partnership with ASEAN as a group to tackle this priority issue. Many Southeast Asian governments already are strengthening rules in this area, but a U.S.-ASEAN customs cooperation agreement would better position ASEAN to deal collectively with transshipment from China. Fourth, Congress should fully fund U.S. economic statecraft tools, including reauthorization of DFC this year. Similarly, to promote U.S. exports, Congress should reauthorize the Export-Import Bank next year and ensure adequate funding for the U.S. Trade and Development Agency. And lastly, the U.S. should consider regionalizing the trade commitments it is negotiating bilaterally with ASEAN countries. building out an ASEAN agreement with rules of origin that limit non-parties from benefiting and including rules in critical areas to U.S. competitiveness. In exchange, the U.S. should gradually eliminate tariffs on imports from Southeast Asian parties to the agreement. A regional agreement with reciprocal commitments would incentivize Southeast Asian countries to deepen supply chains with the U.S. in ways that can promote U.S. manufacturing and exports. Again, thank you for this opportunity to share my views, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Weiser. Let me now recognize Dr. Kwok for your opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Chairwoman Kim, Ranking Member Bera, members of the subcommittee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. It's an honor to be able to contribute to this important conversation on strengthening U.S. engagement with Southeast Asia, a region that is at the very heart, both the geographic as well as the strategic heart of the Indo-Pacific. You've both outlined why Southeast Asia matters. So let me just say that despite its economic and strategic importance, I think the region remains a weak link in U.S. Indo-Pacific engagement. U.S. influence in the region is declining and China is gaining ground. Both yourself, Chairwoman, and Greg mentioned how the United States is the partner of choice. But in a regional survey in 2024, the survey showed for the first time China actually, the majority of respondents in Southeast Asia actually choosing to align with China over the United States if they were forced to choose. Now, that margin was slim, overall 50.5% versus 49.5%, but support dropped dramatically in some countries, including all three Muslim-majority countries, by about 20 percentage points. The 2025 survey you mentioned reflected a modest U.S. rebound, but it was conducted very early in the year, from early January to mid-February, and preceded several developments, most notably the April 2nd announcement of tariffs. This hit all countries in Southeast Asia, including some of its poorest. Cambodia, Laos, and war-torn Myanmar face a 49%, 48%, and 44% tariff level, respectively. These Liberation Day tariffs have triggered a strong backlash in the region. ASEAN leaders recently expressed deep concern over these unilateral tariff measures, and the Singapore Prime Minister warned that they undermine the global trading order that the United States helped build, and declared bluntly that these are not actions that one does to a friend. What began as frustration over limited U.S. engagement or limited U.S. economic engagement in the region is now concern over counterproductive policies. Washington is not just missing an economic action in Southeast Asia, it is inflicting real damage. Tariffs, as well as aid cuts, are hurting Southeast Asia's countries. Now, for years, relatively weak U.S. engagement was offset by the important security role it plays. But that, too, is increasingly cast in doubt as Washington recalibrates away from long-standing allies and partners in Europe, and the president openly questions defense commitments. Lack of clarity around U.S. goals in the Indo-Pacific compounds these concerns, as the possibility of a grand bargain or even a more limited economic deal, entailing concessions to Beijing on issues vital to allies and partners, such as the South China Sea or the U.S.-Philippine alliance, sows further doubt about American intent, consistency, and staying power. U.S. standing in the region has also been badly hurt by its handling of the Gaza crisis. Now, although a loss for the United States doesn't necessarily mean a win for China, Beijing has been very proactive about continuing to deepen its regional ties through trade, through investment, through infrastructure, and through consistent diplomacy. And as you mentioned, Chairwoman, in the weeks after the April 2nd tariffs, Beijing visited Southeast Asia and concluded 113 deals, and even a few of those materialized. I think the signal was clear that China is a consistent and reliable economic partner, while the United States throws a wrecking ball at the global trading system. Beijing's actions in the South China Sea are a serious irritant in its relations with its neighbors, particularly the Philippines and Vietnam. But I think China has been remarkably adept at containing the fallout, both through the use of economic incentives as well as through quiet diplomacy. Southeast Asia does not want to choose between the two countries, and they will continue to hedge for as long as possible. But China's growing sway hampers Washington's ability to engage bilaterally and multilaterally in the region to strategic effect. I've detailed policy recommendations for the US government as legislative proposals in my written testimony, but very broadly, these touch on 3 areas that the United States must act on. First, economic engagement. For the region, economics is security, and failing to understand this leaves Washington on the back foot. Congress can lead by first, reviewing tariffs, second, advancing targeted trade agreements in strategic sectors like digital infrastructure and critical minerals, and third, bolstering funding support for infrastructure and development. The second main area that the United States needs to work on is strengthening its alliances and partnerships in Southeast Asia. It's done well with the Philippines, but I think what's necessary at the moment is commitment at the very highest levels to treaty commitments and expanding economic and strategic engagement with key regional players, including Singapore, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Cambodia. And finally, the third area, defending international law and maritime rights. International law reduces conflict risks and advances concrete US interests. The second Trump administration should maintain the strong stance that it adopted during its first term, when it made regular lawful assertions of passage rights and freedoms of the seas, and when it affirmed the merits of the 2016 tribunal decision, a step that the previous administration had failed to take. Madam Chairwoman, Ranking Member, and members of the subcommittee.
Well, let's continue the conversation during
Sure.
Question and answer period. Thank you so
Sure.
much. I appreciate all of the witnesses giving your opening testimonies and for the recommendations that you are making. And we can hopefully get into that more. And let me start with the first round of questioning. You know, as you all mentioned, we want to be the partner of choice, and our ASEAN partners are waiting for us to show up. And we need to provide a clear and consistent economic framework for the Indo-Pacific region. But unfortunately, U.S. has struggled to regain momentum in economic engagement following its withdrawal from TPP. So Ms. Weisel, what elements of the TPP and IPAF prove effective and ineffective? And how can future agreements demonstrate strong commitment to Southeast Asia's development goals while safeguarding our U.S. interests?
Thank you for the question. I think in terms of TPP, TPP is now in force. The U.S. is not a party to that agreement, so it was a successful agreement, notwithstanding the fact that we are no longer party. I think that what was successful about TPP was first that it was a very high standard agreement and include a lot of issues that had not been part of previous trade agreements, that advanced rules that were of importance to U.S. economic competitiveness, including on things like intellectual property, on state-owned enterprises and competition, and other areas. In looking back at what we would want to do were we to pursue a free trade agreement with the region, I think there are definitely additional areas, updates that you would want to consider, and things that we learned, for instance, over the last couple years about resilience of supply chains, about our competition with China, that you would want to add to an agreement like that were not issues then, but as in all free trade agreements, you know, there are new generations of agreements, new issues that you need to think about and incorporate in updated agreements. IPEF, I think, was, in my view, more of a political agreement than an economic agreement, and that the purpose of that was to demonstrate to our trading partners that we were going to be engaged in the region.
Yeah.
We wanted them to commit to a range of issues related to areas of mutual concern, including related to supply chains. But we were not prepared to discuss market access in any way. And I think that that really hobbled the effort. I also think that our decision not to engage on digital trade was problematic and something that we would want to revisit going forward.
Thank you. As we strengthen our strategic posture in the Indo-Pacific, particularly with ASEAN partners like the Philippines, Subic Bay, which I visited, is again emerging as a critical location for U.S. logistics and operational planning. And our defense cooperation agreement with Philippines grants us access to sites like Subic. But we must balance our military presence with Philippines' constitutional limits on foreign bases and sensitivities to nationalist sentiment, which has historically complicated our security cooperation. Mr. Pauling, keeping this delicate balance in mind, what specific capabilities or pre-positioned assets would most enhance deterrence at Subic?
Thank you, Chairwoman. The most important thing for the Philippines, well, I suppose there's two. One, it needs asymmetric capabilities, much like Taiwan or anybody else facing a giant neighbor. This is not a foot race the Philippines can possibly win. So seeing more deployments like the Nemesis right now, Tomahawks, paired with Philippines' own mid-range land-based capabilities, like the BrahMos missiles they bought from India, is key. It allows the Philippines to hold Chinese vessels in the South China Sea at risk in a situation in which there's no number of hulls that they could possibly be sold or loaned that would make up for the asymmetry they face. The second is presence. At the end of the day, there's no military solution to the South China Sea. The Philippines needs to be able to show the flag. And they've done a remarkably good job with a very limited Coast Guard and Navy. We need to see more uncrewed platforms. We need to see more cheap vessels. Mm-hmm. We need to see more support for Philippine basing in the islands. And that doesn't mean U.S. boots on the ground, but the U.S. could be providing more funding for the Philippines to build up its own facilities, as China and Vietnam do as well.
Thank you. One of the most pressing challenges in the region is China's dominant grip on critical mineral supply chains, especially for materials vital to clean energy and defense technologies. And we mentioned Indonesia is the world's top producer of nickel. This is critical for battery technologies. But it's alarming that Chinese companies control 75% of Indonesia's nickel refining capacity. Ms. Weisel, what are the implications of China's chokehold on critical mineral supply chains for the U.S. and allied nations?
Well, I think we're seeing the results of that chokehold in our industries today, where China can limit access to critical minerals, and then it also controls these critical minerals from other countries. So I think all of this is quite disturbing and just reinforces the need for the U.S. to establish its own supply chains with the region. I think, as I mentioned in my testimony, Japan has had quite a good deal of success in trying to limit its reliance on Chinese critical minerals by promoting its relationships with the region. They have an organization called the Japanese Organization for Metals and Energy Security that has the purpose of ensuring stable supplies of critical minerals and energy for Japan.
Thank you.
The result of that, and is something I think we should be looking at, is that they have been able to successfully diversify their sources of critical minerals. And in the funding that they use for this organization that's known as JOGMEC, they have...
Sorry, my time's up, so let me yield my time to Ranking Member Bera for his questioning.
Great, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And we can stick to the topic of critical minerals. Japan built those redundant supplies after facing economic coercion and retaliation from China, I think, in terms of choking off some of those. And we're certainly at risk and experiencing some of that potential risk right now. So there is an importance and expedience to not just develop our own domestic supplies, but also look at, in a strategic way, how we go into whether that's Vietnam, Malaysia, other Indonesia, and build redundant supplies. And I would argue in the Biden administration, the Mineral Security Partnership gives us some vehicles by which to work with countries like Japan, Korea, and others to help build those and perhaps even go into, the Koreans are going into Mongolia, perhaps go into other areas. But this is, I would agree with you, Ms. Weissel, that I think this is a key area where we can deepen our relationship in a positive way with Southeast Asian nations, and we should do so. And Madam Chairwoman, I think we have a hearing actually coming up soon looking at that particular issue. Let's go back to digital trade for a second. While I wish we could go back to TPP, I clearly thought digital trade was something that we would get under the Biden administration. It obviously didn't happen. It's in our interest, certainly in the region's interest. We can work off some of the existing digital trade models, whether that's taking the digital trade chapter out of USMCA or looking at some bilateral pieces. But maybe each of you, if you wanted to just touch on the importance of getting a digital trade deal done, maybe we'll start with Dr. Kwok and then work to the left with the region.
Thank you very much. I think in terms of the importance of a digital trade agreement, China is embedding its digital norms in the region through its deals with countries like Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, etc. And once those norms, the technology and the norms are embedded, I think it becomes quite difficult to reverse. So, I mean, there's very little. I doubt there's very little downsides to moving quickly on this issue, and I think the U.S. should be alert to it, lest it be in the same position as it is now in terms of critical minerals, where it allowed China to invest in Indonesia since Indonesia banned the export of nickel and allowed China to invest heavily in its nickel processing. I think the United States was asleep at the wheel in that respect, and I think it needs to redouble its efforts in terms of reaching and arriving on a digital trade agreement with Southeast Asian countries.
Right, Ms. Weissel.
Yeah, I would just add that China is active in this region. They have just recently updated their China-ASEAN agreement, which now includes additional digital commitments, and there's active cooperation between the two. So I think that's something that we really should keep a close eye on. But I also would note that the EU is engaged with a number of ASEAN regions, and the EU has a different approach to digital trade rules than we do. So absent the U.S. direct engagement in the region, we're ceding it to others.
Mr. Phelan.
I would just reinforce that last point. We have 325 million people in a world of 8 billion and growing. We can either help set rules in partnership with others, or we can end up taking the rules. What we've already seen is almost everybody in Southeast Asia has now adopted a European-style GDPR regime. They did that because we had no alternative, and they asked and asked and asked, and we didn't present it. Later this year, ASEAN will likely release its own digital economic framework agreement. We don't know what rules will be in there, but they won't be rules that the U.S. helped set. And that will be the story as long as we decide to take our ball and go home.
Great. And while IPEF would not have been the approach that I would have taken, it was an approach that the Biden administration took. And in our conversations, we looked at it as a high standard negotiation, but not each country could actually meet, whether it was the labor standards, environmental standards, et cetera. And I think how I pitched it to the administration, and I would pitch it to the Trump administration, was in a modular way, right? There, it's easy for us to do a trade deal with Singapore and Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea. It's essential for us to do a trade agreement with Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, and each of those countries may not, at this particular moment in time, be able to meet those high standards. But if we use a carrot approach, if we use, and I agree with you, it's not really a trade deal without market access, because obviously that's what folks want. If the Trump administration's listening, I would strongly urge us to, in a bipartisan way, to try to figure this out. And if we don't set the norms and the rules, somebody else is, and we may not like them when we wake up. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Let me now recognize Representative Moreland of Guam for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairwoman. And as Guam often serves as the first point of contact with the U.S. for many ASEAN countries, I'm very enthusiastic about further advancing our relationship with them. In the early 2024, the U.S. surpassed China as ASEAN's largest export market. This dynamic economic development underscores the importance of strengthening our economy tie with the regional group. However, the potential benefits of ASEAN are not limited to economics alone. ASEAN also plays a critical role in promoting regional stability and maritime security, deepening the cooperation for natural disasters and more. Given China's growing influence in the region, it's imperative that we develop a comprehensive strategy to enhance our engagement with ASEAN, counter China's influence, and secure our national interests in the region. As for the economic aspect, the U.S. is the largest source of cumulative foreign district investments, FDI, in ASEAN and overtook China as the largest export market this year. Now, while we need to address unfair trade practice in general, we also need to consider the potential ramifications of proposed tariff increase on ASEAN countries, since many of them have export-dependent economies. To avoid the risks of these countries deepening their economic dependence to China, we should update our strategic engagement with them to promote economic prosperity both in the region and the U.S., and to build a more resilient supply chain. When it comes to regional stability and maritime security, the most urgent issue is China's aggression in South China Sea. Many incidents of harassment against the Philippine ships by Chinese Coast Guard vessels have been reported. And although ASEAN members don't all share the same stance toward China, if we can encourage them to share the common position on this issue, it would serve a powerful voice to deter further aggression. Mr. Phelan, could you describe how opinions among ASEAN members are divided on South China Sea disputes? Also, how can the U.S. encourage them to adopt more unified position to secure freedom of navigation and maritime security?
Thank you, Congressman. The Philippines is obviously the farthest on this spectrum if we were to lay it out. It has been the most forward-leaning in defending its rights. It's been the clearest in articulating the legal nature of its rights and its objections to China's through its arbitral victory. Just behind the Philippines has been Vietnam. There's no country on earth, when you look at polling, that has more skepticism or anxiety about China or views China more as a revisionist threat than Vietnam, and that's because of China's aggression toward Vietnam in the South China Sea. Vietnam has been quietly supportive of the Philippines' arbitral victory in 2016. It has forged quiet bilateral Coast Guard cooperation with Manila. It has engaged in its own large buildup of its facilities in the Spratly Islands in order to contest Chinese control. After that, there's a steep drop-off, I'm afraid. Of the other claimants to the waters or islands of the South China Sea, Indonesia, which hasn't often considered itself a claimant, has probably been the most forward-leaning in contesting Chinese activity. And Indonesia has had the clearest articulation, other than the Philippines, of what is illegal about China's claims. Malaysia has tended to bury its head in the sand and try to ignore the issue, at least at the political level. Of course, Indonesian Coast Guard personnel and naval personnel were as frustrated by China as anybody. Of the non-claimants, Singapore has really been the only one that has taken a firm position on the illegality of China's claims. And I think we have to recognize that there will never be a coherent ASEAN position on the South China Sea. Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, they are not going to invite Chinese retaliation on themselves in support of the Philippines or Vietnam. And so there has to be a claimants grouping, but not an ASEAN grouping.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wiesel, based on your experience in the U.S. government, including U.S. Trade Representative, how do you assess the potential impact of the proposed tariff increase in ASEAN members? What do you see as the most effective way to advance our economic interests in the region? Sorry, you have very little time.
I mean, I think that the actions, as I said in my statement, have really put the U.S. at a disadvantage. The U.S. is seen as kind of impulsive, unpredictable, unilateral actions that is causing ASEAN to reflect on what it needs to do to hedge the risk against the U.S. and is forcing them to lessen their reluctance to work with China because they have no other choice. If they are going to be threatened by the United States, then their other major partner, China, is that they are going to put that in the position of working more closely with China, and we've put them in that position.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Let me now recognize Representative Amo of Rhode Island for your 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kim, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. As we've discussed, ASEAN is just an essential partner to the United States. It is an opportunity for American power, but also for global collaboration. And I believe the Biden administration understood this and made ASEAN central to our Indo-Pacific strategy. But I'm concerned about the Trump administration's foreign assistance freeze, the chaotic tariffs, and what that's done to really take an axe to our relationship with ASEAN nations. And of course, as we've discussed already today, this really works against our efforts to counter China's influence in the region. And Trump's chaos and uncertainty has undermined our credibility as a partner while doing its part to hurt American businesses. Even worse, China is already stepping in to fill the void that we've left behind. And in one particular way, I want to highlight in my time today. I'm worried about a potential axe to the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, as we all know, the DFC. The DFC provides an enormous return on investment to the American taxpayer, advancing the United States' foreign policy goals and our economic interests, a true definition of a win-win. And the United States private sector is consistently the largest source of foreign direct investment in the ASEAN region. The DFC is also a perfect counter to China's Belt and Road Initiative, providing an alternative to that coercive financing scheme. In the first 3.5 years of the Biden administration alone, the DFC advanced over $1.4 billion in private sector investments in the ASEAN countries. So, Dr. Kwok, as we work on legislation to reauthorize the DFC, how do you think we can ensure that the DFC continues working successfully in the ASEAN region to support our allies and combat China's growing influence?
Thank you very much, Congressman. I think you're right to point out the strategic damage that the withdrawal of aid has done to the United States. 2 caveats on aid. First, having aid in and of itself it might have hurt, in some respects, U.S. ability to engage with some of the regional governments who saw aid as meddling from the United States, or some forms of aid as meddling from the United States. And there are some reports that suggest that the strategic return on U.S. aid was unclear. Nonetheless, the sudden and abrupt withdrawal of aid from the United States to some of these countries sends an unfortunate message of U.S. callousness, especially when it impacts programs that mean the difference of life and death, between life and death in these countries, such as humanitarian assistance, health programs, and demining, which, as you pointed out, China has already stepped in to fill. On development finance, I think this is clearly something that the United States needs to step up on, and I urge greater focus in this respect. China's Belt and Road Initiative, which you mentioned, was initiated in 2013. Amendments or revisions to the BUILD Act came in 2018, some 5 years after China's Belt and Road Initiative. Since then, the United States has had various infrastructure initiatives, development and infrastructure initiatives, including the Build Back Better World, which was then repackaged as the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment. And all of this is all well and good and very much appreciated in Southeast Asia, but it hasn't shown yet any concrete developments in Southeast Asia. So I think, urgency is the key here. Otherwise, it starts to feel like old wine in new bottles. So certainly, the region is in urgent need of infrastructure development. And all of this should have happened yesterday. If not today or tomorrow would be great. And this is not just in the region's interest, it's in the US interest as well, as it seeks to reduce regional reliance on China, as well as increase US access in the region as well.
Well, thank you. I see my time is close to expired, so I will yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Representative McKenzie, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the testimony today. It's a very important topic as we seek to combat the rising influence of China, and I think we all would like to make sure that we have greater bonds between the U.S. and the ASEAN countries that we're talking about here today. So for Ms. Wiesel, we have seen in the trade disputes between the U.S. and China the restrictions that have been placed by China on critical minerals coming into the U.S. and what that means for our economic, vibrancy is felt all across our economy potentially. And so are there opportunities that you see for us to build greater relationships with other countries in the region so that we could have a diversified supply chain in this area?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think there absolutely are opportunities to build closer ties and stronger supply chains. I mean, we know this from going back to the first Trump administration when the U.S. was encouraging companies to build ASEAN, China Plus One strategies, and ASEAN understood that they were going to be a beneficiary of that. They also several of the ASEAN countries have important critical minerals and are looking to develop their supply chains. They see the United States as an important partner in helping them build both their build out their critical mineral supply chains, and that they are quite interested in partnering with us. And I think that what we need to show here is consistency. So some of the signals that we sent, for instance, that we want to build our own supply chains, but we have a 232 investigation going on critical minerals. So if they partner with us, are they then going to be subjected to 232 tariffs that are going to undermine the cooperation that we're seeking to build? If we can overcome some of those kinds of concerns and come up with the kind of financing that we need to support industry in building those supply chains, I think we have some very interested partners in ASEAN.
And that's great to hear, because I think we saw that coming out of the trade and tariff disputes back in 2018, 2019, is that the countries were willing to take on supply chain initiatives outside of China, working with the U.S. And I think that was actually a good benefit from that trade dispute in 2018, 2019. I think we have the potential again this time with tariffs. There are two different issues going on. There is certainly the reciprocity issue that we see across the board being dealt with in a lot of countries. And then there is China. That is unique. The tariffs that are being placed on China are significantly higher than in other countries. And I think we have this same potential ahead of us here, because countries were shaken in 2018-19 doing business with China. They started getting out. Those that stayed, anecdotally, have come to regret that. And they have said, you know what, we got the warning shot in 2018-19. We didn't fully listen to you. We didn't get out. We didn't move our supply chains fast enough. And I think that that has a potential to be something that is going to speed up here in this latest round of tariffs. So if you're saying that that willingness is there, then the potential for that supply chain disruption with the higher tariffs placed on China, I think is very real. And I think ASEAN countries should be ready to take on that American business, get away from China, and I think we have the opportunity to have stronger bonds going forward. I'll close with one other question for you, is when we look at this disruption in trade going on right now, I would like to hear from you, what other opportunities outside of critical minerals do you see as the greatest opportunity for ASEAN countries to take on? Is it medical devices? Is it basic manufacturing, electronics? What do you see as the biggest opportunity for those economies to take on?
I think that they are very interested in working with us on the digital economy and strengthening their digital trade with the United States, but also within each of these countries. They all are very committed. They have large numbers of young people who are really digitally educated and do see that as the future of their economies. I think that they see opportunities of working closely with our digital industries and in finding ways to align our regulatory approaches.
All right, well, I appreciate that, and thank you again for testifying. I think we have great opportunities that lie ahead for the U.S. and ASEAN relationship, and look forward to working on those together with everybody interested. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. And I now recognize gentleman from Texas, Representative Castro, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And Chair Kim, I appreciated working with you to reintroduce the bipartisan Partner with ASEAN Act today. This bill would give ASEAN the same diplomatic privileges and immunities that other major multilateral institutions already enjoy, a step that I believe would strengthen ASEAN's centrality and U.S. regional ties. So I wanted to ask Mr. Poling, how important is it for the U.S. to follow through on this legislation and demonstrate that we treat ASEAN as a strategic partner?
I think it is quite important, particularly at a time when ASEAN questions whether the U.S. will follow through on a great many commitments it makes. The legislation's been pending for, I think, 3 years. It was first introduced 3 years ago. At a time when ASEAN fears that the U.S. will withdraw from multilateral engagement, at a time when the State Department has suggested that it will shut down the multilateral affairs shop within the AP, which is in charge of ASEAN affairs, this can send an important countervailing message.
Thank you. And I want to ask Dr. Kuok, recent polling suggests that public opinion of the United States has dipped in majority Muslim Southeast Asian countries following Israel's war in Gaza. And so how has the war in Gaza affected the region's public opinion of the United States?
As mentioned earlier, the drop in support for the United States since the recent Gaza crisis has been precipitous in Muslim majority countries, about 20 percentage point drop in support for the United States since the Gaza crisis. And support for China in Muslim majority countries is averaging about 70% amongst Muslim majority countries. And this was in the most recent poll as well, the 2025 poll. So a slight decrease in support for China and increase in support for the United States, but still very poor support for the United States amongst these Muslim majority countries, amongst even Singaporean respondents, because Singapore has a minority Muslim population. I think sentiment is also quite bleak about the United States, and it's either inaction or it's active support of Israel. And so that has hurt perceptions of the United States. And I think, the poll has most clearly reflected the drop in support for the United States amongst Muslim majority countries, but it hasn't been limited to Muslim majority countries or even the Muslim population. I think the humanitarian crisis is clear for all to see.
And I want to ask you, given those things, what the long-term implications for U.S. credibility and influence in the region are, particularly the longer this goes on.
Mm-hmm. I think how much it impacts the United States' ability to influence the region will depend on the situation on the ground, and the extent to which, I guess, humanitarian aid is able to reach victims of this crisis. So it will wax and wane accordingly. That said, I think countries in the region are very pragmatic. So regardless of that crisis, I think it'll hurt sentiment, but nonetheless, countries will seek to work with the United States. And we see that from, say Malaysia, whose prime minister has been the loudest and most vocal against, in terms of criticizing the United States for its support of Israel. Before Malaysia took up the chair of ASEAN, it actually expressed that it would seek, as ASEAN chair, to work with various important partners. And it mentioned a whole list of partners, but left out the United States. Since then, Malaysia has sought to clarify that it seeks to continue to work with the United States. So I think even then it wants to work with the United States, but the U.S. has to be there to offer up economic and security options.
Well, and speaking of the economic part, I have 45 seconds left. Let me ask you about the effect of the tariffs on public opinion as well, because that's another major issue.
It's unclear at the moment what the effect of the tariffs have been on Southeast Asia. The 2025 poll I mentioned was conducted from early January to mid-February, so before the U.S. Disengagement from Europe, before the U.S. aid cuts, as well as before the tariffs. But I think it cannot but hurt the United States, given the steep tariffs, as I mentioned, on many of the poorest, some amounting to almost 50% tariff rate. And these countries cannot afford these tariff rates. So it's not only going to have an economic impact on the region, but as the Singapore Prime Minister pointed out, an impact on the global trading system, which will then hurt these countries. And it will hurt the United States as well. It might win a little bit in terms of gain an inch but lose a yard, because in terms of its strategic ability to influence the region and get the region to align with it on issues important to it.
I've just run out of time.
Will be on a back foot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me now recognize Gentlelady from South Carolina, Representative Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kim, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. So my first question is for Mr. Phelan. So in your testimony, you emphasized the strategic utility of the U.S. Coast Guard in Southeast Asia, particularly in countering China's gray zone tactics through partnerships, capacity building, and shipwrighter agreements. Given the success of China's non-lethal coercion via its Coast Guard and maritime militia, what additional steps would you recommend the United States take beyond current initiatives to strengthen and expand the U.S. Coast Guard engagement in the region? And how can these efforts be better integrated with the needs of frontline states like the Philippines and Vietnam?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I do think that it has been important to see now a small presence of U.S. Coast Guard cutter, usually one at a time, conducting training activities in Southeast Asia. The U.S. Coast Guard is stretched too thin. We have to acknowledge that it is not going to play a direct role in helping support, say, Philippine activity in the South China Sea. That's going to remain a Navy role. But the more the Coast Guard can be funded to forward deploy to the Indo-Pacific, engage in shipwrighting in the Pacific Islands, and training and capacity building in Southeast Asia, the better. The Philippines has done a remarkable job in standing up to China. And so far, the threat of U.S. intervention under the Mutual Defense Treaty has kept this in the gray zone, where so far the Philippines can handle it. The most important thing from my perspective is that we continue to reinforce the application of the Mutual Defense Treaty, and that we continue to fund the 10-year security sector assistance roadmap that we have promised to help modernize the Philippine military.
Thank you. So I would like to kind of continue our discussion. You point out to the Coast Guard's effectiveness in building regional trust and countering gray zone tactics. Given the strategic importance of Southeast Asia, what political and operational challenges must be overcome to expand U.S. Coast Guard deployments and agreements, such as the shipwrighter programs or forward deployed cutters in the region, and what specific support should Congress provide to achieve this expansion?
I don't think it's possible for the U.S. to negotiate a shipwrighter agreement for the South China Sea. The nature of the dispute, its multilateral nature, makes it all but impossible. It would be far too politically sensitive in the Philippines for, I think, even the Philippines, our closest and oldest ally in the region, to ask. But more Coast Guard presence to help the Philippines bolster its own capability would be welcomed. And the key there is simply funding. The last time we saw significant increases in Pentagon budgets, there was efforts to cut the Coast Guard's funding. We need to keep in mind that the Coast Guard is an important tool of U.S. power and credibility, not just the Navy.
Thank you so much for that insight. So my next question is for Mrs. Wazul. Your testimony emphasizes DFC's role in catalyzing private investment to advance both development goals and U.S. strategic interest. particularly in Southeast Asia. In that context, how can the U.S. interagency better integrate on-the-ground insights to improve risk mitigation and foster a more stable investment climate for DFC-supported projects across ASEAN?
Well, I think as we look to restructure the way that we're supporting companies in the region, there is going to be an important opportunity to ensure that agencies that are on the ground in ASEAN are working together and coordinating closely. So you have the Commerce Department playing a particular role, you have the State Department having at least traditionally played another role, and the aid agencies also on the ground in these various countries. I think this is, as we're thinking about restructuring all of this, it is a really important that we have input from all of these various agencies about what the priorities are and the ways that all of them can contribute to support DFC and other ways that the U.S. supports U.S. business going forward. I mean, I think we've talked about here how important it is to be able to rethink the way we are looking at this, given the competition that we're facing, not just from China, but from other countries that are competing in the region. And so I think we need to have a very serious look at the way we've been coordinating in the past and what we need to do going forward.
Thank you so much for your insight. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Let me now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Representative Olszewski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair Kim. Thank you to Ranking Member Bera and to all of our witnesses today. I just want to first say how much I completely agree that the U.S. must strengthen our support for our ASEAN partners in the Indo-Pacific. So really appreciate you all being here in your comments today. We know that this means defending a free and open region in the face of security threats posed by the PRC. It also means offering a reliable economic alternative and developing financing for countries like Laos that are saddled with PRC debt. And it also means supplying the kind of foreign assistance that USAID and our other development agencies have delivered to ASEAN and its member states for more than 4 decades. So just lifting up our actions and words, and so appreciate the opportunity for the conversation. I know there's been a lot of talk. I want to turn a little bit to solutions through people-to-people ties, and so I was hoping that we can focus on that. I believe that we should be building on the friendship shared by our combined 1 billion people, and I'm proud that Maryland's Johns Hopkins is leading the way. In 2023, Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies launched the U.S.-ASEAN Institute for Rising Leaders. However, President Trump's budget request seeks to end this critical educational and cultural exchange. Ms. Kwok, perhaps you could speak to, or Dr. Kwok, I'm sorry, could you speak to the importance of engaging with youth and emerging leaders in ASEAN countries and for the long-term U.S. relationship with the region? How would ending educational and cultural exchange programs in the region affect U.S. influence there and open doors for the PRC to expand its influence? And if there's time, I'd invite our other witnesses to answer as well.
Thank you very much. I have to admit not to have thought very much about this issue because it almost seems very obvious that the United States is inflicting a grievous act of self-harm when it ends educational programs for the young people of the region who will tomorrow be the leaders of the countries. So I think, clearly this is a wrong-footed move, and it will hurt the United States. I mean, if you look at the youths in the region today, I think just anecdotally, some of them have been put off from coming to the United States because of some of these concerns. But more broadly, I think, a couple of weeks ago, the Shangri-La Dialogue of Defense Ministers took place in Singapore. And at that dialogue, the Defense Secretary Hegseth, he actually talked about how our futures are tied together. So the futures of the Indo-Pacific and the futures of the countries of the Indo-Pacific are tied together. yet it feels so much like the region is under an onslaught from this part of the world. So it doesn't feel very much like a shared future, and I cannot imagine that it feels very much like a shared future for the young people whose futures are thrown up into uncertainty by some of the more thoughtless actions of the administration.
Any other thoughts on that particular topic?
I would just add that a good case study of this is Vietnam, which used to train all of its officials and send people to Russia for education, and then in a certain year that ended and people started going to the United States, they started going to Europe, and you saw a sort of a change in the attitudes of those people toward improving relations with the United States and deepening cooperation. So you do have these case studies that underscore the importance of these educational links.
I would add that there is no country in Southeast Asia that reports in the ICES survey every year that they want to go study in China. There are several now where they have to go study in China, other doors close. In general, the US, Australia, and the UK are the preferred educational destinations, especially for Vietnam, which provides the third largest group of foreign students in the US, and the Philippines. Pausing interviews for student visas, canceling Fulbright exchanges, this is only going to harm the US in the long term.
I appreciate that, and Madam Chair, I think that reinforces the lessons that we learned when we were all in the Pacific Islands recently together on a trip that you helped lead. So I appreciate our witnesses that, and I think it sort of speaks to our committee's obligation to lift up these kinds of programs particularly for, I loved the comment about the leaders of tomorrow and thinking about our engagement in that way. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Representative Barr, for 5 minutes. Kentucky. Oh.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your excellent leadership in holding this hearing. And let me key in on Dr. Kwok's testimony when she talked about these ASEAN countries or Southeast Asian countries, they don't want to be forced to choose. This does corroborate some of the public comments and some of the analysis from our embassies when I traveled to Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, the Philippines. But, you know, privately in our meetings with our counterparts, they do want to choose. They want to choose the United States. That has not changed from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. I would argue, especially Indonesia, a vibrant democracy, they want to choose. They want to choose the United States, and that hasn't changed from one administration to the other. In fact, I remember very vividly when we were in Jakarta, hearing a very stern admonition from the foreign minister, Marsudi, how terribly upset the Indonesians were and others ASEAN country leaders were that President Biden skipped the ASEAN conference. So this sense of a vacuum, it's not unique to now. It existed before the Trump administration. I think it's not a change in policy on trade that has given us this challenge of needing to deepen our ties with them. In fact, I want to challenge the critics of the Trump administration's trade strategy a little bit when they claim that the president's efforts to negotiate more reciprocal deals are pushing ASEAN nations towards Beijing or making these nations more vulnerable to Xi Jinping's acts of coercion. In fact, what is the objective of the Trump trade policy? It's actually to deepen our economic ties. It's to reduce the trade barriers to American exporters. And so if the end goal of this is more reciprocal trade between the United States and ASEAN, this has enormous potential to reverse the sentiment expressed by Foreign Minister Marsudi that the Biden administration was not paying enough attention to ASEAN. So Ms. Weisel, I totally agree with your testimony when you talk about a regional agreement that should consolidate and expand ASEAN commitments to eliminate tariff and non-tariff barriers in goods and services across the region. You say it also should require new commitments on customs and trade remedies. And then you say, in exchange, the United States should gradually eliminate tariffs on imports from Southeast Asian partners to the agreement. That sounds exactly like the America First trade policy. We're asking them to lower their trade barriers to American exporters, and in exchange, we will reduce tariffs on them. Why does this policy not create an opportunity for greater economic integration between the United States and ASEAN to the detriment of the malign influence of Beijing?
Well, as I said at the outset, I think that they feel, that the tariff threat hanging over them is a five-alarm fire. It has caused potentially tremendous damage to their economies with all of the uncertainty and the threats. I think that all of the ASEAN countries do indeed want to engage more deeply with the United States. They want to have greater economic cooperation, but they want to do so as equal partners in this negotiation. So as we look to see areas where we can cooperate, they would like to see reciprocal access. In other words, they would take on the rules that we are pushing and in areas that are really important to us across the range of economic areas, when we talk about customs and digital trade and all of these areas that are important to the United States, but in exchange, they would like something in return.
And I'm running out of time, but I take your testimony in good faith that you argue that the Trump policy does have the opportunity to open up U.S. exports to Southeast Asia, but you still maintain that they will de-risk from the United States as a result of this. I'm not sure that's necessarily true. If we get better, more integrated economic deals as a result of the policy, I think they will de-risk from China. I don't have much time left, but I would love, maybe in a second round, Madam Chair, to talk about outbound investment into China and what's going to replace that if we restrict outbound investment in China. Does that create opportunities for more U.S. investment into ASEAN as a way to relocate supply chains?
My ranking member has just left for another engagement, and I wasn't planning on doing a second round, if you don't mind. So you can submit your questions, and hopefully our witnesses may be able to respond in writing. But I do have some closing comments, if I may. It's really evident from today's hearing that we need to do more to create a responsive and effective Southeast Asia-focused strategy. That begins with bolstering and strengthening our bilateral and multilateral relationship with ASEAN members. Our witnesses today, you've all trotted out key suggestions, and thank you so much for that, on how we can advance our interests diplomatically, economically, and militarily. So it is imperative moving forward that we are able to deliver results in a whole of the government manner if we are going to be the counterbalance that the region is counting on us to be. Success can be achieved to the extent our strategies, policies, and frameworks align with the needs of our regional partners. Additionally, we need results showing that a viable alternative to the CCP's state-driven economic model is available. We cannot allow Southeast Asia to be dictated by Beijing standards, and we must use every available tool to advance our economic agenda while punishing China's unfair trade practices. And now is the time for action. I encourage the administration and my colleagues across the aisle to work together to ensure that our policies would put us in a position to be the trusted partner in the region. So I want to thank you again for your valuable testimony and answering our members' questions. The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witness, like Rep. Barr has, and we'll ask you to respond to those in writing. And pursuant to the committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous materials for the record, subject to the length limitations. So without objection, I declare the committee stands adjourned.
U.S. ships, but we still don't have commercial shipping traffic feeling free to go through the Red Sea. So we still have a lot of work to do to get after all of the instability in the region. I will agree with the chairman that Iran is the primary driving force in that without question. You see their hand everywhere: Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Israel, Iraq. Getting an ability to contain that is crucially important. And I actually think it is good that President Trump is negotiating directly with Iran. Now, my Republican colleagues would pretty much lose their damn minds every time Biden even suggested that he might talk to Iran. So that particular hypocrisy grates a little bit. But it is a good idea to try to have a conversation. I think it is also crucially important in the negotiations that we focus on their support for proxies. It is their support for proxies that is the most destabilizing force in the region. But we also need to work more closely with our Israeli partners. I have an enormous amount of sympathy for the threats that they face from Hamas, from Hezbollah, from Iran, and others, but we need to find an alternative to Hamas. We need to work with Palestinians to give us some sort of future beyond Hamas. Partners in the region, as you well know, Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and others are working with those Palestinian partners, trying to generate that and being rebuffed constantly by the Israeli government. This war won't stop until Hamas is gone. I agree with that. But Hamas won't be gone until there is some alternative for the Palestinian people. I think it is really important that we step up pressure to try to push those negotiations and show the Palestinian people that they do have a future. If they don't think they have a future, it's going to be very difficult to stop this conflict. In Africa, I am very concerned about where that is going. The terrorist groups, as I said, seem to be taking hold in a number of countries. Russia has become more and more prominent in the region. They don't seem to be doing a particularly good job of keeping the peace, but they are still very present and have relationships with a number of countries. The path forward to that is not clear to me. I will close with a note of agreement with the chairman. These regions matter. They lead to greater instability. And when we talk about our primary concern being China, we must understand that the challenge with China is global. Any notion that we're going to pivot to Asia and therefore deal with China and just ignore the rest of the world, I think fundamentally misunderstands what is happening. As you gentlemen know, China is very active in Africa. They're very active in the Middle East. Russia is as well. This is a global challenge. These two regions are crucially important. We need to be present, but we also need to work with partners in the region to try to create greater stability in what is a very challenging part of the world. With that, I look forward to the testimony and the questions and answers, and I yield back.
I'd now like to introduce our witnesses. First, we have Ms. Catherine Thompson. She's performing the duties of Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Affairs. General Eric Kurilla is the commander of United States CENTCOM, and General Michael Langley is the commander of United States Africa. Welcome to all of our witnesses. Ms. Thompson, we'll start with you. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, distinguished members of the House Armed Services Committee, thank you for inviting me today to testify on our defense posture and policy in U.S. Central Command and U.S. Africa Command, respectively. It is my honor to appear alongside General Kurilla and General Langley. The Department of Defense is reviewing our posture, activities, and resources across all combatant commands, including CENTCOM and AFRICOM, in line with President Trump's America First priorities to make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. In line with President Trump's Peace Through Strength framework and under Secretary Hegseth's leadership, DoD is putting core American interests first in the CENTCOM and AFRICOM AORs to make America and our citizens more secure. America's core national security interests in the CENTCOM AOR are to 1, prevent and disrupt credible terrorist threats to the U.S. homeland, 2, deny Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, and 3, support Israel's ability to defend itself. State and non-state actors across the Middle East, such as ISIS, Iran, and its proxies, continue to threaten the U.S. homeland, as well as our forces and posture across the region. At the direction of the President, the Department of Defense maintains the forces and capabilities to defend against these threats to our national security. President Trump has already demonstrated his unrelenting commitment to keep Americans safe by conducting operations targeting Houthi terrorists in Yemen that successfully restored freedom of navigation and American deterrence. We will continue to work with our regional partners to enable U.S. operations, coordinate on approaches to regional challenges, and expand interoperability to address our shared threats. For example, our Iraqi security force partners now shoulder the majority of operations against ISIS remnants, requiring only a modest U.S. advisory role. In addition, the historic package of $142 billion in defense sales to Saudi Arabia, which Secretary Hegseth signed last month in Riyadh, will help lock in another generation of interoperability and burden sharing with critical regional partners. We will also continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel, a model ally for the region, as they defend against threats from every direction. Secretary Hegseth has backed up this commitment with action and has authorized the deployment of a Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, or THAAD missile battery, and its associated U.S. military crew to Israel. In Africa, the most pressing security challenges include potential threats to the U.S. homeland emanating from terrorist activity, as well as China's ambitions to expand its military power projection capabilities via overseas basing, naval access, as well as an ambition to establish dominance over critical mineral resources on the continent that fund their defense supply chains. To address those security issues, DoD has two priorities in the AFRICOM AOR. One is to disrupt, degrade, and deny the activities of Africa-based terrorist groups that have both the capability and intent to strike the U.S. homeland or U.S. personnel and facilities. To this end, U.S. forces stand ready to engage and neutralize terrorists through direct action. At the same time, the department is working with African nations to grow their operational independence and empower them to counter shared threats. At the same time, DoD will work to prevent and counter efforts by China to position its own forces in the AFRICOM AOR in ways that threaten our ability to defend the U.S. homeland and deter Chinese aggression in the Indo-Pacific. We will also work closely with interagency partners to counter Chinese efforts to exclude the United States from critical markets on the continent. DoD's largest force posture location in Africa is Camp Lemanoir in Djibouti, which hosts 3,300 DoD military personnel and civilians that support AFRICOM, CENTCOM, U.S. Special Operations Command, and U.S. Transportation Command operations. This base, along with smaller enduring locations, provides support to contingency operations, episodic military-to-military engagements, and crisis response. To conclude, I want to emphasize the important role of Congress in enabling the Department of Defense to achieve our objectives in the CENTCOM and AFRICOM areas of responsibility. Your support and funding have been and will continue to be critical to advancing peace through strength. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Department of Defense, and we appreciate your continued support to the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardians, and civilians who work every day to make the American people safer and more secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. General Carrillo, you're recognized.
Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm joined today by Command Master Chief Fleet Derek Walters, the Command's Senior Enlisted Leader of U.S. Central Command. Our partners have described the events of the last 20 months as a tectonic shift, an earthquake, one that began on 7 October 2023 and continued to produce aftershocks across the region. We have been at the brink of regional war several times. Conflict was triggered in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, the Red Sea, and Yemen. The region held its breath as Iran and Israel traded blows in the first overt state-on-state attacks between these two countries in their history. At the same time, Tehran continued to increase their stockpiles of uranium enriched to 60%, for which there is no civilian purpose, threatening catastrophic ramifications across the region and beyond. Global violent extremists exploited the turmoil wherever possible to sustain their networks and regenerate capability. This included in post-Assad Syria and the porous border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. We saw this threat actualized multiple times throughout 2024 in high-profile attacks overseas and attempted here at home. However, from this disorder emerges opportunity. Iran is in a weaker strategic position now than at any point in the past 40 years, though it maintains significant operational capability. Qasem Soleimani's vision of a Shia crescent from Iran through Iraq and Syria to Lebanon was shattered as the Syrian regime collapsed and Assad fled to Russia. Lebanese Hezbollah was decimated by Israel, including the death of many of their leaders who were implicated in the 1983 Beirut bombing that killed 241 American service members. This dealt a massive blow to Iran's terror network that has targeted and killed U.S. personnel across the region for decades. The Houthis, Iran's new premier proxy, threatened the free flow of commerce through a vital waterway and were met with a sustained, deliberate, and focused campaign to reestablish American freedom of navigation. Terrorists are under pressure as CENTCOM's relentless campaign against ISIS removed hundreds of fighters and leaders from the battlefields in Iraq and Syria, to include just 6 hours ago. Our network of partners dealt significant blows to the ISIS Khorasan networks, exploiting the tribal areas between Afghanistan and Pakistan, to include our Pakistani partners bringing the terrorists behind the Abbey Gate bombing to justice. Finally, the reality of aligning with Russia and China was laid bare as our partners across the region as they watched Russia supporting Assad's atrocities against the Syrian people and the Chinese Communist Party cynically exploit Iran-backed violence in the Red Sea. The United States now stands in a strategic window of opportunity to secure its national interests in the central region, to protect the homeland, secure our economic prosperity, establish freedom of navigation, and prevent a nuclear-armed Iran. CENTCOM's deep military-to-military partnerships have proven a catalyst to these wide-ranging opportunities that now lay before us. Our relationships provide the foundation of the Middle East Air Defense Initiative that defeated hundreds of Iranian munitions and continues to set conditions for the rest of the region's defense. These relationships unleash our shared creative potential in what has become a sandbox of experimentation, enabling us to innovate together, develop rapid solutions to the entire joint force. Our partners are also on the front line. In Iraq and Syria, they remain crucial to the enduring defeat of ISIS, battling the group across their respective countries, as well as enabling the repatriation of ISIS detainees and displaced persons. The warfighters of U.S. Central Command, representing less than 2% of the entire joint force, have been at the forefront of these seismic events over the last year and often on the front lines of conflict. It was those warfighters who sprinted out of their bunkers to fuel, arm, and fly their F-15s through a barrage of missiles and UAVs. It was those warfighters who led the vanguard against maritime terror in the Red Sea, protecting the connective tissue of the global economy. And it was those warfighters who continue to pursue and eliminate the remnants of ISIS wherever they are to stop future attacks as far away from this homeland as possible. It is on their behalf, the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, and Guardians who serve this nation on the front lines of freedom that I speak before you today. It is the honor of my professional life to serve as their commander. As I close over 37 years of uniformed service to this nation, I'd offer one final thought. I've spent most of my adult life living, fighting, leading, and building partnerships in the central region. We have traditionally viewed the region as a risk to our national interests, but as I depart, I would offer that there has rarely been a time with greater opportunity to protect those national interests than we have right now, but only if we have the courage to step through that window. Thank you, and I do look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General Kurilla. General Langley, you're recognized.
Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, distinguished committee members, it's an honor to appear here today representing the outstanding service members, civilians, and families of the United States Africa Command. As I get closer to the end of my tenure of command, I remain in awe of the character and the capabilities of the men and women willing to serve our nation. Our team of soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, guardians, and civilians perform valiantly, and I'm honored and proud to serve with them. America remains in good hands. I'm proud to testify with my friend General Eric Kurilla, the commander of United States Central Command, and my colleague, Ms. Catherine Thompson from OSD Policy. I'd like to extend my gratitude for their steadfast cooperation. Now, ordinarily, I would be joined by my command senior enlisted leader, Sergeant Major Michael Woods. However, as all of our outstanding NCOs do, Sergeant Major Woods has chosen to put himself in the best position to influence operations. Today, he's in Morocco for the Africa Senior Enlisted Leaders Conference. Now, Morocco is a shining example of a great return on our investment. And their efforts in developing the enlisted corps across the continent is a crucial step in African military professionalism. I recently traveled to Morocco. I attended the African Lion 2025. This exercise is the largest exercise with participation of over 52 nations, 10 NATO allies, and 2 non-NATO allies, and over 10
20,000 soldiers participating. I also just returned from Kenya, where we jointly hosted the African Chiefs of Defense Conference in Nairobi. This gathering showcased the Kenyan Defense Force's commitment to fostering military dialogue and demonstrated their leadership. The insights drawn from that forum will help inform AFRICOM's approach to hearing how our African partners are solving challenges in their own neighborhoods and understanding where they can shoulder more of the load. Now, everything we do at the United States AFRICOM, especially these types of partnerships, has overarching goal in mind: achieving peace through strength. Now, this requires three things: a clear understanding of national security threats, a robust and dependable network of like-minded allies and partners, and appropriate resourcing to match military requirements. Now, as I've said in previous testimony, Africa remains a nexus theater from which the United States cannot afford to shift its gaze. It is home to terrorists who take advantage of conditions in Africa to grow and export their ideology. ISIS controls their global network from Somalia. It is where the Chinese Communist Party actively works to change the international rules-based order and establish regional hegemony. And it's where the Russian Federation seizes opportunities created by chaos and instability. Ladies and gentlemen, we must deter these nations and other malign actors from their goals on the continent. Many of our security and economic interests overlap with those of our African and European partners. Successful outcomes enabled by burden sharing are beneficial for all. As a posture-limited theater, we establish strength and work towards peace by enhancing security capabilities of our African partners through our robust system of alliances. Exercises, training events, security cooperation, and foreign military sales programs are the backbone of our military activities on the continent. Through these activities, our forces lead by example with a warrior ethos and stand by our partners and enhance trust in the United States military. United States AFRICOM seeks to match capabilities with current and emerging threats to ensure that security of our forces while advancing American interests. Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, crisis response forces, counter-unmanned aerial systems technology, and integrated air missile defense platforms are critical resources to accomplish our mission. I welcome your advocacy in ensuring that these necessary tools are in AFRICOM's hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I'd like to close by thanking the committee for your stalwart support during my tenure of command. Our ability to accomplish the mission is always linked to your advocacy and encouragement, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. General Langley, Chair, now recognizes himself for questions. General Kurilla, Operation Rough Rider degraded Houthi capabilities and took a target off U.S. commercial ships. But they still keep hitting at Israel. What more can the U.S. do to support Israel against the Houthis and Iran's other terrorist proxies?
So I would tell you right now that the Iranian proxies are at one of the weakest levels they've been. They did decimation of the disintegration of the Hezbollah, Hamas. However, the Houthis, the biggest challenge with the Houthis is they are being provided with Iranian weapons. They provide the weapons and they assemble them inside of Yemen. There are experts from the IRGC that are inside of Yemen helping them to be able to manufacture these systems as well. So this is going to be a challenge going forward. We have got to stop the flow of the weapons into Yemen.
Thank you. President Trump's made it clear that if Iran doesn't permanently give up its nuclear enrichment, military force by the U.S. may be necessary. If the president directed, is CENTCOM prepared to respond with overwhelming force to prevent a nuclear-armed Iran?
I have provided the Secretary of Defense and the President a wide range of options.
I take that as a yes.
Yes.
General Langley, your command was created in 2007 to address the shortcomings of the division of Africa between CENTCOM, INDOPACOM, and EUCOM. Since then, Africa's strategic importance has only grown, with transnational terrorism on the rise, as well as China and Russia working to undermine our interest on the continent. Can you tell me, in your best military judgment, should AFRICOM remain its own combatant command separate and apart from EUCOM?
Chairman, those statistics that you just stated is more of a reason why AFRICOM needs to remain as a overall command to be able to address these challenges. Africa is a nexus theater for the great power competition, and then also with a number of violent extremist organizations that are encroaching upon the continent. It is a threat. It is a threat to our homeland, and it's a threat for our overall national security and protection of our national interests.
Yeah, I take that as a yes.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes, and I fully agree with you. I made it very clear publicly that I will vigorously oppose any effort to consolidate AFRICOM into EUCOM. As you heard in my opening statement, we need to be putting more resources in AFRICOM to combat what China and Russia and Iran are doing, rather than looking at taking away attention and resources. General Corelli, yesterday the ranking member and I introduced the SPEED Act. It's our effort by this committee to try to speed up acquisition of critical warfighting capabilities to strengthen our defense industrial base. What impact, if any, do you think this could have on our ability to help our partners in CENTCOM?
Thanks, Chairman. I have not read the full act, but I do know that it's trying to speed acquisition, change acquisition to get into the hands of the warfighter. Anything we can do to fix what I think is a very bureaucratic and slow process will help the warfighter.
Is there something else that you would suggest that we do to try to?
I think we need to start from scratch with a blank piece of paper on the FMS process. We've had dozens of task forces to look at FMS, and I have not seen much change. It is one of the #1 complaints that we get from our foreign partners, and we are 40% of the entire FMS projects in the region.
And if you had that blank sheet of paper and you were writing it out, tell me what you would do with it.
Well, I think there's 4 levers that control FMS. There's DOD. I think we have to fix some of our own processes internal on these requests.
Such as?
Well, I think sometimes we take months and up to a year when someone says, I'd like to sell you Patriots, and we go back and forth for a year. That should be days or weeks. It then goes to the State Department. Candidly, that is not where a lot of our holdup is. I think this body of Congress, there can be holds up for whatever reason that we hold. We don't want to sell a weapon system to a country. And candidly, the biggest problem we have right now is with industry, that they are not putting the investments in capital into their production lines. The biggest thing I think Congress can help with is multi-year funding that would be able, if you're a business and you say, I'm only going to get funded 1 year, they're not going to want to put the capital into those production lines. I thank you for what you've done with some of the 2-year funding, but I think it needs to be multi-year funding so that we can get these production lines up. And I think we got to look at our partners that are offering to also produce inside the region. Sorry for the long response.
Well, I think that last point especially would be very helpful, and I think I speak for this committee when I say we're open to that idea. I hope that when you testify before the appropriators, you tell them the same thing. With that, I'll yield to the ranking member for any questions he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to Iran and their nuclear program, without getting into the more classified discussion about what Israel might do on their own, if Israel were to act on their own and attack Iran, what implications would that have for our force protection in your region? And what should we be doing to try to, put ourselves in a position to protect against that?
I think it would increase risk to force of our forces in the region, but every day we're making assessments of our posture and our risk to force, and we make adjustments based on those. We're fielding new systems and new equipment and making adjustments every single day. We have a rule in CENTCOM, you improve your foxhole every single day, whether that's through rehearsals or any other actions that you're taking to better protect our forces.
And what are the systems that you think are working best if we were to, throw money at you and say, here's what you need right now that could best put you in a better position to protect your forces? What systems would you ask for?
So counter-UAS is the #1 thing. We have a revolution in warfare. The character of warfare is changing with the drone revolution and unmanned systems. We see that in Ukraine. We saw that with the Houthis, and we see that even in Iraq and Syria. The #1 challenge out there is detect. It's the ability to detect the counter-UAS systems and to defeat the swarms. And I think anything we can do in the air defense world, we went back to the FMS. We ought to ask ourselves the question, why does a THAAD missile cost 3 times as much as an Arrow that is jointly developed between the U.S. and Israel and the Missile Defense Agency? Why is an SM-3 Block 2B 6 times more expensive than an Arrow missile with roughly the same capabilities?
Yeah. In In Syria, what's your, and I realize this is a huge diplomatic piece of this, but you are a diplomat as well as a warrior. Where, can you give us an update on where you see the Syrian government? Obviously, it's crucial that that government stabilize and block Iran and Russia from getting back in. What can we most do to help that, and where do you see it at right now?
I think what the president did was talking about lifting some of the sanctions. That's going to allow other countries to come in and bring some of the investments. That is one of the things that's desperately needed, is the investments back into the country. We're working directly right now with the Syrian Democratic Forces, our Kurdish partners and Arab partners on the ground going after de-ISIS, to get them to integrate in with the new Syrian government. Turkey has played a very positive role in that. That is a big piece for the stability in terms of that. I think they got to figure out how to run all of the administration of their country. They have a few people that are running the country right now. I am very concerned with the stability, but I think the fact that we are at the table now having those discussions, the upside is great, the downside is very low to being at the table.
How important is our troop presence in Syria to helping facilitate that process and continue to keep ISIS at bay?
So our purpose for being in Syria is for the de-ISIS fight. We literally took a strike this morning on an external operations leader from Central Asia up in northwest Syria. We're still waiting for the full results of that. That's what our forces do inside of Syria. We've made some adjustments, some consolidation of bases based on the fall of Assad. Right now we're making an assessment going forward of what other bases. It's all conditions-based, that I'll make my recommendations to the Secretary of Defense and the President. But right now, the guidance to me has been given to right now make an assessment on if any other adjustments that we need to make in our posture.
General Langley, there's a lot of concerning aspects to Africa, but West Africa right now seems to be the most concerning. I mean, it seems that the most capable terrorist organization is, gaining influence in multiple countries and threatening others. We don't have much of a presence there. What would be your recommendation in terms of how we contain that threat that is growing out of West Africa?
Ranking member, I would say, since we moved out of Niger, we had to reset our CT strategy. And that's further engagement, especially with the coastal West Africa countries who are building capabilities and capacity to deter. And a number of countries is working, but JNM, which is and AQIM, and also ISIS Sahel are really starting to get their footing and affect themselves across the Sahel, AES countries of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. I think that just collaboration with our partners in increasing institutional capacity for enduring solution against those aforementioned VEOs. To do that, it takes a whole of government approach. Not so much our whole of government, but their whole of government, and we need to invest in that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes this gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Amade, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, generals, for your leadership and your service for our country. And as a former Army Reserve intelligence officer who served in the Middle East, it is incredible to see President Trump's bold vision and a Middle East defined by, quote, commerce, not chaos. Now, those words are now backed by decisive actions that nobody dreamed possible. Now, President Trump changed Syria's path overnight from endless bloodshed towards hope. And there's a lot of optimism right there, and I know Ambassador Tom Barrack and Presidential Envoy Barrack's doing an incredible job in Syria, hitting the ground running. I don't know, he has a lot of flights back and forth from Ankara to Damascus. But General Kurilla, I know there's so many questions about Syria's transition, and after coming off of a 50-year Assad rule and ISIS mostly defeated, and I know you helped with you just talked about it briefly, with the agreement between integrating the Syrian Kurdish forces with the government forces of Syria. How's that integration actually going?
I would tell you it's actually going well right now. There's some sticking points, but what's happening is you have the Syrian Kurds are talking directly to al-Shara and the Syrian government right now. Turkey has played a positive role in that as well, but I think that we're on a good path right now.
And do you envision that integration could also include other minority militia like the Druze or the Christians or Alawites in Syria?
It could. Right now, though, I mean, we're focused on our partner that we have right now up in the Northeast, and that's the Kurds.
Very good. And our Counter-ISIS Train and Equip Fund, which helped the Syrian Kurds destroy ISIS, could be wrapping up. Now, can or should the Train and Equip shift to include Syria's forces?
I think that would have to be a wait and see. I think the fact that we're at the table right now having this discussion, and that will allow us to make an assessment of that if that would be a wise choice.
And how concerned are you about the foreign fighters possibly being integrated within the Syrian armed forces?
That is the reason we have to take a wait and see on this.
And are they integrating them right now?
So right now, I mean, if you remember, these are some of the people that brought Shara into power. They are integrated into some portions of the government, and this is something that we have to make an assessment on.
Very good. Now shifting toward Iraq, the same train and equip fund is also used in Iraq. But why are we subsidizing Iraq currently when it's withholding public salaries and military equipment from our Kurdish allies up north?
They have challenges every now and then. We end up working through them. They end up getting the salaries. They end up getting the equipment. There is always small frictions that we have to work through, but they are getting what they need.
Sure. And Iran's stronghold within Iraq, is that presence increasing even despite all of the setbacks that Iran has been facing the last few months?
I think Iran is trying to double down on getting a grip inside of Iraq, but I think Iraq is a sovereign nation, and they don't want to be a vassal state of Iran.
Of course, but although there's a lot of Iranian militias currently still operating Iraq, I know they're holding a hostage, Elizabeth Surkov, that we want released as well. But how do you envision us pulling Iraq from Iran's stronghold?
It is a challenge because it's their next door neighbor. We partner at the military level with the Iraqi security forces to go after ISIS. They are doing actually a very good job in terms of going after ISIS. We killed the number 2 ISIS, global number 2 ISIS, Abu Khadija, out in the Anbar with the assistance of the Iraqis. So I think from a military to military standpoint, they understand the need and why they want to have a relationship with the West. There are a lot of other reasons at the State Department level on why we want to have a relationship with Iraq. A stable Iraq helps with a stable Middle East.
Thank you, General. And shifting to AFRICOM, General Langley, I know you have a lot of positive things to say about Morocco, and I do as well, as they were the first country to recognize the United States independence, and it seems like their alliance is increasing with us. Do you ever envision moving the headquarters of AFRICOM from Germany to an African partner country like Morocco?
Congressman, thanks for that question. And as I would look at it from the operational perspective, cost-benefit analysis, the benefit of moving to Morocco would not exceed the cost. The benefit operationally of us being able to operate from Stuttgart headquarters onto it does not benefit in amount. The cost of moving the headquarters would be a big dent to our budget. So I would say from a cost analysis perspective, I think we are advantageous of where we are right now. When we look at the overall costs, we would not be benefiting from moving our headquarters onto the African continent at large. But let me just say, Morocco is a great partner, and what they do in exporting security is tremendous, especially in the sub-Saharan countries.
Very good. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair, now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Bell.
Matthew 20:16, so the last shall be first and the first shall be last. Representative Wilson and Courtney, if you need any tips on how to maximize your time, Rep. Amadei and myself are experts in this particular committee. I want to thank you to the chair, to our ranking member, to our witnesses, as well as the service members I see behind you for your service as well. My district in the greater St. Louis region is home to the production of some of the most advanced fighter aircraft in the world, including many that CENTCOM has used in recent operations, such as intercepting incoming Iranian drones and missiles that targeted Israel and our regional allies. While I'm proud to represent a region that contributes so significantly to our national defense, I must also acknowledge that many of my constituents are still struggling to recover from the most devastating natural disaster to impact our state since the late 1950s. But as a region, we will recover, and we are committed to build and support our domestic industrial base that is crucial to our national security. But what is not crucial to our national security is turning our backs on our allies, like we've seen from the administration, and cutting essential foreign assistance programs that go hand in hand with our efforts to promote strong U.S. global leadership. China and Russia have made significant military and economic inroads across the African continent, posing serious implications for U.S. strategic interests. At the same time, the Trump administration, under the guise of pursuing efficiency, has slashed funding for global development and humanitarian programs. These cuts have, in practice, created greater inefficiencies and undermined U.S. influence abroad. General Langley, how does U.S. economic aid, how does U.S. economic and humanitarian engagement on the continent contribute to advancing AFRICOM's military objectives, particularly when it comes to countering the destabilizing influence of Russia and China?
Congressman, thanks for that question. And I'll just go back on the operations, especially the operations that we do in Somalia. So when we support the Somali National Army, as they've gone through numerous phases to the liberation phase of significant regions across Somalia, they get into phase 4. And some of the capabilities that outside of the kinetics and military operations, they were able to stabilize the region. So we're at a point now looking forward to what worked as far as aid in the past, but this is where the Secretary has charged me with engaging other countries of a shared burden. A shared burden of looking at contributing countries, not only troop contributing, but also in phase 4 operation, which is stabilization. So those discussions are taking place at a higher level, at the policy level, and engagement with other countries, so that we can focus, laser focus on countering terrorism and a shared burden with other countries to be able to take up that void. Over.
And since Hamas's October 7th terrorist attack against Israel, one notable development has been the strengthening of military and security partnerships between Israel and its Arab neighbors, especially evident during the 2 Iranian missile and drone attacks last year. This growing security cooperation has shown potential in laying the groundwork for peace. And to the ranking member's point, we endeavor to see a future for Palestine beyond Hamas. So, General Kurilla, from a security perspective, how can enhanced cooperation between Israeli and Palestinian security forces or broader regional security coordination help establish a foundation for long-term peace and stability?
Great question, Congressman. There has to be, Hamas cannot be in charge. There has to be an alternative to Hamas. I think that is some form of a Palestinian governance. I think the regional partners can work with Israel to figure out what that is and with the Palestinian people.
For almost 20 months, the Iranian-backed Houthis have wreaked havoc across the region, causing significant instability. The administration recently announced an agreement to cease all operations against the Houthis in exchange for a halt in their attacks on U.S. ships. I will submit my question, but I want to talk about how this agreement excludes our regional allies and the implications of that.
The gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mismer.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. General Kurilla, I couldn't agree with you more that FMS reform is needed, and we just have to do better in that regard. In addition to reforming the FMS and DCS process, would you also agree with the need to reform or eliminate other non-treaty agreements that inhibit our ability to work with our allies and partners, such as the Missile Technology Control Regime?
Can you say the question again, please, Congressman?
Yes. How could, other than FMS and the DCS process, would you agree that we need to reform or eliminate other non-treaty agreements that inhibit our ability to work with our allies and partners, such as Missile Technology Control Regime?
I think we should find those partners in the region that we know can safeguard the technologies, and we should work with them. We have several in the region that have offered up to say they would like to help produce. That is where we need help, is the production line right now, and I think that's something we should strongly look at.
Okay, thank you. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the professionalism of our forces who have conducted operations in the Red Sea, but I'm wondering what work needs to be done on the policy end with our regional allies and within our own interagency to devise a successful strategy against Yemen, both that deters their destabilizing military actions of the Houthis and coerce them into making their closure of the Red Sea politically untenable in the region.
Was that to me or to policy?
To you.
So I think well, I'll defer to policy first for any policy question, then I'll take that.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would just highlight two things. First, with the conclusion of Operation Rough Rider, we are not certainly in a position where we are ending our entire engagement regarding the Houthi problem set. The Houthis are still under a foreign terrorist organization designation, and we're still pursuing a whole of government approach, which obviously includes other interagency elements to tackle this problem set. And then I would just highlight some of the comments that you made just a moment ago, which is this will, the longer term problem set for Yemen and the Houthis writ large really is something that in our relationships with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and our other Gulf partners, this is something where we'll look to burden share this effort and really develop a regional solution that empowers our Gulf partners that we've continued to develop a deeper defense partnership with to tackle the long-term elements of the problem set.
Thank you. General Kurla, I also have concerns about the long-term stability and strategic implications of using high-end platforms and munitions like the B-2 bomber, Jasmine, and Tomahawk cruise missiles against supposedly unsophisticated adversaries like the Houthis. Has use of these platforms and the rapid proliferation of adversarial drones led to more consideration toward the effectiveness of directed energy technologies and counter these platforms?
Yeah, we absolutely need to be putting more work into directed energy, high-powered microwave. I think some of the innovations that have come out of this since Operation Rough Rider, about 40% of the drones shot down were shot down by something called Advanced Precision Weapon Kill System, a laser-guided 2.75-inch rocket fired off our F-16s or F-15s. That's a $25,000 munition going against a roughly $50,000 or $100,000 drone that is an Iranian-provided drone to the Houthis.
Okay, excellent. So what role can our defense industrial base play in advancing direct-ended energy solutions to ensure CENTCOM can maintain their technological advantage?
So I would compliment someone like General Randy George and his Army Transformation Initiative. He is sending things over once they reach a technology readiness level to a certain level. He sent over directed energy mobile short-range air defense. We brought it into the theater. We tested it in the harshest conditions you can find against an active enemy and a thinking enemy, and we provided feedback on its effectiveness to make it better so they can make a better informed decision on that. We have the same with high-powered microwave. We're doing things with software. Software is a weapon as well, and rapidly changing this. The character of warfare has changed with the drone revolution, and that's what we need to be paying attention to.
Okay, thank you. Also, how would you assess the performance of Israel's missile defense architecture during recent fighting, particularly systems like David's Sling and Arrow that we co-produced?
So I would tell you that the missile defense, out of the 300-plus missiles that were fired into Israel, one person was killed, a Palestinian from Gaza who was living in Jericho.
Okay, thank you. Has the attack highlighted any gaps in our budget requiring additional resources from Congress?
I think we need to figure out how we also produce, I go back to my comment, why does a THAAD cost 3 times as much as an Arrow? Why does an SM3 Block 2B cost 6 times as much?
Yeah.
We've got to figure that out because we are on the wrong side of the cost curve.
Very good. Congress has appropriated...
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses and General Kurla and General Langley. Thank you for your decades of uniformed service. I want to thank you, General Langley, for these great placemats. I mean, it's a fantastic graphic depiction of why Africa is so important to our national security now and into the future. And in particular, the things that I sort of honed in on is the fact that it's 11 of the 20 fastest growing economies in the world are in Africa. 25% of the 193 countries in the General Assembly of the UN hold seats in Africa. And the rare earths is probably maybe even more interesting in how much China controls here. So in this context, in this sort of geopolitical context, when we look at all the elements of power, we have diplomatic, information, military, economic, and I know there are various iterations of this. Ms. Thompson, you emphasized the importance of countering China's influence in Africa. However, this week, the House is voting on a rescission package that cuts $3.7 billion in soft power For example, hundreds of millions in cuts to PEPFAR, a program started by George W. Bush. Forgetting the more than 25 million lives saved by PEPFAR since the program started in 2003, there's no question that this has been an effective program in extending America's power and influence. This has made us safer and boosted our national security. And in the testimony that DOD sent over for today's briefing, said, unfortunately, the CCP information manipulation is significantly outpacing our efforts to counter their campaigns. Unchecked, China's efforts could reshape the information landscape in Africa, creating biases and gaps that could lead African nations to make decisions to subordinate the economic and security interests to China's own. So my question is, given sort of the withdrawal that we've seen this administration take in the information environment and communicating through, Voice of America and other entities that are specifically focused on Africa, and in withdrawal of these critical soft power programs, are we more or less in a position to make sure that our military objectives are achieved?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I can't speak explicitly to the State Department equities in this, particularly the humanitarian aid that you speak about. However, I will say from a Title X DoD perspective, obviously the department has...
I'm sorry, let me stop you for a second. I'm talking about like sort of these elements of power, all right? And there's a balance to these, right? So by withdrawing from the informational, from the economic elements, does that make achieving the military objectives more or less difficult?
Appreciate the question, sir. What I would say from a DoD perspective, thinking exclusively about the Title X assistance that we provide, particularly on the continent, that's part of our review process, is understanding how our
okay, let me pause you right there. General Langley, same question to you. Does this make achieving the military objectives more or less difficult?
Especially in the MISO, we just, as far as our information operations, countering some of the propaganda that the CCP is putting out there. Yes, that's where we need to be able to confront them, because we had a lot of success in the past, and even going forward, Secretary Hegseth has given us the tools to press back on the CCP.
So thank you, General Langley. I heard yes, which I think is the short answer to the question, and I just want to make sure I get
that we need to counter them going forward.
Switching gears to the Houthis, General Kurilla, over the last few months, we spent over $1 billion attacking the Houthis. And our campaign, can you evaluate whether we've disrupted, neutralized, destroyed their capabilities?
So the president gave us a very specific mission, which was to get the Houthis to quit shooting at American ships. 6 months ago, on 12 November 2024, was the last time a destroyer went through the Bab el-Mandeb. It was attacked 17 times with anti-ship ballistic missiles and anti-ship cruise missiles and UAVs. In the last week, we've put 4 destroyers back through the Bab el-Mandeb, and we were not shot at.
Okay, I got that. They're not attacking U.S. shipping. Are they still attacking Israel? Yes or no?
They are still attacking Israel, and we are still defending Israel with our THAAD system.
Thank you.
So, gentlemen's times have expired. Mr. McGuire, you're now recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses and to all of our military folks here. We wouldn't have a country without you. Thank you. Ms. Thompson, we really appreciate what you're doing in this administration with Peace Through Strength. I think we all agree you have to have strong American leadership in the world, or you have a lot of problems. How has the President's outreach to the new government in Syria encouraged a good outcome for our Kurdish partners in the Syrian Democratic Forces?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And I would highlight the President's speech in Riyadh, in particular, this idea that the Middle East region is transitioning from chaos to a region focused on commerce and empowerment. I think that this is an incredible good news story when it comes to the conversation around Syria. We are giving the Syrian government a chance, and stability, if it holds in Syria, will be monumental for the region. And it's something that the administration is really leaning forward on as a whole of government effort. Obviously, it's conditions-based, and we'll be very careful as we watch the developments. But it's a really positive, good news story that further underscores that the region is really transitioning from this region of chaos into a region focused on prosperity.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, since President Trump took office, have counterterrorism operations remained static, or has there been an increase in operations in Somalia that have removed a number of terrorists from the battlefield?
Thank you for the question. I will defer to General Langley on any additional operational comments, but I would say, yes, the Somalia elements that you highlight, the increase in precision targeting in Somalia to take out terrorists who specifically pose a threat to the U.S. homeland, demonstrating the capability and intent to carry out operations against the U.S. homeland, our forces and our people, is an incredible success as part of this administration's effort. Obviously, countering terrorism and protecting the homeland is one of our number one national security objectives. And I think that the activities in Somalia since day one really do highlight the capabilities that we have. And so I would offer General Langley the opportunity for any operational comments.
Right.
Yeah, thanks, Congressman, for the question. And I would say that, when the president gave me expanded authorities and through the Secretary of Defense, we've been pressurizing ISIS in the Golan Mountains considerably. That is reinstituting deterrence in a kinetic way. And they are yielding to it to the point that they are considering moving to seek refuge elsewhere. So that this is what the warrior ethos in the lethality that we've imposed in the Golan Mountains against a foe that has the capability of attacking our homeland. I think this movement to increase our lethal effects on them is causing there to establish pause.
Thank you. General Kurilla, Iran and its proxies across CENTCOM continue to use drones to target critical infrastructure, military installations, and commercial shipping in the region. The conflict in Ukraine and Iran's attacks on Israel have highlighted the challenges posed by saturation attacks comprised of UAS and missile threats. And I'm concerned about the survivability of high-value air defense systems like Patriot, THAAD, against drones and drone swarms in the Middle East as tensions remain high. As the threat from proliferated small UAS technology grows in CENTCOM, to the extent you can share in an open setting, how is the Army thinking about requirements to defend deployed assets in theater against coordinated attacks from advanced aerial threats like drones and drone swarms?
So that's why you want to have a layered defense, Congressman. And we start everything from they can reach as far out, ballistic missile, all the way down to the Group 1 quadcopters. We have capabilities that we layer against all of that, whether it's electronic or kinetic, non-kinetic means as well. What the Army is doing to help us with that is General George is doing his Army Transformation Initiative, sending forward capability not to replace but to augment, to put it in those harshest conditions in CENTCOM against an active thinking enemy. And we give him feedback on the effectiveness of those to make it better before they do large purchases of those equipment.
Perfect. All right. From your perspective, General Kurilla, and for integration, would it be better to baseline these requirements into existing weapon systems like Patriot or THAAD, or separate?
What we want to be able to do is have a layered defense, but we need all of those systems to talk to each other. We can't have one-off proprietary software systems that don't work with one overarching software system that controls all of them.
Awesome. Well, thank you for our witness for answering the questions, and I yield back.
Mr. Tran, you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Langley, General Kurilla, thank you so much for your service. Ms. Thompson, welcome. General Langley, you rightfully stated that Africa is a nexus theater where global interests converge and the United States continues to face fierce competition from China and Russia across the continent. Chinese state-owned firms now hold stakes in 78 African ports, and China is currently negotiating a second PLA Navy base in Gabon. In your testimony, you mentioned that the U.S. approach to Africa is African partner-led, U.S. and ally-enabled. General Langley, in your view, which African partners are the most important to furthering U.S. interests on the continent and why?
Congressman, thanks for that question. And it's a broad question, but as far as China is concerned and their aspirations to become a global hegemon, I'll just give a statistic that's pretty compelling. They're outspending AFRICOM militarily 100-1. So as they have basing aspirations across the globe, but especially in Africa, in those places, whether it's on the east side or the west side, they're trying to close the gap from a geostrategic positioning to be able to stop our joint forces for employing across the globe, or A2AD, in which aerial denial, anti-access. And then also the critical minerals, trying to control those supply chains. So those geostrategic ways of affecting their geopolitical means to engage with a number of countries. It's too many to state.
Sure, I appreciate that. And then, with U.S. engagement with certain African countries being either cooled or stalled entirely, General Langley, why is continued engagement with those African countries that are still engaged with the U.S. so essential for our national security?
Absolutely, because some of these countries we have shared interests in, and we see it as essential for the purposes of the shared commitment of stability and security across the region, not only for counterterrorism, but just for international rules-based order. A number of these countries see the importance of that, and that's why we have shared national security objectives, so they can get to the future of being able to stand on their own and be able to create prosperity across the future. And a number of countries side with the United States in our ways to do it.
Thank you. General Langley, you mentioned in your opening that Morocco is an example of success from our investment. Was hard power the sole tool we deployed for that success? And generally, do you believe that hard power is the only tool we have to further U.S. interest in Africa?
It's a portfolio of a number of powers, whole government, building institutional capacity, having the African countries take a lead and share with one another as a whole has proven to be the success against a number of layered threats that are stalling progress across the African continent.
That's right. And we need to be thinking about all levers of power, including the soft power tools at our disposal when looking to counter Chinese influence, deter further adversarial military expansion, and to protect access to critical minerals on the continent. In fact, that is why I plan on voting against a rescission package on the House floor this week that rescinds bilateral and multilateral investment in places like Africa. General Kurila, how is the U.S. military supporting the delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza, and what obstacles have you observed that are preventing the seamless delivery of such aid?
So we have in the past, we've delivered humanitarian aid through both air, sea, and land. We were working with the Jordanians. We helped screen the convoys that would then bring in the food for that. But right now, we are not actively working the humanitarian aid.
Is there a reason why we're not?
I mean, that right now, Israel has contracted an American company that is doing the distribution inside of Gaza. Hamas hates that because Hamas no longer has control over that distribution. So this is an American private company that Israel did. CENTCOM was not part of that contracted this, that is doing 1 million-ish meals, I think they're doing a day, a little more than that, through this private company.
And are we prepared to help if Israel was to ask for our assistance?
We are prepared if the President directs us to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service and your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kurila, I want to congratulate you on a fantastic career.
Well, thank you,
for your service to the country. It's wonderful. I'd also like to acknowledge your Master Chief back there. Derek and I worked together for, well, you could probably tell for how long by the color of my beard and the amount of hair we both have on our heads. So you did well by yourself there, General. General Langley, you're a Marine, right? And then the Marine hymn from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, right? Tripoli, that's Libya. And we went to war with them because the Barbary pirates were kidnapping our citizens. Thomas Jefferson did not want to do that, but he did. And other nations were paying tribute to these pirates, and we said enough, right? So I'd like to gently remind some of my colleagues that sit over there, if they actually did their homework and read the rescissions packages that are proposed by the Trump administration, we're removing what can really reasonably be titled 21st century tribute. So we're going to be assisting our African partners and our Middle East partners, but we're not paying tribute anymore. Those days are over. And you're in that uniform because we stopped paying tribute back then. So I can forward the package to anybody over there if you actually want to read it instead of just complaining. So former Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said he would take the Taliban at their word when they're talking about anti-terrorist operations, counter-terrorist operations, and human rights, in particular to rights of women in Afghanistan. General Kurilla, how's that work out for women in Afghanistan?
Not very well right now.
Not very well. Okay, so the Houthis now have said that, okay, my bad, we're going to stop shooting missiles at ships. And I would encourage everybody to give as much validity to the Taliban statement as we did, or excuse me, to the Houthi statement as we did, or should have, to the Taliban. General Langley and General Kurilla, I've spoke to the Special Operations Component commanders about this, so I understand the issue with the Houthis is not a seam, between your two COCOMs. But can you, in this setting, can you tell me, do we know how the Houthis are being resupplied by Iran?
Vast majority of it is by sea. They put them on. They come out of the ports in Iran. They put them on dhows, stateless dhows. Some of them go on maritime vessels into Djibouti. On the UN vessel inspection mechanism, they put stuff inside a container. If you have a ship with 500 containers and it's in the bottom of it, you can put all those sensitive components in the bottom of that. Now, a positive thing that just happened in the last month is that the UN vessel inspection mechanism decided to go to 100% inspection of containers. I think it needs to be 100% unloading of all the containers to see what's inside of them. But that's a positive step, but probably about 80 to 85% goes by sea.
Okay. Why are we not sinking these vessels? So we have a terrorist nation, Iran, with their minions. They're sending lethal munitions to the minions, which have shut off the Red Sea for commercial traffic. Why aren't we sinking? I guess maybe that's a question.
Well, we have to find the ships. The hardest part is to find that ship.
Right.
At any given time, there's between 3,000 and 5,000 dhows on between the Iran and Bab el-Mandeb. That's the same distance from the tip of Florida to Boston that you're trying to find these dhows.
I lived in Djibouti for a long time, and I sent some of my guys to Yemen, and that was a big secret, and it's not anymore, obviously. But Ms. Thompson, have you guys looked at this from a policy perspective? I mean, the last 2 SEALs that were killed in combat, unfortunately, were in the Red Sea. Derek and I's teammates, and they were boarding these vessels to try to prevent these munitions from getting to the Houthis. So this is very personal to me. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you for the question, Congressman, and rightly understood. I can say more on some of the particular policy elements in closed session on this, but what I would say is one of the elements that we have looked at and continue to engage on is our European partners. They are actually very well equipped to continue to help us with this effort, particularly from their positioning in the region.
Ms. Thompson, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to because I have 20 seconds left. Right now, from a policy perspective, from the DOD, if the United States of America understands our European allies find a ship and we know for sure that there are munitions on there that are going to the Houthis, can we just sink it?
We can board it. We have the authority to board it, and if we find the munitions, we'll take the crew, we'll transfer that crew, and we can end up sinking the ship. We did one on a Dow 2 weeks ago.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Whitesides.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kurilla, General Langley, thank you both for being here today, and thank you, ma'am, for being here today. And I want to echo my colleagues in thanking you for your distinguished service. I want to begin by talking about a trip that we took last month. We went to the CENTCOM area of responsibility, including Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, and the UAE, with Ranking Member Smith and a bipartisan delegation from this committee. I have to say, General Kurilla, how impressed I was by the dedication and professionalism of the men and women serving in your AOR, especially given the rapidly shifting landscape in that part of the world. That dedication is incredibly important. The Middle East is a place that deserves American attention and investment, as I'm sure you would agree. General Kurilla, in your time as CENTCOM commander, you've seen the culmination of the civil war in Syria, the explosion of conflict in Gaza, a changing paradigm in Yemen, and much more. In my visit, I heard a sense of concern from our allies in the region amid the serious change. Some of our partners in the Middle East worry that we're taking our eyes off the ball. General Kurilla, what are the tangible, concrete steps you think are necessary to reassure our allies that we are still focused on your AOR and that we still stand with them?
So I think words matter and actions matter. I think what we are doing is we are transitioning from a security guarantor to a security integrator. I think the thing, we have to have a sufficient and a sustainable posture. So we can't take everything. We have to have enough that we can still be able to partner with our partners in the region. We need to be able to give them the military equipment, the foreign military sales, so that I can be integrated into the region. We saw that on the defense of Israel, systems that can talk to each other, and this is one of the challenges with foreign military sales. They have real security needs. If we don't fill them, they're going to fill them. China shows up with an Amazon catalog. They say, pick anything in here. I'll give you financing, free shipping, prime shipping, and no end user agreement. But I tell them it'll never touch our networks. So we've got to be able to provide them the tools that they need to integrate in the region, and then we become the security integrator.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We actually heard that from several times over there. We also need to be more responsive in being able to fulfill the deals that we do, so that people are not waiting, 10 years or whatever for the systems. Maybe we can work together with that. Anyway, next question. What we're seeing around the world is that allies are regarding the United States as an increasingly uncertain partner as we impose and then remove unilateral tariffs, consider cutting active duty and foreign assistance programs, and discuss using military force to take the territory of other nations like Greenland. I believe that we are made safer through our alliances, and that making our alliances doubt our resolve makes us less strong. That is particularly true in Africa, where China has made long-term efforts through various initiatives. Meanwhile, the new administration muses publicly about terminating AFRICOM. General Langley, can you describe in general terms the concerns you have heard from our African allies and security partners about this potential administration policy change and the impact it would have on our nation's security and economic resource requirements?
Congressman, I was in Nairobi last week, and I would just say the message from the Secretary of Defense by the chiefs of defense across Africa was well received. They get that they need to be able to provide their own security. They get that they do not need to be dependent on us anymore. There's things that they think that they can share in the burden, and they are ready to shift, such as countries like Morocco and Tunisia and Kenya. But there's others also in that as well. So they articulate what they need to push to that level. But at this point here, I think everything is positive, that they need to be able to take on their own security for Africa to prosper writ large.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your service. I yield back. Thanks.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, gentlemen, thank you for being here. I look at the flags behind you, and it means a lot to us. I look at the streamers on those flags, what they stand for, what they represent. I think about the service that you two gentlemen have provided to your country, and the blood that you've shared and the friends that you've lost, brothers and sisters that are represented in some of those streamers on those flags. The significance of a hearing like this cannot be overstated, really. We are in an era of adjustment for our nation, whereby we can move into the 21st century as a dominant military force worldwide in order to maintain and preserve or establish peace. And Congress has an incredibly significant job to do to listen to the experts that is provided to us so that we can improve the means by which we provide our warfighters with modern technology. So I thank you for being here and for your service. General Kurilla, you had mentioned multi-year funding versus 1 or 2 year funding. Would you please clarify for this committee the difference between multi-year funding for the DoD versus multi-year contracting for our defense contractors? Because we don't want to lock into a technology that could be replaced by a better, less expensive technology. Would you touch on that?
Sure, I agree. I mean, one of the challenges I think you have, if you're a business and you make X, you have this production line, but if you know you're only going to get money from these companies, you're spreading that out. You only have so much production line. So when we have partners come to us and say, we would like to purchase X, and we tell them they can get it in 2029 because we don't have the production capability, that is a concern. I'm also just as concerned that the industrial base cannot keep up with the weapon expenditure. Every conflict that we've had recently has underestimated the weapons. Russia, Ukraine, Israel. And so I think what we want to do...
Right, yes, sir. So not to interrupt you, but you're at the heart of the problem. What I want to get to here is that if we have to find the sweet spot, and I'm going to ask you what that is. We have a problem of historically like constant design changes with a program. We have to move away from that. If we have multi-year funding for the Department of Defense that gives greater executive authority to accomplish the mission, and build and procure and take delivery of the right vessels and craft. But we don't want to be locked into a multi-year contract with a particular defense contractor, because that would insulate us against the emergence of significantly better tech that's more effective and more lethal and less expensive. We have to be able to make that shift. So what is that sweet spot?
I can't tell you exactly what the sweet spot is, but I do know we have to be agile. We've been making Patriot missiles for a very, very long time, so the multi-year funding on that, I don't know if it's 3 to 5 years, but if I'm a businessman, I'm not going to build new production lines.
Understood.
I don't know if I'm going to get money next year.
That's for like existing tech. Okay, shifting to some tech that's out there that I want to know if it's being shared. Some of our allies in the Middle East are incredibly wealthy. They have unlimited funding for research and development. And from my research indicates that they are fielding some autonomous tech that is far beyond what we have. Are they sharing that with us?
So we are partnered with several of these partners in the Middle East. We do share quite a bit. There are some things that we know that they are using as well, but we have quite a bit of visibility on that.
And finally, what would it take to wipe out Houthi operational capabilities, sir?
I think the number one thing that has to happen is to have Iran quit resupplying them. That they would die on the vine without Iranian support.
Die on the vine. We would like that. General Langley, General Kurilla, Ms. Thompson, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. And generals, thank you for your decades of service to this nation. It is greatly appreciated. I'm going to start where my colleague left off with the Houthis. Even though we've negotiated this ceasefire with a designated terrorist organization, they continue to launch attacks, as we've said, both at our allies and continue to place global commerce at risk. What can you tell us in this open session about the specific drones attack on Israel, and what are we learning from that?
The specific what, ma'am?
Drone attacks on Israel.
From Iran or from the Houthis?
From the Houthis.
So for the Houthis, I mean, we are still shooting down Houthi UAVs that are going towards Israel. They have taken an Iranian UAV, it's called a Cazo-4, with some modifications, additional gas. They call it a Yafa. It has there's some Houthi firsts here, but it's Iranian equipment that can go 2,600 kilometers. And so when we have that, we've shot down dozens of them. And so they are taking a very simple UAV, extending the range of it, and then Israel has effective defenses as well.
It's been said, but I want to reiterate, we're in, between Ukraine and this region, hypersonic technology development, particularly with drones. What evidence do you have that the Houthis are sharing their drone warfare knowledge with our adversaries?
So with other adversaries, so I will take you back to July of 2024. We killed 7 individuals in Iraq that were setting up 2 UAVs. Of the 7 individuals killed, there was a Houthi UAV expert, a brigadier general. There was an Iranian IRGC UAV expert there. There was 3 Kataib Hezbollah individuals there as well, and there was a Lebanese Hezbollah individual there as well. So we are seeing that. There is Houthis have outreach to Russia. They have gone to China. They have cells in Iran. They're in Syria. They're in Lebanon as well.
Okay, thank you. Switching gears to General Langley, we've touched on in this hearing the very real nexus between our longstanding humanitarian efforts and investments in Africa to build allies, and at the same time, the very real threat China poses, particularly to naval progress, but also the extraction of those rare earth minerals that are critical to national defense. All of that related to national security and your role. Over the last 6 years, the terrorist organization JNIM has seen dramatic growth in activities. You recently gave remarks emphasizing that the U.S. was focused on helping African nations build the self-reliance to fight such terrorists, but it was reported that the vast majority of programs run through the Global Fragility Act, a multi-year initiative intended to bolster stability in vulnerable West African countries, has been shut down by this administration. Can you please speak to the threat of JNIM to the region and its stability?
Congresswoman, thanks for the question. Yes, the epicenter of JNIM right now lies within the countries of Mali and Burkina Faso and to some degree Niger, but it's threatening of the former GFA recipient states. I've met in Cote d'Ivoire with Ambassador Davis Ba, and the thing in the past, they have been able to benefit of being able to share ways ahead for counterterrorism. So in their northern regions of the southern regions of Burkina Faso, but the northern regions of Cote d'Ivoire, they've been very effective with the construct they've established. So yeah, they benefited from their whole of government, and I think the GFA had been an enabler for that in the past. But going forward, they know that with the straight talk that we have already said that we need to share this burden. And Burkina Faso we've offered them other opportunities to be able to benefit with what Cote d'Ivoire has been successful at. So it's a sharing of ideas and sharing of the enduring solution to counterterrorism, which all of those countries can benefit from.
Thank you, General. And in my remaining moments, I'm just going to make a statement about the President's recent desire, or statements and desire to develop the Gaza Strip into the Riviera of the Middle East, and how deeply troubling those statements are. Many of us share the desire for a lasting two-state solution, driven by self-governance and long-term stability in the region. Yet building such a resort and displacing 2 million Palestinians will only exacerbate tensions and create a target for further hostilities in the region. I understand this isn't directly related to your responsibilities in the military, but I fail to see the national security reasoning. Instead, I want to echo, with my last moments, my colleague, Congressman Tran's excellent proposal that CENTCOM use its incredible logistics capabilities to support distribution of humanitarian aid in Gaza. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
Thank you. General Langley, I'll start with you and then move east. Regarding the DRC and Rwanda, could you give me kind of an update, not necessarily a history, but where you see things as they stand today with that conflict?
Yes, at the cusp of it, at the central piece of it, is the encroachment of M23 forces into the DRC, eastern DRC. They've been very successful in their offensive operations, going all the way down to South Kivu. This encapsulates some of the regions that are rich in critical minerals. Just at the diplomatic realm, I won't speak to that piece, but I know that Rwanda is allegedly supporting M23. And then President Tshisekedi in DRC is trying to get his forces right set so they can counter this. So that's all in the diplomatic realm. SADC, a number of regional constructs in Southern Africa are trying to solve this problem and trying to come to a truce where we can affect peace. Over.
Well, we would consider both countries to be friends of ours, I believe, so it's tricky in that sense. But in your mind, what needs to happen to wrap this conflict up and bring peace to the region?
From an operational perspective, like I said, this is mainly in the diplomatic realm, so I have to defer to State Department.
Fair enough, thank you. General, could you, the last time you were here, I asked you about Qatar and our relationship with them. Some of my colleagues have questioned Qatar's reliability as a U.S. partner and their status as a major non-NATO ally. And in light of the President's recent visit, could you clarify the strategic benefits of continuing advanced military exports to Doha and our relationship with them? How's that going?
We have a phenomenal relationship, military to military, with Qatar. They house the largest base in the Middle East in Doha. They provide burden sharing in the form of $300 million a year to run those bases. They have been incredibly supportive of everything we do. Generally, the answer is yes. What is the question when I talk to them?
I find that to be the case as well. I share your belief toward that. How does what opportunities could you see for us to expand that relationship that would benefit our nation?
Sure. Just last week, we inducted for the first time a Patriot component into their depot level maintenance, and they repaired that component for us. One of the things Qatar has offered to do is to help in either manufacturing or depot level maintenance for some of the unique systems that we both share. So I think there's tremendous opportunity that can help also our industrial base as well as our maintenance base.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the work you're all doing, and good luck. Thanks so much. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Goodlander.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today, particularly to you, General Kurilla and General Langley. I want to thank you for your incredible service to our country, and I will miss you very much as a new member on this committee, so thank you for everything you've done. General Kurilla, I want to take you back to 2022, your confirmation hearing when you testified that Iran, the Iranian regime, is the #1 destabilizing force in the Middle East. Is that still?
Still remains the #1 malign influence in the Middle East.
Thank you for that. You know, you in your written testimony, you testified that Iran's nuclear threat, its best chance at restoring deterrence and imposing its will on the region is its nuclear threat. And you also testified that Iran has virtually doubled its enrichment capacity in the past 6 months, which is extremely alarming, I think, to everybody on this committee. And I just want to say at the outset that we are committed on a bipartisan basis to taking action on this issue. I'm proud to be supporting the Enhanced Iran Sanctions Act of 2025, and we welcome the Pentagon's help in advising Congress as we think through every tool that can be used to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I want to ask you, General, about, as many of my colleagues have, the other pillar of the threat Iran poses, its funding for terrorist groups, and particularly the Houthis. So last month, the President reached a ceasefire agreement with the Houthis, the terrorist organization, the Houthis. I wanted to ask you the goal of that ceasefire agreement and the terms of the agreement.
So when the President gave the mission to CENTCOM, it was a very specific mission on March 10th. He said, I want the Houthis to quit shooting at our ships. That was the mission that was given to us. For 51 days, we pounded the Houthis. They were screaming to all of our partners in the region, to include the Omanis, to get the Americans to stop pounding them. And so they came and said, we will quit shooting at you if you quit shooting. We will stop shooting at you if you quit shooting at us. That met the President's goal.
So stop shooting at American ships.
That was the specific goal that was given to me.
Understood. And the goal is to restore freedom of navigation in this important part of the world where so much of global commercial shipping depends upon the freedom of navigation.
30% of all container traffic.
So has commercial shipping resumed?
So that will be more of a lagging indicator when the insurance rates come down. We just did a freedom of navigation with 4 warships over the last week. Nothing was shot at them. We also had multiple other countries' frigates, and the UK destroyer went through there. I think you will see over time, as long as the conditions exist. Deterrence is always temporal. As long as those conditions exist and the insurance rates come back down, it's a 2-week faster transit to go through the Red Sea and the Suez than to go around the Cape of Good Hope. But right now, a shipping industry is looking at it, as long as the insurance rates stay high, they will choose to go a different route. And so that's going to be a lagging indicator.
So how long do you expect it will take for commercial shipping to resume?
I think you'll see us start to escort some other U.S. flagged ships, and I think others will start to go through there as well over time, as long as the conditions exist.
Thank you, General. Well, as you know well, the cost of this lagging indicator is very real for the American people. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article dated June 5th. Red Sea passage remains a no-go for shipping despite U.S. action.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. General, I want to ask you about, well, first of all, so our goal was to protect American ships. Our goal was not to protect our ally Israel, and we are seeing an escalation in the conflict between the Houthis and our ally Israel. You've testified to some of the things we can do to help mitigate that threat to our ally. But I just want to say for the record that this, you have said well that this is a threat that's metastasizing. It's a regional scourge, and the United States cannot give up on this.
We are still protecting Israel, though we have THAAD battery there that is shooting down Houthi missiles, and we shoot down Houthi UAVs that are going towards Israel.
Thank you. General, I was very interested, and I'll be submitting more questions for the record, in what you said about what CENTCOM could do to help deliver humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Can you tell us what resources CENTCOM has to bear towards what I think we can all agree is a really important mission?
So I think that the biggest resources that CENTCOM can assist with is the ground lock is how you move large quantities of that. We assisted the Jordanians in scanning all of their trucks before they went in, and that met the Israeli security concerns of any trucks going in, and we delivered.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moreland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your participation today, especially what you have in front of you. And over the last 18 months from the administration and CENTCOM and AFRICOM, you've engaged and you sustained some high-tempo operations involving missile defense and rapid force protection. You contested logistics and you counter-proxy engagement, so many of which reflect the type of challenges we're anticipating in the potential Indo-Pacific conflict. So lessons learned, I'd like to hear from each of you from this kinetic operations that you've been doing, whether it be from CENTCOM's counter-Houthi maritime strikes or AFRICOM's experience in the dispersed operations and low-access environments. What lessons are being actively incorporated into strategic planning for high-end fight in the Indo-Pacific? Ms. Thompson, if we can start first with you, please.
Thank you, Congressman. I think it's an incredibly important question. I'll leave the operational details to General Langley and General Kurilla, but I would say one of the most important things that we're watching is certainly strategic waterways and the ability to flow forces into the Indo-Pacific. Obviously, freedom of navigation for U.S. military vessels through the BAM and the Red Sea is critical to that effort. So I would just highlight that as one of the big takeaways and one of the strategic choke points that's very important to make sure we have control over.
General, please.
Yeah, so I think between both the Iranian attacks on Israel as well as our the Houthi attacks on our naval forces, we have learned a lot that are applicable, and we pass these back to big Navy, big Air Force, the Army as well. Software is a weapon. Our ability to do combined, joint, all-domain command and control. The things that we are doing with software is amazing. We have advanced that. We have engineers every day making improvements on our ability to do that. It's a warfighting headquarters. The things that we are doing with ballistic missile defense, the software is changing based on what we are seeing on the battlefield. The same thing I would tell you as it comes to counter-UAS as well. We are making changes to the Navy software on the spy radars based on what we're seeing. It's the first time in the history of warfare that anti-ship ballistic missiles have been used against ships. I would remind you that the Truman spent 51 days in the longest sustained period of combat for an aircraft carrier since World War II, and they performed marvelously.
Thank you. General?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. And from my perspective, in an operational sense, I look at it as supporting 3 different combat commanders to include CENTCOM in their globally integrated plan against their foe, especially Iran, and then and even EUCOM in their global plan as well as INDOPACOM. And on this map here that you see the strategic choke points. As far as AFRICOM and what we're charged to do in supporting those respective combat commanders in support of their global plans is to be able to keep us at phase zero of deter. And being able to deter and keep free flow of commerce and freedom of action around us. So we work through our partners, a number of countries across the Maghreb for that end. Every exercise has that teed up as far as a objective to how we do that with shared objectives, shared intel, and common objectives, I should say, with other countries. And that's an enabler for us in my support plans to those respective combatant commanders.
Thank you, General. General Kurilla, and most of my hearings, I'm always an advocate for the Army, right, in the Indo-PACOM area especially. But today I want to advocate for the Navy's role in CENTCOM. So how has the United States participated in this multinational maritime task force to counter both state and non-state actors within your area of operation?
So I'm incredibly proud of the sailors in our Navy and what they've been able to accomplish. So when I look at CENTCOM, it has 3 of the 8 strategic choke points in the world. And what our Navy has been able to do to be able to secure those has been fantastic. I mean, they have really, when you look at what they've done both against the Houthis and in their interdiction of other things coming into the region, they've done a fantastic job.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your service to the nation. I appreciate you all. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning and welcome to General Kurilla, General Langley, and Ms. Thompson. I especially want to thank the 2 generals here today for your many years of service, your dedication to our nation. Since this will be the last time that you appear before our committee, you have worn your uniform so proudly, and your country will always be grateful of that. Both sides of the aisle agree today that we must continue to improve support to service members as well as our standing around the world. But I must say that my constituents and I are still very angry that our men and women in the CENTCOM theater were put at risk by the signal mess with Secretary Hegseth, Vice President Vance, and other senior members of this administration. Our brave service members should never have to worry that our own leaders are giving enemies our mission secrets. As we've seen with the Houthis, we need to be able to properly protect ourselves from drones, and we should be outfitting our own warfighter with drones. The Rock Island Arsenal's Joint Manufacturing and Technology Center 3D prints drones that then get outfitted with the sensors and the systems needed for our important missions. And I think this is crucially needed, but to both generals today, can you talk about where we need to be going in terms of both our unmanned air systems and counter-UAS capabilities in our regions?
If I could just jump on the additive manufacturing, 3D printing. So we have an innovation task force out there. One of them is Task Force 39, which has an additive manufacturing in Kuwait. We use that for both polymers and metallic additive manufacturing. We'll print parts, get that back to get a system back up until that OEM part can come in. We do that on a routine basis. We are 3D printing drones down in Task Force 99, down in Qatar. And they do with these small attritable drones. We slap some cameras on them, and we use those very effectively as well. So I think this is, when you talk counter-UAS, though, a big part of it is the detect. And I think we have to do a better job to be able to detect, and that is something that we've made some recommendations on as well.
General Langley.
Now, I'll just go ahead and state that my buddy here, Kurilla, in CENTCOM region has been a lead as far as evolving technology to counter drones, because what happens in CENTCOM will eventually happen in AFRICOM. So we've been following his lead in the technology and experimentation, and we've been leveraging that within the AFRICOM region.
Thank you, sir. The new regime in Syria certainly changes the landscape of the Middle East. I'm hopeful that this will really diminish Iran's influence in the region and lessen Russia's foothold in the Middle East. To General Kurilla, with our approach to Syria changing, where do you see things headed today, and what opportunities and challenges do you see going forward?
So the opportunities are significant. I think I see a lot of upside. I see little downside for engaging right now. Ambassador Tom Bark, he's the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, but also the special envoy to Syria. I talk to him often. He is at the table. I think we waited a little too long to come to the table with the fall of Assad back in December. We're now there, and we're able to engage and be able to shape the way forward. I think that's a very, very positive thing.
One of the things that I worry about with the current administration is how we're handling the relationships that we have with our allies around the world, our ability to forge new partnerships and friendships. Building and maintaining these partnerships is so crucial to our own safety and our interests. And as General Kurilla mentioned in your written statement, we can't take our partners for granted. Can you speak to the importance of our allies in the region and what we in Congress need to do to support them?
Well, I think a big part of it is being there for them. I've been to the region 45 times. You have to be there. You have to sit down. You have a meal together, and that's how you build a friendship and a relationship. I talk to the Chads almost every single day. I'm talking to a different Chad, multiple chiefs of defense. I'm sorry. Yeah. Every single day, I'm talking to several of them. When they're sending you pictures of their grandkids, you're part of the family. And to be able to do that, though, what they're asking of us is, hey, one, are you going to be there for us? And the answer is yes. But it's the foreign military sales is their single biggest frustration that they have on the time to deliver. They have the means to purchase. It's the time to deliver that equipment that they're asking for. And that's where I think we can, I'm 40% of all foreign military sales in the world in the CENTCOM region, and I think we can do a better job.
Thank you, gentlemen, both for your service, and we appreciate your dedication to our country. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for coming today, and I'd like to thank everyone in uniform today, as well as our veterans that are in the room. General Kurilla, you talked about ISIS-K in Afghanistan in your opening statement. I'd like a little deep dive, if you don't mind.
Sure. All right, so ISIS-Khorasan, perhaps one of the most active in trying to do external plots globally to include against the homeland. Right now, what we saw is the Taliban, in going after ISIS-K, they hate each other, pushed a lot of them into the tribal areas on the Afghan-Pakistan border. Through a phenomenal partnership with Pakistan, they have gone after ISIS-Khorasan, killing dozens of them. Through a relationship we have with them, providing intelligence, they have captured at least 5 ISIS-Khorasan high-value individuals. They extradited back Jafar, who was one of the key individuals behind the Abbey Gate bombing. And the first person he called, Chief of the Army Staff Munir, was me, and said, I've caught him, I'm willing to extradite him back to the United States. Please tell the Secretary of Defense and the President. So we are seeing Pakistan, with limited intelligence that we're providing them, go after them using their means to do that. And we're seeing an effect on ISIS-Khorasan. At the same point, they are continuing to move around. Sometimes they will try and go back into Afghanistan. We have the means to be able to collect, but for the most part right now, they're hanging out right in that border area of Pakistan. And I would also tell you that, since 2024, the beginning, Pakistan had over 1,000 terrorist attacks in the western area, killing about 700 security and civilians and 2,500 wounded. They're in an active counterterrorism fight right now, and they have been a phenomenal partner in the counterterrorism world.
Does it seem like they're scaling down or scaling up?
So I think from ISIS-Khorasan, they got hit very, very hard over the last several months. And so I would tell you right now, they're at a low point right now. What we're getting out of interrogation and exploitation has been significant. But remember, these are the same individuals that did the Crocus Music City Hall attack in Moscow. They did the attack in Kerman, Iran, and they've attempted other attacks, and there is actually ties in a classified setting that I can talk in terms of the homeland.
Whatever we have to do not to go back to that place would be amazing.
That's why we need to, if I could.
Yes,
Congress,
please.
We have to have a relationship with Pakistan and with India. I do not believe it is a binary switch that we can't have one with Pakistan if we have a relationship with India. We should look at the merits of the relationship for the positives that it has.
General Langley, in regards to AFRICOM, it seems as if Russia more or less has Africa landlocked. When I'm looking at the map here, can you give me a kind of a high-level briefing when it comes to Tunisia, Algeria, and Libya, the northern part of Africa? If you roll the clock back maybe a decade, that seems to be the best place you could hide in plain sight, especially in the northern point of Tunisia, with the vastness of the desert. Are we seeing anything happening, developing in the northern part of Africa? Because it seems as if we're centrally kind of focused on where all the rare earth minerals are being mined.
Congressman, that's a great question. And I've always been, through my tenure of command, the last 3 years, engaging with all these countries to the degree as we look at this is NATO's southern flank. And I see those strategic choke points on there. We need freedom of navigation or freedom of action for our ships in support of those war plans for NATO and for EUCOM. So I've been working overtime and engaging with these countries. Morocco's doing their part, and even Algeria, which in some realms that we disagree on some things, but Algeria, we were able to sign a non-binding agreement in cooperation. But I will tell you that Russia is still there. They're still trying to effect an agreement on their own so they can get basing access or port access. And as you even go down into Libya, I met with Field Marshal Haftar almost two times, engaging them to ensure that we can work with them because we have shared threats, especially along their southern borders of terrorism. Just engaging with both sides, trying to get collective agreement in Libya between the GNU and the LNA. That is essential that we keep U.S. diplomatic agreements and cooperation with these countries because we see what Russia's trying to do, establish some ports across the Mediterranean, warm water ports, so that it'll affect their operations, try to get a decisive advantage. But we're not going to let that happen in phase zero coherency operations that we do in AFRICOM.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, I have nothing for you today. Keep up the great work. I yield back, sir.
You got it easy today from him. All right, we now have Mr. Cisneros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Kurilla and General Langley. Thank you both for your years of service and dedication to our country as you both get ready to retire here in a while. But General Langley, when I was in the Navy, my ship, the USS Ogden, stopped in Eritrea, which was at that time a new independent nation. We went there to show the flag, but to show a support for this new country and really to the region as well. But that's not the impression I'm getting from the current administration. They're pulling away foreign aid, ships aren't visiting the continent like they used to. We're leaving a void for Russia and for the PRC to fill. And you've been quoted as saying that the PRC is replicating what we have done in Africa, targeting the International Military Education and Training Program that they also said they're going to increase security and training in a number of countries. In April, it was reported that Cairo and the PRC were planning to participate in a joint exercise between their air forces. As the administration continues to pull back and the PRC continues to build relations, what, in your opinion, is the national security risk and impact to Africa as well as to us here at home?
I'd say the CCP is trying to replicate what we do, what we've done in the past, and have a strategic advantage, and especially engaging with our African partners. Because they want to be able to establish an enabler to close the decisive gap that we've had over them for years. I'll just go into maritime sense, especially with their NETF, which is their Naval Expeditionary Task Force. They go around the periphery of the African continent, engaging with a number of countries. We need to be able to get that. You brought up, your naval background. When we had the ARG Muse, we're not heel to toe plateau anymore. We're not 3.0. We do need the Amphibious Readiness Group and the Marine Expeditionary Units out there on ships. That is a force multiplier for crisis response or any other show of deterrence. I'd say, that's not. That doesn't go across political lines. That goes in operational lines. Navy, as I met with the Vice Admiral in their operation sense, but also met with Admiral Kilby and also Stuart Munch, and they are bringing up the capability to try to provide Africa with that capability so that we can compete with China, especially in the maritime sense. So I would say that one step in the right direction is getting those ARGMUs back out there and in the AFRICOM theater.
All right, Gator Navy, all the way. Ms. Thompson, you said in your opening remarks that the department is working with African nations to grow, working with them to increase operational independence for these African nations. But I think really what we're seeing, right, is they're not doing that. They're moving towards the PRC. As I referenced here, Egypt and the PRC kind of talking about doing joint operations. How does the department not see this as a red flag? Why aren't we doing something about this? Why are we pulling away and we're just pushing them in the direction of our, of our pacing threat here?
Sir, thank you for the question. I really appreciate it. And I would point you first to our interim national defense strategic guidance. Our top two priorities are defense of the homeland, countering terrorist threats that have the capability and intent to strike the homeland, and then deterrence of the PRC, particularly in the Western Pacific. But obviously, as you outlined absolutely correctly, that bleeds over to the African continent as well. And so I would say from our Title X security assistance approach to the continent, but then also as we're in the development process for our national defense strategy, this is something that is top of mind, and this is certainly not an area where we're pulling back. We want to be very targeted and strategic in our approach to make sure that we are deterring the PRCs, particularly their ability to have a military advantage on the continent. So I would share your assessment on that front.
Well, please take that back to the heads over there, right? As we continue to pull away, they are continuing to build relationships with China and the PRC, and the PRC is more than happy to fill that void as we pull away. And this should be a red flag that they are working with these things, and that is something that needs to be brought up and considered. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Kurilla, General Langley, it has been a pleasure working with you. I wish you fair winds and following seas in your next endeavors. I'm sure you'll be highly successful. We'll miss you. I consider you friends, and if any time you ever want to share a beverage or a box of crayons, just let me know. We'll always be available. General Langley, I'll start with you. The Djibouti air base cluster is within striking distance of some of the Houthi weapons, and I was wondering, especially with the development of drones that have been developed in Iran and put together in Yemen, what are we doing for countermeasures, and do you think we could do better? How can we assist you in equipping our bases with countermeasures for those advanced drones and what they're trying to develop?
Congressman, it's an evolving threat, especially with the Houthis on the other side of the Red Sea. And I will get into the specifics of what we actually need to improve upon, enhance upon. We're protected now, but I will get into specifics in closed session of things that I think that we can continue to enhance and evolve in that, because it's not just Djibouti; it's all the way down to Manda Bay in Kenya. So I will say that it is evolving. The Houthis are gaining in capability, and then there's other illicit actors in the region that can be a threat within East Africa writ large.
Would you say that it's safe to assume that we have a ways to go to be secure in our endeavors?
We will always do position improvement. Our fighting holes always need to be improved for force protection. That's my number one mission, is protecting the troops on the ground.
And in regards to CENTCOM, we've seen everything from Tower 22 to the ship lanes really kind of being a proving ground for drone attacks and missile attacks. And I'm sure we're going to eventually encounter supersonic missiles and other things that are very, very alarming. What have you learned from those sort of contacts as we advance our technologies and we have these new technologies to deal with?
You have, Congressman, you have to have a layered defense is the first thing, and you have to continue to improve upon your capabilities and evolve faster and move faster than the enemy can on theirs. Look at what happened in Russia with the Ukraine, when you watched also them go to fiber optic drones because of the EW and the jamming that was up there. So they're moving very, very quickly in terms of advancements. We have to move faster.
Yeah, I just talked to an AI community about that very same thing, closing the kill chain, making sure that our next technologies, I mean, fly-by-wire is awesome, but it's kind of like a look back at the tow technology. I want to look forward and look at new terrain models, how we're going to do that. What's your feeling, and this is an associated question that I just came up on just as we're talking, if we're going to have different navigation systems that aren't going to be controlled by semi-autonomous controllers, autonomous weapon systems that literally identify targets without any input once they're launched.
They exist right now.
The question is, would that be a good, I get a little bit squeamish when we talk about autonomous weapon systems that direct themselves and they don't have that final.
I think those exist right now. I know they exist right now. It's when you get into that final mile, that final kilometer that then locks on a target. That's an autonomous target recognition system that has then taken it in and you can't jam it, et cetera.
Yeah, good point, good point. One of the other things I thought was really interesting is there's U.S. aid and other things that we do in foreign investments we do that now have come into question. Now, some of it's been wasteful, but obviously I'm not against foreign aid because it gives us real influence and really creates stability in different regions. Where do you think we could redirect those funds that have maybe been not spent on the most efficient systems? This is for both of you, and I know we only have 45 seconds left, but where can we best spend the money we do to influence and create stability in those regions that we're talking about right now?
Well, I think from a USAID, State Department is now taking on that responsibility. For us, there are certain countries that absolutely don't have the natural resources, and those are things that we need to look at. And I can get specific with you, and if you have a written question, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Phase 4 operations stability. I've seen it work in Somalia. You know, as they were going through lower and middle Shabelle from 2022 heretofore. But without that and recreating that, and or getting it from other countries, that there's going to be a lapse in completing a credible force to do the hold.
My best to you both, gentlemen. Loved working with you. Semper Fi.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will echo all of my colleagues' thanks to both of you for your many decades of service. I've very much enjoyed working with all of you, and General Kurilla, as predicted, I outlasted you. General Langley, I first want to discuss our strategy in Somalia. Under your leadership, the United States has rapidly increased the pace of airstrikes against both al-Shabaab and ISIS Somalia. In the past 5 months alone, the U.S. has conducted 37 strikes compared to just 4 during the entire first year of the Biden administration. That's actually nearly as many as President Trump authorized in his first year, which totaled 39. So could you first tell me what is the objective of these airstrikes?
Congresswoman, this is one of the number one objectives of Secretary Hegseth came in when he became the Secretary of Defense. He said AFRICOM needs to do counterterrorism operations to protect the homeland. Up there in the Golis Mountains, you have ISIS Somalia. They have the propensity to affect the homeland, whether it be global financing. We had to stop that. You know, we did have an operation back in 2023, but ISIS Somalia has grown. As a matter of fact, the Emir is there now. They've only increased their capability and capacity. That's why we had to turn up the heat on putting pressure through lethal means to be able to attract that.
I understand the threat. I guess what I'm concerned about is that we've been using this same logic for decades. It doesn't seem like it's attached to any ability for us to eventually leave. And we saw that, for instance, in 2019 when there was expanded airstrikes, that it didn't actually translate to fewer al-Shabaab attacks in Somalia. So are these airstrikes part of a coherent, articulated strategy aimed at enabling long-term stability and ultimately drawing down the U.S. military footprint?
Yes, that's our operational intent right now, to be able to cease or deter their ability for ex-ops to protect the homeland.
Okay, that's different than there being an actual strategy. Ms. Thompson, you said Somalia is an incredible success. I think I would disagree with your assessment of that. Is there a whole of government, coherent, articulated strategy aimed at enabling long-term stability and ultimately drawing down the U.S. military footprint in Somalia?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. I would highlight my commentary was meant to associate with the INDSG guidance. Our number one objective is obviously to deter and deny and degrade credible ex-ops threats to the homeland. As I've highlighted, and as you highlighted in your opening comments, the significant uptick in strikes is demonstrative of basically attaching those activities to our number one INDSG objective. So I would articulate that is where the connection to the strategy is. In terms of force posture in Somalia on a long-term basis, this is something that obviously we would contemplate as part of the broader global force posture review, and no decisions for AFRICOM or for anywhere else have been made at this time. But it's certainly something that would factor into the strategy.
None of this
there.
sounds like an actual strategy to create stability in Somalia, so I will look forward to following up with you both on that. General Kurilla, I'd like to turn to you now on Yemen. Civil society and media organizations have reported numerous civilian casualties caused by recent U.S. operations in Yemen, many as a result of the use of heavy explosive weapons in populated areas. For example, the U.S. strikes on Ras Isa port in Hodeidah on April 17th reportedly killed at least 84 civilians. So one, did CENTCOM foresee the level of civilian harm reported, and what steps did CENTCOM take to mitigate the risks of civilian harm during the conduct of recent strikes in Yemen?
So any civilian death is a tragedy. What we have is a civilian harm mitigation team that investigates every single one of these to determine if they're credible. There are still several that are under investigation. You mentioned Ras Isa. There were several things that we did to mitigate that prior, to include heavy ISR soaking of that prior to that. We did messaging to the individuals there. We did messaging to the ships. We ensured the weaponry and the mitigation of those systems. Now, the problem is you have a fuel port that is being hit. We did not target the trucks that were in the port at that same time. But again, that's under investigation to determine the actual numbers. And again, I would argue that this is the Houthi casualty numbers as well.
And can you commit today on behalf of CENTCOM to publish your findings on civilian casualties in Yemen?
We push all of that up and, to the OSD, and they end up pushing those out.
Okay, so you will publish them.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes this gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Thompson, thank you for being here. Generals Kurilla and Langley, thank you for being here and for your service. I want to start by asking you the same question I've asked every combatant commander that has come before HASS this year. In your opinion, has the space-based threat from China and Russia in your theater improved or worsened in the last 5 years?
From a CENTCOM perspective, Russia has actually gone down because they're no longer really in the region where they were basing some of their space-based threats. China has probably increased, but I would tell you Iran has significantly increased.
So overall increased, you would say? Yeah. General Langley?
On the continent of Africa, there's an increase, especially down in Namibia, dual use, state-sponsored type space-enabling capabilities by the CCP.
Yeah, and obviously we're in an open setting here, but can you provide maybe a brief description of how this threat affects your operations, General Kurilla?
I would be happy to do that in a closed session.
Okay, sounds good. General, same? Okay.
Yes, in a closed session.
Okay, thank you. On another topic, I'm concerned about the nuclear threat from Iran and reports that they rejected the latest proposal for a new nuclear deal from the U.S. And it seems like Iran is hell-bent on having nuclear weapons, which would be a direct threat to the existence of Israel. General Kurilla, in your written testimony, you say, quote, a nuclear-armed Iran would change the Middle East overnight and forever, potentially setting off a regional arms race with catastrophic consequences, unquote. Can you expand on this? What would a Middle East with a nuclear Iran look like?
I think you would see other countries in the region doing everything they could to obtain a nuclear weapon, either development or through purchase, to be able to gain one, to be able to retain deterrence back with Iran.
And how can CENTCOM deter Iran from proceeding with their nuclear development program? How can they strengthen the president's hand at the negotiating table?
I provide a range of options to the president, but I am in all favor of having a negotiated settlement that prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon because of the consequences of conflict.
Okay. And then, General Kurilla, what lessons can the U.S. learn from Iron Dome that could be applied to the development of Golden Dome? Do you believe deterrence by denial to be an effective strategy?
It can be, but I would tell you some of the biggest lessons learned is how Israel's defense industrial base works. You cannot even sell a system to the Israeli military, the IDF, that is not open architecture, that will not work with the rest of their systems, so you don't end up with a proprietary system that's standalone. We need systems that can integrate and all talk to each other.
And so Golden Dome should take note of that.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you, General. Ms. Thompson, how does our partnership with Jordan advance peace and stability in the Middle East?
Thank you for the question, sir. I think Jordan, in particular, and our partnership with the Jordanian Armed Forces, not only goes to promote greater burden sharing throughout the region to include countering shared threats that we have, particularly on the terrorism front, but then also weapons and narcotics smuggling and interdiction. They're a really great partner on that. And then UAS and ballistic missile interdiction as well. And I'm sure General Kurilla can provide some more operational specifics, but those are the main pillars of the security relationship that we have with the Jordanians.
General?
They're one of our strongest partners. They're the country I have visited the most when I go to the Middle East.
Okay. Is there any more that the department could do to support Jordanian armed forces?
I think there are things that we can do to strong point Jordan in the counter-UAS. Counter-UAS in Jordan defends both Jordan, U.S. forces, and Israel.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Thompson, after years of neglect by President Biden, President Trump is right to prioritize our Gulf partners. How did his recent visit to the region advance U.S. national security interests?
Thank you for the question, sir. And I would just highlight particularly the deepening of defense partnerships that we have. Not only, I mean, as General Kurilla has highlighted, obviously we have a long way to go on working through the kinks in our FMS process and defense industrial base, but deepening those partnerships to enable greater allied burden sharing, but then also interoperability and empowerment of our Gulf partners to take on more of the responsibility in the region, particularly given normalized relations with Israel for a fair few of them, is a massive step in the right direction for the posture we want to have in the region. And then I would also just highlight the commercial success as well. That's coupled with the defense success, and I think both per President Trump's comments and Riyadh really echo that sentiment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. I do want to make the announcement that we will be concluding the open session at 12:30 and going into classified session a few minutes thereafter because votes are going to be called on the House floor at 1:30. So with that, the chair and I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to my colleague from Pennsylvania. I think I got here after you. Thank you all for being here. Especially given that it's both of your last hearings, Generals Kurilla and Langley. Just want to, that's an appropriate fist bump. Just want to commend and thank you both, as I know many of my colleagues have, but cannot be said enough. Appreciate it. And General Kurilla, in particular, I want to commend you. I don't think I know you're a humble, quiet professional, but I think in particular, what you did in defense of Israel, in defense of the region, in defense of the U.S., most importantly, in your leadership on two unprecedented direct attacks, as you said in your opening testimony, that have never occurred in the history of either Iran or Israel. Your leadership in preparing and executing that defense was exceptional, and I think we all have a lot to learn on a bunch of levels from that, but I just wanted to say that publicly here today. Ms. Thompson, appreciate you being here again. I know the last time you were here, I was a little frustrated that we weren't getting really many answers from you. Hopefully we can get some more answers. My line of questioning is similar to what I asked you last time. I know it's been hit on by colleagues, but I want to come back on it again. I want to bring in what General Kurilla said in his opening very powerfully in speaking about both the risks and the tectonic shift, but also the opportunity vis-a-vis Iran on its heels or arguably knees, and our ability and opportunity to press in that moment. And I'm trying to just wrestle with the dissonance between that and some of the both appointees of this administration and some of the rhetoric of this administration, not so much you today in your testimony specifically, but I've pointed this out before. The DASD for the Middle East, Mr. Domino, has said deeply concerning things, including that the Middle East does, quote, not really matter for U.S. interests, that, quote, vital or existential threats in the Middle East are, quote, best characterized as minimal to non-existent. He's also specifically characterized Iran's missile attacks on Israel as, quote, fairly moderate. I think General Kurilla, I'm not going to put you on the spot, might disagree with that. He's vocally opposed attacking Iran's nuclear program and described U.S. strikes against the Houthis as, quote, futile. Can you just explain to us, I mean, I agree with what I've heard from General Kurilla and other experienced military leaders. We need to press the advantage we have vis-a-vis Iran and their proxies. How are we supposed to do that when senior appointees in the Pentagon are saying things like that?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. First and foremost, I will just note that I was not involved in the hiring of any officials in the administration or the political.
But you are here to speak on its behalf.
So what
right?
I would say from the ISA perspective within the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, I will make very clear we support the president's objective to not only first and foremost defend the state of Israel, but second, of course, deny Iran the ability to obtain a nuclear weapon. That is something we are 100% committed to. And I will also note that we support the president's objective and stand ready to provide military options should his strategy of pursuing peace with Iran through a negotiated solution and denying Iran a nuclear weapon through a negotiated solution. We stand ready as a department and within OSD policy to provide the Secretary.
I'm sorry,
and the President.
but how are you ready if you're not in agreement?
I mean, I can only speak.
Should Mr. Domino be in the position then if he's not aligned with the president's intent?
That's not something that I can specifically speak to, but I can speak to for the international security, role that I play in the Department of Defense. This is what we are committed to, working under Undersecretary Kilby. We are very much in line with Secretary Hegseth and President Trump's guidance on this, and none of that has changed.
Might this dissonance explain, for example, why in the recent back and forth about the negotiations, which we all agree we want to happen, there's lack of clarity on level of enrichment that might be allowed within the administration, signaling division and weakness to our adversaries?
So that's not something I can speak to. That's something that would be a question for Ambassador Witkoff's team at the State Department, because they are the lead for negotiations.
And Ms. Thompson, I'll interrupt you again. I respect you. I know you have a hard job, and I know you're performing the duties of, if I'm saying that right, yes, performing the duties of.
Correct.
But can the administration send us someone that can speak to these? Are pretty important questions. Can we get somebody that can speak to these?
I would very much like to come and do a broad Iran briefing for you all, if that would be something that's helpful. But I would respectfully ask that the State Department be present for that as well, because Ambassador Witkoff's team, as the lead for negotiations, really would have the most color.
Gentleman's
to add to
time's
that,
expired. Chair not recognizes the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Iran's reckless behavior continues to threaten U.S. forces, our allies, and regional stability. Its support for Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis and other dangerous proxy groups continue to sow chaos throughout the Middle East, as I know you all are very familiar. Its support for proxy militias and terrorists threatens our interests and those of our allies, while it advances in ballistic missile technology and pursuit of nuclear weapons threaten to plunge the region into greater turmoil. CENTCOM's presence in the region deters aggression against our personnel and Middle Eastern allies. We must impose real costs on the Ayatollahs and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to ensure that deterrence is fully restored and Iran ceases its destructive activities. We must also send a clear message. Any advance toward Iran acquiring nuclear weapons is unacceptable to the United States. I commend President Trump's efforts to ensure Iran's nuclear program is fully dismantled. Nothing short of full dismantlement of their nuclear capabilities will ensure peace and stability in the region. So the Iranian regime has mastered the art of wielding proxy groups against its adversaries in the region repeatedly. From Hamas barbarism to Hezbollah's arsenals in Lebanon and the Houthi strikes in the Red Sea, Iran leverages its surrogates to strike our allies and harm our interests. So my first question today for General Kurilla, can you briefly discuss the threat landscape you see from Iran, including the use of proxies?
So Iran basically has three pillars that they use. The first one is long-range weapons and anti-access aerial denial. So think long-range missiles, UAVs. The second is their proxy networks. The number one proxy they had was Lebanese Hezbollah, which acted as a bit of a sword of Damocles over the top of Israel. Israel's, the doctrinal term, disintegration of Lebanese Hezbollah should be studied by every military.
I was recently there and saw that destruction, and they did a very successful work.
It was brilliant. What they have done to Hamas. The Houthis were one that not a lot of people thought about before, because at one point it was the lowest priority for intelligence. I think it is something that we have to pay a lot of attention to. I think what you're seeing with the Iranian-aligned militia groups inside of Iraq, they used to be inside of Syria with the fall of Assad, that basically severed the Shia crescent. Qasem Soleimani, who we killed back in 2020, he wanted to have this Shia crescent that ran from Iran to Iraq, Syria to Lebanon. The fall of Assad severed that. That is probably the single biggest event that has happened in the Middle East.
And what's changed since October 7th?
I think what's changed since October 7th is Israel feels they're an existential threat for their very existence with a lot of these Iranian proxies that are attacking them. And we had the first state-on-state attacks, blows between the two countries. Iran is a weaker strategic position. They've lost a lot of their proxies. Their air defense network is not what it used to be. However, they still have a lot of operational capability in terms of their long-range weapons. At the classified session, I can talk in great detail their capabilities.
Do you have any concern about the Houthis and their relationship with Saudi Arabia?
The relationship with Saudi Arabia, no, I don't have. I mean, Saudi Arabia has been a strong supporter of what we were doing in Operation.
Yes, they have. But my understanding is we designate the Houthis, for example, as not the top tier terrorist organization. They're on the lower rung of designation. Is that correct?
They were, ma'am. They were firstly a specially designated terrorist group, and then we made them a foreign terrorist organization under President Trump. So they are at the top levels.
They're at the top level now, which is something I advocated for when Biden was president, and it didn't happen, which means there are consequences to that in the Middle East, which is good for the United States and our allies overseas. Has the degradation of Iran's proxy network affected its ability to destabilize the region?
So the one challenge we have with Iran, they get petrodollars.
Okay.
90%, 85 to 90% of their oil is purchased by China. So China is effectively supporting and financing Iran's malign behavior. We still see the amount of funds that are going to the IRGC Quds Force, that is who runs the proxy networks outside of Iran. So as we look at the sanctioned oil, I think for the first time, the State Department sanctioned what are called the teapot refineries. These are refineries along the Chinese coast that these ships take this sanctioned oil. Iran, this is 10% of all Chinese oil they get. They import 70%, 50% goes to the Strait of Hormuz, but it's 85 to 90% from Iran. It goes into these teapot refineries, and I think the first time we've ever done is we've sanctioned one of those teapot refineries.
Last question, thoughts on Qatar?
We have a very strong relationship, military to military. Largest base there, they fund the base, they do burden sharing. When I ask them a question, they say the answer is yes. What is the question?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's what you get for being late to the gavel. I really appreciate your service, General. In general, thank you so much for your amazing careers and for the opportunity to speak with you. Most questions have been asked, so I'm going to ask the one that I have that hasn't yet been asked. General Langley, you spoke a lot about what's going on in Africa and the fact that you've had a conversation with our partners and allies and that they understand and are embracing, in your, I think, words, their new roles and responsibilities. I'd like to believe that. And so let's say that that's true, because I hear that a lot from all of Europe as well, about Europe and Ukraine. Assuming that is true, can you describe how AFRICOM is operationalizing that process of transitioning the responsibilities and roles over to our allies and to our partners? And can you also explain, and this is for both of you all, how you would measure or what sort of metrics or benchmarks you would have to know whether or not our partners are indeed transitioning and are really truly prepared to be
be able to take on this sort of operational responsibility? That's my only question. So I'd love it if you would give it some real thought, because it's really, really important that if we assume that these folks can or are interested in doing this, that we have performance metrics or standards that we're looking for, and that we also have an operational plan that we have to transition those responsibilities over.
Congresswoman, I'm grateful for the question. I know we last spoke when we were at Munich Security Conference, and we were in the throes of the Title 22 pause, and then at the forefront of the Title 10 review. So at AFRICOM, what we had to do is reassess where we were and try to do some predictive analytics on what the effects would be. This is all in parallel with structuring our narrative of going to our partners, going to our allies, and come up with straight talk of what it really means of a shared burden for the sake of stability and security on the continent of Africa. So I did meet with the NATO rep for the southern neighborhood, as they call it SNAP, and shared that with him. I said, our government, we are all in for stability and security across Africa, but we need a shared commitment from you, because this is your southern neighborhood. What happens as far as mass migration or a migration of terrorists that can threaten your neighborhood, your borders, is our same concern with our southwest border. So that soaked in well. With our African partners, a shared commitment. They said, well, it's going to take a little time, and also we're going to diversify our partner. So we get that, as long as we have those shared objectives, as long as we have those shared values to reach that end state. So in Nairobi last week, I collectively got with the chiefs of defense and said, hey, their biggest message to me, hey, we're not looking to be saved. We can hit stability.
What does that look like? And when you're talking about, a narrative, narratives don't get it done. What is the plan? What is the operational plan that we all have collectively on our responsibility to hand that over, and on our ability to measure whether it's actually been handed over with any sort of security or safety or assurance that it will be consistent to the standards that we have always put to the region?
And Congresswoman, I'll just tell you, the plan is theirs. Every country is different. We don't push ourselves to invade on their sovereignty. Every country is coming up with their own plan. That was their takeaway. But they also know that that the militaries, all these military leads, know that they're giving their best military advice for the enduring solution from their layered threats. One of them that's a shared threat of ours is terrorism. So therein lies their ability and their responsibility to come up with their own plans. I'm seeing it different from coast to West Africa all the way to Somalia. They all have a different approach. I have to respect that, and how we can, then we decide. Then we go through our Title 10 review, and we double down based on the empirical data what has worked in the past and what didn't work.
But how do you weave those strategies together, or do you just walk away and say everybody's got their own plan, and it looks like a bunch of Democrats? We're all going to have a different plan. You don't want that. You want people to figure out how to work together, and us walking away from this is irresponsible unless we feel as though we're walking away with a plan that's unified and not just individual sovereignty. Am I making sense?
Gentleman's time expired. Chair, now recognize the gentleman from
it.
Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us. Ms. Thompson, General Kurilla, General Langley, thank you so much for your service. Thanks for all you've done for our nation. I want to try to maybe draw a line amongst a number of different issues that you all are dealing with. I really think that the combatant commands being there on the front lines probably have the best assessment and understanding of the threat and the timeliness of the threat, and then how that needs to be expressed and the assets that we need in order to counter that threat. I mean, we see our exquisite assets, the ones you have in theater, General Kurilla, General Langley. You see where we pull the Carl Vincent from the East China Sea. We extended the deployment of the Harry Truman. General Langley, you know that when we had needs there in Africa, whether it's places like Sudan, Morocco,
even some of the other events there in the Red Sea. We see the demand signal go up, and then when we'd like to have a crisis response team in an ARGMU, we don't have it, or we have to move other assets around. General Carrillo, you spoke at length about the building threat from one-way attack drones. And all you have to do is to look at the aerial photographs of the runways there in Russia and ask the Russians about the impact of one-way attack drones and give the Ukrainians credit. But the thing that concerns me is that's a scenario that can play in the opposite direction today and tomorrow. And I just don't believe we have the counter-UAS capability that we need. I want your perspective, because I think the COCOMs are closest to the threat. And if you were tomorrow to say, these are the things that I need that I can operationalize quickly. Well, I love our exquisite platforms, and we need them, but they're not coming quickly, and they're not coming inexpensively. But there are lots of opportunities with expendables and attritables. Give me your perspective. If you could give us on your UFOR list, if you could say today, my top priorities on the UFOR list, the way you see the threat as it is today, both of you, what would be your top 5 priorities to make sure this nation gives you at least a part of the tool set that you need, part of the kit that you would need to counter what you see and how it changes on a daily basis?
So the greatest risk, Congressman, in the CENTCOM AOR is the unmanned aerial systems and ballistic missiles.
Yeah.
So it would be in the detect and kill of counter-UAS to include swarms, large numbers. You need magazine depth. And then in terms of our air defense assets that are forward deployed, you have to be able to protect those from counter-UAS as well. We need to be very mobile. We need to be able to integrate them into the systems. When I took over 3 years ago, if I walked into a base defense operations center, that's where they do all the command and control for the base to be able to defend against drones, you'd see 5 systems, 5 screens, 5 operators.
Yeah.
Now when you walk in, we've been able to integrate that into maybe 2 screens and 2 operators, but you have now 7 systems integrated into there. So we need to really do better at the detect. We're only going to see the systems get smaller, more lethal. Electronic magnetic information, the electromagnetic spectrum, when we try and jam them, that's why the Ukraine and Russia went to fiber optics, going out to 40 kilometers with fiber optic drones.
Yeah.
You can't jam that. So those are the things I would ask right now is the counter-UAS detect. I think we need to put aerial AESA radars for low radar cross-section to be able to pick up, elevated, and then ballistic missile defense.
Very good. General Langley?
Ballistic missile defense.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
I think my top 3 is about the same as Eric Carrillo's counter-UAS, integrated air missile defense, and but I was going to add, sense to make sense, ISR. I'm at a deficit for ISR across the continent, emanating threats. Match capabilities to the threats. That's what Secretary Hegseth told me to do, and that's what I'm requesting. But just go further down the list. Maritime capability. Like I said, I've said it already, but I'm just going to go ahead and bang the drum. We missed the ARGMU.
Yeah.
We missed the Amphibious Readiness Group. The Marine Expeditionary Units, they're ready, but they're sitting on the shore. But we need to fix the ship problem. As far as that 3-ship ARG is what's needed. We can't do heel to toe anymore. Sometimes we're not even 1.0. We need to get back there. I talked to the Vice CNO the other day, and he gets it, as well as I talked to the Commandant of the Marine Corps. We missed that in the AFRICOM AOR, from crisis response, and we need that sea-based forward. You're right, Congressman. We really did need that when Hamedi was going at it with Burhan in Sudan. We really needed that offshore to utilize that. So, and then also for a force deterrent, it's a show of power to contend with the net up that the Chinese is going around the periphery of the continent.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You back.
Gentleman's time has expired. This will conclude the open portion of our hearing. We will reconvene in 10 minutes at 12:40 in room 2212 for the classified portion.